tested that. So to say that something cannot work without actually testing it to verify, how can you say that? It's a claim, right, that you cannot make, but people keep doing it all the time. And that's when I think needs to be shut down. If you guys haven't experimented on that and proven to me that it can't work and show it to me that it can't work, then why people are claiming that it can't? Now, when we say it's possible on a flat earth, we don't say and have a claim. We say it's possibility until we test it out. No, we can't say yes or no. But I don't like the fact that the other side, and there is sides, claims that these things can't work on a flat earth. It just comes out of nonsense for me, out of the air. Yeah. Oh, because of gravity, or because, we're on a ball, right? Or what?
You can't have gravity if you don't have a ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a lot of the. I mean, to me, the main thing is it's just like they already have like they've already been told this spell and this is how everything is, and they're like, so when they hear something different, they're trying to put all of this other garbage like into how they perceive this possibility. Well, that can't be possible because what we've been brainwashed with that says, that's not conducive. Well, yeah.
How can you eat your pudding if you haven't eaten your meat? Right.
Right, yeah. It's just like...
They can't come from I literally think in their head at all. Like, if the globe is not real and it was a lie, that means every single thing pretty much that they have told you, especially about this model, isn't real, right? So then swipe it all away. Everything that you know needs to go out the freaking window in some ways, and then start investigating it and looking at it from a different perspective. But they can't. They still hold on to somehow those answers that the model says, instead of swiping it away and looking at it from a different perspective. That's the problem.
Yeah. And it's like, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I've never been on Tinder or any of those things, but if I was to swipe the ball away, do I swipe left or right? Like, get
swiping
fucked.
up, honey. Swipe up. Get out of here. Not you, but in general. Swipe up.
And isn't that where the whole burden reversal comes into play, is that they're going to claim that it's... Am I coming through? Go ahead, Snacks, please.
Yep.
I'm just saying, I guess basically what I'm trying to explain is that when you, like, for a lot of people, you're like, oh yeah, we believe in a flat earth. They instantly imagine a space pizza, like no, we think that the space is a hoax. Like, NASA lied. Like, it's like, but they're like, how ridiculous, a space pizza, and that's where their mind goes,
No, see, that's actually interesting you say that, because when I first heard about the flat Earth on April the 15th, 2015, remember the day vividly, I never once for a second thought about the space pizza flying up through space. Bullshit. Because the bullshit of the bullshit outdid the bullshit. I
can understand that. Oh, I actually do agree with that, because I don't agree with any of that pizza flying bullshit either. That was done by design to make us even look crazier. And then everybody went here and ran with it. Not us, but some people did. And most of us here did not, by the way, in these streams. But there's ones out there that still do. And it's nonsense. But we've never signed up for that shit. But we get labeled almost. That's where we think that we believe in all those things. And then you guys also, for some reason, not necessarily you, Jazz, but people think that we do too, in Flat Earth Society. And it's like, stop all that garbage and let's get down to the facts of the reality. I don't care about your opinion, my opinion. I don't even care. Let's break down what the model says and what can happen or can't happen. But when we're talking about what can happen on a flat Earth, we have not been shown that, presented that on a normal basis in reality until we start talking about it, right? You're not aware of that. So you can't just automatically go to it. That doesn't work on a flat Earth. I don't understand how people's brain even does that.
No, Stacey, you're quite right, because that was the first thing I heard. I heard the flat Earth. And then I thought, my initial thought was exactly what they were saying in the Flat Earth Society. And then I was like, no, that's not how you guys are thinking.
Well, who believes in space? That's the first question that I have. You got to believe in space first. You got to then bring in the ball or bring in a flat pizza flying through said space. Right? It's almost like you need to ask that as a pre-qualifier in order to start entertaining the question of what this place could actually. Hang on, Jazza. You actually have to start entertaining that question whether space can actually exist or not before you can get to that place of if it's a flying space pizza through space. Go ahead.
Have you ever flown in an airliner that there's a pressure gradient and at 30,000 feet the cabin altitude is 8,000 feet?
What? Are
Point
you
though, whether we have or
justifying? Hold on a
haven't.
minute. Sorry, Stacy. Give me a quick second. Hey, Jazza, are you asking me to justify space by asking me if I've flown in a fuselage?
Yeah, because if there's a pressure gradient and there's sea level pressure at sea level, which changes every day, mind you, quite a lot, depending on the weather patterns, when you go up to 30,000 feet, 35,000 feet, if you have children and they say if there's a rapid depressurization, put your masks on first and then your children's, because people will panic and go, fuck. Put your masks on first because the kids will pass out because you've only got like fucking 4 or 5 seconds. Your kids will pass out, they'll be fine. Then put their masks on because if you pass out and you can't put their masks on, they'll fucking die because there's not enough air up there. And that's only at 30,000 feet. So if you go all the way up to the Kármán line, where the pressure gradient goes to nothing, when in the history of mankind has anyone ever needed a container to contain nothing?
And you're saying that the heaviest gases are held to the Earth's surface based on their weight, right? And this is where there's a fork in the road. I choose to go my way. Hang on, Jazza, dude, you spoke. I patiently sat there and listened without interrupting you, waited till you were finished, and then I started talking. So you can shut up for a minute and let me say that your justification for a pressure gradient is ass on its face due to the fact that you can't justify it by stating the lightest gases go up and the heaviest gases are on the bottom just because my mask has to go on before my or after my children's in case of an emergency flying at altitude.
Looked at
Can I add to that?
You can look it up. I'm not going to provide it for you because it's your you do your own research. Look at a helium or hydrogen balloon in a vacuum, and it sinks to the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Do you know how that is? That proves that density and buoyancy do not make gravity work for you guys. Sorry.
Jazza, stop being intellectually dishonest. We all know that if you fill that balloon with 50% helium and 50% oxygen, it will float perfectly without going up or down. So don't poison the well with your observation. Thanks.
No. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying you're saying that helium floats, trying to disprove gravity. What I'm saying is, fill a helium balloon with helium, put it in a vacuum chamber on the same ground that your density and buoyancy is in, and it will sink. Because it's like the air's like water. That's what it acts like. It's not science and rockets, big dog.
I actually agree with you that air is like water. Air is just uncondensed water, right? When air condenses, i.e. it rains, it becomes water. And I fully agree with you in that regard. However, when you take, and I fully agree with you, the 100% filled helium balloon will in fact sink in a vacuum chamber if you create the vacuum chamber by altering the medium that the balloon is within to create said vacuum. However, in an unaltered natural state, a 50% filled helium balloon mixed with 50% oxygen will float in perfect equilibrium every time, defunking your gravity.
And it won't float to the Kármán line like a fully filled helium balloon will. And that's when it pops.
But it's not even for that. For me, the fact that gases are moving in all directions in the first place is a problem, Jazza, though.
Well, it's not really, because see, here's the other thing. The other argument I've heard is the old propane gas tank, or any gas tank. There's no pressure gradient in a gas tank until it's very, 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 very extremely low, and the pressure goes down. That's what creates the gas pressure. Otherwise, you wouldn't get any fucking gas after the gas has gone down a few litres or pounds or whatever you think. That's what gas pressure is. It's equally pressing on all sides of the container. That's what gas pressure is.
Exactly. What we have here pressing on the what?
Exactly. So, Stacey,
All
that's
sides.
why... Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm saying there's a pressure gradient. There's no pressure gradient in a gas canister. And this is where you guys are getting...
There's liquid propane in the bottom of a propane tank.
Hang on, Stacey, not you. I like you. Snacks. This is where you guys are getting fucked up. That the gas pressure thing, no one... You can measure the atmosphere where you are in gas pressure or pounds per square inch. No one traveling through the atmosphere measures the atmosphere in gas pressure. It's barometric pressure or atmospheric pressure. Depends what hemisphere you're in, because the Earth's a globe.
Stacey.
Poisoning the well.
No, because gas pressure is exactly what you
You're still
just
talking
said.
about pressure.
No,
But
gas
that's
pressure.
exactly what you were talking about earlier, Stacy, right? Is like they'll say a whole bunch of stuff and then slip in because the Earth is a globe, right? And this is why I say poisoning the well. We're discussing we're discussing pressure and how it works, and then you've got to come in with that double last line and say because the Earth is a globe, right? There's nothing that states with relation to heaviest dense gases going to the bottom that will enforce the surface being in fact flat.
Killing.
No, kill and then Ian. There's a guy named Ian and you want to kill him. Kill Ian. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
Kill Ian. All right.
Horrible.
This is what you guys get fucked up. Is gas pressure is gas expanding and putting all points of pressure equal on a container, right? That's the basic definition of gas pressure. And that's how you have a propane tank. That's how you have your gas bottle tanks. That's how you have your air compressor.
That's how dry ice works when you're in a club and the DJ lets out the dry ice and all the vapor comes in and it fills the bottom part. And then as the bottom of the club is filled, the floor, it all starts to fill up.
No, that's not how that works.
Oh, but, really?
So if you guys are claiming gas pressure, that means that there's no pressure gradient on the Earth. Because there's no pressure gradient in a tank, in a diving tank, in a propane tank, under gas pressure, because that's where the pressure's measured, is at the top. And that's where it falls away because there's less molecules pushing on every surface of the container.
I mean, propane tank's liquid at the bottom. Like it's
even
liquid
better.
propane.
Even better. It's like the sea.
It sublimates to a gas.
That's even better.
It causes endothermic reactions. Like you can't even discharge an entire propane bottle without it frosting over.
Okay, that's even better. So, but the pressure is equal from the bottom of the tank to the top of the tank, all the way up until it runs out, until your liquid turns into a gas after things cool down.
That's not true because, propane at the bottom, gas on top. Think about it. different densities because
And they
it's
change
the matter.
temperature. Are you literally trying to dig
Are you
yourself
literally
into a
trying to say
trench
that the
in World
density
War One,
of
or
Are you literally trying to say that the density of propane gas is equal to the density of propane liquid? Is that literally what you're trying to fucking say?
no? What I'm trying to say is I don't even know anything about propane. What I'm saying is that if you're saying that something's a liquid at the bottom of the tank and there's gas pressure within the tank, then maybe once the gas pressure is relieved, then the liquid propane will turn into gas after it either
But
cools
that
down
you
or heats
said
up.
this maybe will work. Then you also said your examples are talking about what propane, and then you just said in your own statement that you know nothing about propane. Why are we having a conversation that this is your
Trying
reasoning
to count
if you
kiwis
know
again.
nothing about propane?
Does it dangle around when you drive? What, the deer?
Okay,
Well, no,
okay.
we
You can't even
put it
count
at my
birds.
buddy's house. All the deer, skin them, cut their legs and their heads off, hang them in here.
I think you're hot micing. Never mind. It's something he's playing. I thought he was trying to speak. My bad.
Sorry, Stacey. I'm gonna go and have a quick leak. I'll be back in a minute.
You're good. You're fine. I'm making a coffee and so too. About to go down. It's that time. It's getting 7:30. Sunrise. I hate calling it sunrise though. Yeah, sun coming into view. Whatever you want to call it. It's programmed in my head. To see the sun's coming up. Isn't that funny? I mean, the fact that we're even talking about gas pressure and you're avoiding the fact of it all, and that gas is moving in all directions, you refuse to even think about that on a deeper level. But we have gravity. That's your answer is gravity for everything. That can't happen. And I'm sorry. All these things that you guys give. I want to see this shit. I want to see this stuff that you guys are telling me that can happen. It doesn't. It doesn't happen.
When we go up there,
I'm also really curious about clouds and how clouds would work if there was no container.
it has to be enough.
Holy fucking shit!
Oh yeah, a
on.
second.
You
Hold
can
on.
poison the well and say, "Holy crap, I'm so dumb. Yeah, I don't
Kellyanne,
understand it."
hold on
Blah
one
blah blah.
second.
But you can go ahead and describe how it damn
We
well
paint
works.
them,
No, I shouldn't have to.
Guys, can you guys hear me?
I'm not going to do that.
Can
You guys hear
Jeremy?
me?
All right, Stacey, good talking
Hold on.
to
I'm
you.
you're
trying to
good,
figure
Jeremy.
out.
Go ahead,
Oh,
please, dude.
hey, hold on, everyone. Just stop talking for 1 second. All right, go ahead. I figured it out. It's Lion.
I told you, honey. Sorry. Yeah, the hot micing a little bit. We didn't know. Yeah.
Okay, carry on, guys. Carry on. Holy shit, man.
Damn right. Good talking to you, Stacey B. We'll catch you next time.
I was telling you about the other day too, or was it yesterday, whenever. When I started looking into sublimation and stuff and ice in a vacuum, I was like, wait a minute. We have always ice rings and everything out here. I was talking to Jedi every day about it and trying to break it down. But I'm still learning along the way. Like, so I don't make any claims. I'm really trying to dive into it more. I stopped doing that for, oh wow, I've been gone for almost, what guys, a year and a half, 2 years. So I really haven't researched it enough again. Now that I'm back, I feel like I want to do more and more, get back into this stuff. But I don't want to go back down to the debating. I'm not debating people. I want to have a conversation. Don't need to debate. It gets too toxic.
All right, I'll see you in Gems in 5 minutes.
Stacey, just
You
real
said
quick.
we're going to Gems, Stacey?
Heck no, bro. Wait, that's the old days. You know what? We'd actually probably do good. They invited me again. Jim was over here screaming at me again the other day, and well, not screaming, but his text was. He was pissed. Oh well.
Stacey B, were you just talking about sublimation?
I haven't really
I
done the
did.
research again on it, but yeah, and you did too, correct?
Have a quick look at my profile picture on my windscreen. That literally happened as I was coming into land, and the lower pressure from the rotor blades turned the rain into ice straight away.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
pretty
it
cool.
was
I didn't understand the triple
snowed
point.
up.
I didn't know any of that stuff when I was looking into it, right? And turning back into a gas and all. I think it's fascinating in itself. Whether you want to do globe or not, flat, it's still just interesting to learn about it. I didn't understand that until fucking my 30s. Like, dang.
Yeah, I had to do 7 exams, 16 exams, and meteorology was my favourite. The way the weather works is fucking amazing.
Do you believe that they're also, by chance, you have any kind of, you don't have to, you probably don't, that they are creating weather too? I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen the video, they can make clouds and all that. And when I flew to England over the water, I mean, you're really flying for like 6 hours straight over water. And there was places along the way where you just have this little station out in the middle of the water and it's creating clouds. I saw like 4 of them on my way to England. So yeah. Have you ever seen anything like that flying, Jazza, or witnessed where they're creating possibly our weather? Especially out in sea as well, not just in our planes.
No, I've never flown out to sea, but if you're out at
Okay.
sea and there's a landmass, then the temperature's going to increase.
Oh no, this is not a landmass at all. Literally, it's just a little tiny square, which probably a little bigger than that because you're at 40,000 feet, right? 38,000 or so feet. But no, it ain't very big. There's no land around. They built something out in the middle of water. There's quite a few of them out there, and they're constantly spraying. They're spraying above me at 40,000 feet, and below me these chemtrails too. Then you see the planes flying next to you that ain't doing that as well, right? The contrails. There's something different. If you fly, you'll see that stuff. Especially when you have to fly for 9 hours. I was surprised to see the elevation and so like where they're actually flying at, and how high was interesting to find out too. And they're
But
not all high. People say, oh, it's a certain height. No, it ain't. They're going real low. They're going real high. They're all over the place.
were you going from the east coast of the US to Europe?
Yeah, I
When
was
you
going
saw
from
this?
Atlanta, Georgia. Well, I went from Indiana to Atlanta, Georgia to United Kingdom. Yes.
And were you on the right-hand side of the airplane?
I actually was on the way there. On Atlanta, Georgia left, on the right side on the way to England. Yeah.
I'm guessing that the cloud formations that you saw appear were either over Newfoundland, Greenland, or Iceland, because clouds won't just randomly form in this
Oh, honey.
big
These are
fucking
puffed up in the
cyclone.
air, and they're coming just like you see from that documentary that was done, guys, where they're creating those clouds. This is the same kind of thing right on the ocean, and not just one. You can see it coming from one spot only, up, right? And there's like 4 of them on the way there. And this is not no landmass or anything. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying from my perspective of what I saw. I'm just giving you my experience. I did not see that.
Yeah.
I'd know if it was land. I personally think I know if it was a land mass.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
But no, I loved it. I literally made myself, because I hadn't flown since I was like 12 or something like that. So I made sure to put myself though by a window each way. Scared out of my mom, but I loved every minute of it. As soon as I got in that plane, I was like, this is life. Oh man, it is so much fun. The takeoff and the landing are the best part. Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm jealous. Every time I see a plane flying above me, I'm like, nah, it's not fair. It's liberating.
You have to go in a helicopter one day, but anyway, well,
Yeah, I've been in one time. Long time ago though. But yeah, they're fun.
yeah. But no, we'll leave you to it. And sorry if I wasn't trying to be an asshole tonight, but I probably was.
You're good. You're all good, Jassa.
Yeah, no, all good. You're all good too, Stacey. So you guys have a good one. We'll catch you tomorrow night or later in the week or something.
Yes, Spirit.
All good. Catch you.
Bye, hand.
See ya.
Sleep tight, Jazza.
I've known Jassa for quite a while now. He still owes me a helicopter ride one day.
I'm going to get on my PJs run.
Yes, I should
Making a nightcap.
What's that, Jeremy? You're cutting in and out a little bit. Try again, hun.
I was gonna say, I wonder how many dreams he has. The helicopter. Every time I have a job, like I'll have a dream where the job is all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I used to be a baker, and I was always burning shit in my dreams and shit. It was going crazy. So I'm just wondering if he like crashes the helicopter a lot in his dreams.
Right. Interesting.
Also, on a side note, do you know why I have a 1 on my DoorDash icon on my home screen? I'm about to Google it. Never mind.
What's that? Why? Because you're number one?
Yeah, like
And
it's notification, but like I don't see anything. It's all good. I'll Google it.
yeah, I've not seen that before, huh? Actually. No, you were actually being serious with me. I'm sorry. I thought it was kind of a joke, but now I get it. You're asking me a DoorDash question because I've done it. And if I knew anything about it. My bad, Jeremy. It's so early. The coffee isn't working that well this morning. Apparently. Anybody by chance know when the eclipse is? I just heard about it the other day. I almost went into the conversation with the person about eclipses and all that, and then I thought, no, it's not the right time. He's disabled. He's got
Yeah,
a
a
mental
couple
disability
days.
too. So I was like, I'll wait. A couple
Maybe a
days,
couple
really?
days.
Is it that soon?
I think so.
Let's check into that. I heard we're getting 3 minutes and 45 seconds of darkness. I'm like, well, whatever.
You won't.
I know.
You get 3 minutes and 45 seconds back. The sun's a little bit dim.
Right. Oh, that's interesting.
The jump off is like Texas, New Mexico, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, Stacy, the eclipse is happening at 11:15 Eastern Standard on Saturday. So whatever your timing is, what time zone are you in?
It should be in Eastern. I mean, yeah, I'm in Indiana.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, there
Yep.
you go. So yeah, you'll be, and you're in the
Sweet.
Midwest. No, Indiana. Would that be Midwest?
Yeah, they listen. They call it Midwest, and I don't know why, sweetheart. I just go with it. I know
All right,
it's
well,
weird.
in any case, apparently you're going to be in the path because this path is going straight down the eastern coast of North America. So pretty damn dope.
Sweet. Yes, I will be. I'll be interested in watching. Thank you for telling me that, hun.
And or check
One
the
of my-
weather though. That'll obviously impact you.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
two things. I figured out how to clear that icon. It was a promo. Second thing, one of my teachers is actually calling into school to go watch the eclipse to be in the path of totality.
Woo.
Three
wouldn't doubt
things. Third thing, we need to get some Foucault pendulum set up.
For real.
Fourth thing,
When we
kosher
got
It's not
Saturdays
gonna work, Jeremy.
in a
not gonna
world.
work.
It may work. Don't be a negative Nancy.
It's a negative Nancy again, right? Here she comes in. See, there's a part of me that wants to go back to Jones because sometimes we just rock that shit out, Jeremy. And they used to get mad at us and compare us to one another, which is nonsense. They do that to everybody, right? You're just like, what's it to? You talk too fast and blah, blah, blah. It's stupid. But I did have some fun, but I know where it will go. Just like, I'm not really going to even.
I was in there a few days ago. I still
Were
go
you?
in there from time to time.
Like, why even give them that? I think they've done enough disrespect, and I've heard pretty much all their nonsense anyway. I could hear it here too. If they want to come over here, they can. And as you see, when Jim has a little fire up his fucking ass, he'll come over, especially if I say something. Hey, Jim. He loves screaming at me. You
Is
and
that-
me, hun.
Is that some other server or something that they're all on?
Oh, yeah, Jim Panda server. It's a toxic server. The most toxic server I've ever been on or seen. And I will definitely stand up for that. And if you want to go, it's fine, because people do. But I warn you, put your freaking... You can even seriously put all your guards up. It won't matter, because they try to get personal, your personal life. I mean, they literally try to get me for frauding my own disability. And if they can find something, they will. And they called in for this, right? And I was reported. I had to fight for
Wow.
this shit 2 years ago. Yeah, we want to talk about them coming to your jobs. I've had them call my fucking job because people
They're
gave
like a
out my
bunch
phone
of
numbers and like
hyenas
that
over
stuff.
there.
Oh, it's
That's not
horrible.
cool at all.
No.
They're like a bunch of hyenas over there, Professor. Just to answer your question, they jump around and throw poop at each other and eat it.
I spent about
Wow.
2 years in there. Go ahead.
No, I'm just like blown away, man. I just can't imagine. Like, dude, can you imagine trying to be like in somebody's life? Dude, that's just I can't even fathom that. Calling somebody, trying to figure out who the person is in real life, like
No,
psychopathic,
the
bro.
thing,
Like,
the thing
mental
is no, my life was already out there. This is the problem. I've been very open, and my name, first name, last name, where I'm at, where I live. When you're doing activist work too, and trying to be part of tours and go with it to other countries, you're in people's face. You're gonna meet them face to face. So for me, it was like I don't give two shits. Jim Panda, I'll see you soon. All that. It was more how disgusting that human beings can get, that you literally would go that far to not only mess up someone's job, but their livelihood, their literally their disability. You could throw someone in jail for fraud. Thank God because I wasn't frauding them, but I had to go through that. And I actually have still the paperwork where it shows they're questioning me for fraud. I have for screenshots where the server was telling everybody to turn me in and the phone number for it and everything, my full name, Facebook page, and all that. Then shortly within 2 weeks, I got something telling me that they were investigating me. So I went through 6 months of that. And I had even see a psychiatrist for it, right? Your evaluation and everything. And they found out that I was not. And then I literally said I wouldn't go back to work because it wasn't enough money anyway. So I thank you all in a way for allowing that to happen because I didn't get in trouble. It proved I was innocent. And second, I'm actually out here, I would make money that I can afford to live because that paycheck on disability ain't shit. So thank you for letting me get back into society. But it's horrible. That's the kind of stuff that you'll deal with. Not worth it for me. Nah. Not going through that kind of madness again.
Yeah, that's just wild, man. It just shows the character of the kind of people that you're dealing with. You know what I mean? It's like,
Absolutely.
and like how psychopathic. Like, I mean, I may think that. I mean, now knowing about flat Earth and everything, I think that scientism is a cult. Religion, like the one world religion the Bible talks about, and I think that, I think that I think they're wrong, but I wouldn't like try to hurt somebody over having a different idea. Like, how evil. Hey, do any of you guys do computer like are any of you guys programmers?
I am not. I used to hack video games and stuff in the past. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
There are programmers out
Hey, Jeremy, what do you think I should learn for my first language? Java or like Python? Like, I don't know which.
I am a terrible person to ask. I tried to learn C++ for my first language, and that was fucking so.
Go with Python.
Visual Basic.
Macromedia Flash 3.
I was gonna chime in and say C++ and Java. That's what I heard, but I don't want to poison the well. It's just what I heard. I wouldn't take that 100%.
Visual Studio. I don't know. Python's really useful. It can get in between a lot of processes and handle them. depends what you're trying to do, like web development, application development, hardware. I don't know.
Yeah, is there like kind of, I don't know, out of like one of the, I don't know. I guess I hear like Java's really good because it can like kind of go into a lot of different fields, you know, like even like cybersecurity and stuff. So I just was I was going to try to sit down and learn one of them.
I don't know. Python's pretty cool because it really is pretty good with interacting with like AI stuff, and that like allows you to do like application extensions. Like that's probably good. And Python's a little confusing if you know something else already.
Oh, so like oh really? That's interesting to know. So if you knew Java and then you were trying to learn Python, you think it would be harder?
Yeah, well, like the syntax conventions, all the stuff's different. So
Oh, okay.
if you're like already, you'll confuse yourself. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's specialized knowledge. It takes a long time to put it all together. So just have some idea what you want to know it for.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just like I've always like done industrial construction, and I'm like trying to have like something else to do. You know what I mean? Something else that I could fall back on, and like I don't know if like apparently like the tech stuff, like if you can pass certifications and stuff, and learn like a programming language, like you're valuable, like you have valuable in that industry, so or value in the industry. So I was trying to figure out something, a backup, you know.
You could go like a different way too, and just like specialize in some graphical stuff, like maybe Unreal Engine or something. Like starting to be able to do a lot of different things with that kind of stuff, like not just video games, simulation. Um, yeah, and then it's extendable with all the AI stuff. So
Yeah, me personally, if I was gonna learn how to do anything at this point, I would learn how to make iPhone apps, like games on the iPhone and shit. Like I feel like you could get busy off of that if you make a good game.
Really making a game?
I
I'm a
mean, yeah, you
gamer.
could have it do ads. I know you could have it do ads, or you could have it do where people can buy stuff in the app or whatever. Like I just feel like there's a lot of money to be made in the apps.
Yeah, that's true, man. Dude, so like I would have to fly into work, and I would live in like man camp. And dude, so many that like, dude, I'm talking like high up managers, bro, be like playing these games on their phones up there. And I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Like you guys, and then they would like form these guilds and stuff. There'd be like I don't know, dude, like superintendents play that. I'm like, dude, how much they're like talking about how their wives were pissed off on how much money they spent on it. I'm like, how much did you spend? Like 15 grand? Like what? On a video game? It's wild. What's up, Blue Car?
What's up, man?
How's it going, bro?
Oh, it's going. Uploading some
Hey.
stuff to archive,
Oh, cool.
to Internet Archive, which I don't know why I didn't do that before. Like, I got to get with the times, man.
Dude, did you see that debate with McToon and Space Audits last night?
I did not.
Dude, it was so good, dude. McToon's smirky face was just wiped clean, dude. Oh, it was so nice.
McToon, that guy.
Yeah, that guy is so annoying. I hate his face, man. I hate looking at it.
You ever like you see those people who they just have that punchable face? You just you just want to just punch it.
Yeah, man, that guy's face is just like, oh, I just want to slap it.
Not a hard punch, just like a little, just a little, just a little tap.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, but dude, Alan, it was so good, dude. Like, just crushed him, dude. He literally, there was like these, because they were doing like, oh, you have 7 minutes to, do your spiel, and McDoon was just like, I'm gonna pass, like, trying to get, like, literally tried to speed it up to get his whippings over with.
So he had 7 minutes to talk. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was really cool how they did actually, out of all the debates, I would say, yeah, it was really cool how they did the like the structure of it, just the way they I don't know, like, you just have to watch it. I can't really describe it, but it was cool.
Nice. Yeah, I talked to him once. That was a while back.
Oh, who, Alan, or?
No, McToon.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did. Like, PhD Tony was there too. But he dropped, like, I don't know how much he dropped, but he was putting in all these super chats. Ugh. PhD Tony. I have a PhD in flat Earth seismology, and the Earth's a globe.
There's no way that's real.
I just think that's
A
such.
PhD in flat Earth. What?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, I think that's what he said. A PhD in flat Earth seismology. Like, oh, okay, bro. He's like a globe expert.
So he's got a PhD in flat Earth, yet he thinks the Earth is a globe. Help me understand.
Dude, like that, the best part of his debate with Witsit, which was great, was he's like, Witsit brings up the tsunamis. He's like, well, why hasn't a tsunami gone around Antarctica? And he's like, oh, I just can't. I was waiting for you to say that. I asked my friend, and he said, because. It's like, because it's special. Like, just, that was basically his answer. I was like, wow, bro, okay. It's like, I talked to the expert.
Right, and a tsunami happens how? right? The plate shift and it pushes the Earth up. I think that's complete bullshit. Nukes going off, right? Nuclear
Yeah.
explosives don't exist. Okay, so what other excuse are they gonna come up with, right?
Yeah, I just was blown away, dude. Like, it was like, wow, that seems really odd that literally there's no other place that, like, doesn't, when a tsunami happens, like, the wave goes all the way around the island, or it doesn't matter how big it is, except for Antarctica. And it's because it has a special, according to the experts, it has a special shelf because of the special shelf. I was just like, wow. I mean, you guys just got, like, that doesn't seem like a convenient, like, they're just like, no, the experts said, my religion said.
You see, what happened is, what had happened was, they put Antarctica on the top shelf so that when your house floods, it doesn't touch the ice and melt it. See, the shelf keeps it above the water line. Duh.
It's special. And, oh, dude, yeah. I don't know. I'm not very super articulate, but
God, I thought everybody knew that.
yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I wish I was, like, better at speaking and all that. I'm not very good at it, but man, it's just like, if
It's just like anything
just
else.
watch
Just
it, it's like,
practice.
dude, this is a train wreck.
Just practice.
I'm a little bit impressed
Nobody
with
is good at one thing, like out of the womb or overnight.
like Space Audits is able to articulate some pretty intense things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that. Oh man. Well, I guess I was talking to Shane, and he was like, "Oh yeah, dude." He's like, "We've sat down," and I guess so. Like, basically, he has like a whole. It's really organization, I guess, in a lot of ways, because he has like a whole archive, and he's written essays on everything. So like when they bring up a point, he knows where it's at in his little database, and he's like, oh yeah, I wrote a paper on that. And so he just basically has like a paper, and then he even has like slides that go with it, like that has the some of the papers that he's gone through when he was, researching that topic. I was like, oh man, that's brilliant.
No, man, the gig is up. It's quite evident by now, yeah. So like, dang.
Yeah,
they're
I
onto
mean,
us.
like, yeah, because I mean, the thing is like when Alan's, dude, yeah, the gig is totally up. So like, McToon, who's always all smirky and like has his little gotchas, like, nah, like, dude, he knew, like, I was kind of, he knew, dude, he knew that that Alan had the smoke, and was like a bunch of stuff like he just couldn't talk about because it was going to make him look dumb. So he had this, it was great, man. It was super good. Globe is dead.
For some reason, it's more engaging to listen to people talking in real time as opposed to pulling up the live stream a day later or whatever and listen to it afterwards, right? I don't know why that is. Like, I don't even bother to like pull up a live stream and watch what I missed. That's kind of weird. It's like, what difference does it make if you're not participating,
Yeah, yeah. I don't. It was just fun last night because Shane was streaming it. We were all in Discord. And Shane's like, "Oh," he's like, I don't know. Between the two, or Shane's commentary, it was killing me. It was so funny.
Like I wouldn't even bother like debating with McToon anyway, or conversing or whatever you want to call it. It's like, what's the what does that solve, right? If someone is paid, if that's his job to fit that narrative, then what's, I guess, for like entertainment purposes, right? Because like what else is there to gain? Because that's not really gaining anything. That's just entertainment. It's not like we're accomplishing something by making him go, oh, maybe the Earth isn't a spinning globe. Eureka! Light bulb goes off. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I
That's
would say
probably not
like,
going to happen. So
yeah, I would just say for me personally, the debates was like really what kind of helped me make up my mind because, just after watching hours and hours of debates, I was like, oh, that's like, okay, that's the argument for that's this side's argument for that. That's this side's argument for that. So, and it kind of helped me hone it, zero in, and it helped me get through the weeds.
well, one thing it is good for, even though we're not accomplishing anything other than entertainment, but another way to look at it is you get the practice, right? You get the practice of talking back and forth to people.
Yeah.
So just get in there. Because it's so interesting to hear what they have to say about like whatever question you can think of. Well, what about this or what about that? And like see what he says.
Dude,
It's hilarious.
my thing I want to do right now is I need to find somebody that wants to link up and do it. But I want to try to like climb. I want to try to get to a mountain peak and then have a friend get on another mountain peak and try to do mirror flashes from super far. I think that would be cool. It's like one of those P1000s.
Oh yeah, like going to like battle it out from afar.
Yeah, like if you like, because just listening to the debates, like, or even like the long distance photography, like I've literally like listened to debates and they're like, and the Globers will be like, well, they'll say like, oh well, it's funny none of this is ever done at high altitude because that would negate a lot of this refraction, blah blah blah. And I was like, yeah, well, what the fuck? Like, why don't I do that? Like, it would be cool. What's that?
So what difference would that make?
Well, I mean, I think just like just for like the optical distortions, from like atmospheric lensing or however, it seems like everybody kind of has a different explanation for it, refraction or whatever. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like if you were in the Rockies, okay, and like you hiked to like a 13,000 foot peak, and then like 50 miles away, like another peak that you could see, right? If your buddy hiked up 13,000 feet, about same height, altitude, and then you were trying to do an experiment there, like long distance photography there, maybe they say mirror flashes are like line of sight only, right? So if you're if you're at that altitude with that kind of observation with the long distance photography, like, what the hell is anybody going to say to that? Like, how is that happening? Right? To me, that seems like that gets rid of all these different variables, and you would have like a super hard. You would have a really good physical experiment. That would just be really hard to debunk, as you know.
Yes, like a test that we can do ourselves. Be like, look at this. That's what I think we should be doing more, right? Than just going back and forth on what we read or see on a slab of glass, you know? Like actually get in there and do it ourselves.
Yeah, and the other thing, dude, the other thing I want to do next is because so for like if you look at Alan's work, it talks about like he's talking about how like all the data that he's gone through. It talks about he's talking about how laser like the readings from laser interferometry change with like like where you're at on the plane, right? So like if you're more towards the center, then the readings are different than if you're out in the south. So I don't know. I would like to personally, I mean, because bro, you can go to Alaska, you can get on the Haul Road, and you can go all the way up to Prudhoe Bay, the top of Alaska. Like you could prove like I am getting a crazy reading here, and to me, it's just the fact that like it hasn't been done on the the Globers could do it too, right? To prove that you're wrong. And one of us need to go out there and do that. I would be interested to see what those results are.
Right. I know someone in Alaska. Well, not know them, but on the internet.
Yeah, I know some people in Alaska. But yeah, I think that would be interesting. I really want to do for some reason I think that the like high altitude, long distance, like similar elevation mirror flash. I think that would be just like I don't know how they would argue against it.
Do it, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Do it. Just do it.
Do it.
Hey, you're the one with the equipment.
I mean, we already have We already have Canago, the Canago observation, and a bunch of observations from up high.
Yeah, but that's not doing it yourself, though. That's different. But I get what you're saying, though. Definitely.
Well, Jeremy, would you think that wouldn't if you could do a mirror flash, like wouldn't that be even more damning? Are any of them mirror flashes?
No, I don't know of any mirror flashes, but all they're gonna say is they're just gonna say refraction. Like just because you're up high, they're still gonna say refraction. So
What do you mean by mirror flashing?
Well, so I mean, the military does mirror flashing, and you have to be in line of sight of the mirror to see the flash. So
you put a massive mirror and you flash a light, or what?
yeah, you would just have to. Yeah, you would. Yeah, like one. Yeah, well, like one side of the one of the observer, like that has another person at the other point, flashing a mirror back, right? And that if it was, I just think like if you're at that altitude, there's like less atmospheric interference, and there's less refraction that they can use as an excuse. And then the mirror is line of sight. Like it's supposed to only be line of sight to see it, right? So if you got up at that, you're just like eliminating so many variables. Like they would have less of a leg to stand on if you're seeing like 25 miles away, like when you shouldn't be. I mean, what the fuck are they going to say to that? That's like, it seems like a pretty, I don't know. To me, it seems like a pretty solid experiment.
I'd like to see it. So what are you doing? You're taking the. Are you doing this during the day and using the sunlight to redirect the light to the observer, or?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all done with sunlight, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that would be cool too. You could, if you just stayed up there, you could even try to do some like laser stuff at night. That would be really cool too, actually. That's a good idea. Ooh, I'm gonna try that, boys.
Don't
I'm gonna
talk
be on
about it.
YouTube.
Be about it.
Yeah, boy. I'm gonna be on YouTube's like, yeah, and look at this Professor Silly Questions video.
Hey, if you're not stirring up enough shit on YouTube to get canceled, you're not trying hard enough. All right.
For sure.
That's how you know. Was it Eric DeBay? I think his channel got deleted a few times, if I'm not mistaken, at least once. Kind of surprised he's still up. They didn't just flat out delete him.
Yeah, that's one thing I like. I'm just now coming into this space because like I would not look at any of this because I just thought it was ridiculous. But yeah, and one thing I find interesting is how like it seems like there's all these different even factions in Flat Earth. Like some people are like, "He's a shill," and
Well, there's a lot of
what's the
genuine
terrible?
flat Earth channels on YouTube, but what Google is betting on, who owns YouTube, is the algorithm. The algorithm, if you haven't dived down that avenue yet, if you're just a normal, a normie that believes that the ball is or the Earth is a sphere and it's spinning, you're not going to see all the genuine flat Earth stuff. You're just going to get the propaganda, right? So I don't think it really matters that the genuine flat Earth channels stay up, right? Because you're not going to see it anyway. You
Yeah,
type in
that's
flat
true.
Earth, right? You're just going to get the garbage at the beginning.
Yeah, that's very true, man.
It's actually pretty smart if you ask me.
I know, man. I so miss the old internet where you could just like, yeah, it was so cool before. So now, like whatever you type in, it's just like CNBC, CNN, Fox News, like a million stream page after page of mainstream articles.
Google is like so ruined.
Man, I love 90s internet. It was so awesome. Nothing like it is today. I mean, that was before YouTube, of course. But
GeoCities.
yeah, GeoCities, yes, and all these websites. You can just create your own website for free. Everyone had theirs, and it's just a different time, man. But don't get me wrong, 2000s was fire as well, because I think YouTube, they sailed ship in November of 2005, or at least about 2006. Right, and then between 2006 and 2012, that was like YouTube in its prime. And then I think they got bought out in 2008. I'm just going off memory. I could be wrong. But the acquisition didn't really, make a huge, change, for the worse until about 2012. That's when it all started going downhill big time. With the algorithms and all that nonsense. DRM and copyright strikes. And here we are today. That's why I like Rumble and Odysee and BitChute. Especially Rumble and Odysee. Like, I can post anything on there. As long as it's not porn, they don't care. You'd be amazed, like, just about anything.
Cool. Like you can pretty much listen to any music you ever heard.
Right.
You might have to watch an ad first.
Well, that's what you use the ad blocker. I can't name the name of the ad blocker because I got yelled at for doing that. Because we're streaming on YouTube, and apparently, if you say the name of this ad blocker, which is like the most used one, that I think is the most effective, right? Because I never see ads. I forgot all about them. Actually, it does that good of a job. Never.
Dude, what is this sorcery? Tell me about. Tell me more.
Oh, this ad blocker I'm talking about.
I need.
Okay, let me break it down. Umbrella. Bravo, Lima, Oscar, Charlie, Kilo. Google that.
Umbrella blocker?
I'm giving the NATO phonetic alphabet of it.
Yeah.
I can't say it.
Yeah, you can't say it. And don't say it once you get it. That's them's the rules. Or just DM.
My bad. Yeah, this is my bad. That's so crazy. We're like, anyhow.
That proves my point, though. See what I mean?
My bad. My bad. Hey, I also miss the old internet where there was an algorithm searching for speech to censor and screw you over. Like, that's just wild to me. It's like robot thought police out here.
Yeah.
That definitely used to not be a thing.
Yeah, I talked to a few people who, some of them friends, going, I'm gonna get on YouTube. I'm gonna get a lot of likes, and that's gonna be my main source of income. And I'm like, you sure about that? Your
Yeah.
primary source of income? You might want to reconsider that. As a hobby or a side gig, sure, go at it. But I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. But as a main source of income, you're playing Russian roulette. Because we could be following the book, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, and the algorithm could just be having a bad day. Man, that's a wrap. Happens all the time. That's why I like to update to Rumble and Odysee. I mean, I don't have to worry about all that. Right? It's like, oh, did I put any music in here that they're going to flag? Let's see. There's so many words you can't say that you have to, like, skirt around it. Like Romeo Alpha Papa Echo. That's one. Or, yeah, there's so many words that you can't use.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's wild, man. Like just it's the thought police for sure.
Or if someone like breaks in your house, you can't tell people what their name is, and you got to blur their face out. You got to protect the guilty, right? The perpetrator.
Yeah, back in my day, they didn't have any of this internet censorships.
I mean, I don't agree with doxing, but if someone did something, morally wrong that everybody can agree on, that's like really messed up, I have no problem with that. It's like dox them all you want, that should be like hey, watch out for this guy,
Right.
just like in communities when
It's away from him.
right, you always have that bad apple, like even in like a really tight community, like off the grid, like out in the middle of nowhere. You'll get those people that will come in, right? You can't escape it. And that'd be like covering up for him and being and not telling anybody that he did something horrible, but you keep it all hush hush because you might get shut down. You might get kicked out of the community if you say anything, right? You can imagine like what happens next. It's the same thing. I mean, even though it is on the internet, I don't know. Internet is interesting. The internet is a tool just like anything else, like a gun, a car. It can be used for good, it can be used for evil. Right? Did you ever get a chance to check out that one video I sent you?
Let me look. Hold on. Yeah, I think I watched. Let me see.
It's whatever. I'm just kind of curious what you think of it. Like, just watching the first, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes of it.
Okay.
No rush.
No, yeah, I want to check it out. I remember we've had some good convos. For those of us with the skull. Oh, that's me.
Oh, speaking of which, that link you sent me. Were you able to see that document by chance?
Wait, the link I sent you,
DM?
oh, from that law that ISA was telling me about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it opens up for me. Could you not see it?
The site is trying to stick me behind a paywall.
Really? Oh, that's whack. Hold on.
Are you paying for that or what?
I hope not.
It says I can read it free for 30 days. It's like a trial, right?
Oh, really? Maybe I don't know. It's like it's Scribe, so I think it's legit.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways around this paywall. I just got distracted and didn't follow through with it.
I mean, dude, yeah, it's pretty interesting, bro. That I don't know. It's worth doing. Just reading that one little bit, I was like, "What? This is wild."
Do you have the document by itself by chance?
I mean, it's pretty short. Hold on, let me see. Maybe I can just send you a screenshot. Definitely worth it. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, man, just check this out. Just read that. Corpus Juris Secundum, Volume 7, Section 4, Attorney and Client.
Oh, that's all there is? Oh, okay. Because the preview only shows the top half of the page. Oh, okay. I thought there was more.
No, oh, okay, yeah, it's not
Gotcha.
big.
Right.
It's just that little bit, right? But it's like
Yeah.
it's pretty wild that I don't know. It's stuff I want to look into, that's for sure.
Yeah, that link I sent you, I'm actually going through there and normalizing the audio levels because they're all over the place.
Oh,
Okay,
dude,
just
that's
like
right.
yeah, I'm still working on it.
Okay.
I mean, that
Yeah,
video is like
I want to watch this right now. I forgot that's what you sent me.
I mean, the video is how long? 4 hours? Let me
Is
see.
it? Okay.
It's almost 6 hours long.
Nice. Ooh, I'm gonna yeah, dude, I'm gonna watch this thing today. Where'd it go? Here it is.
Military class.
Yeah, 5 hours and 45.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to all watch it now together for continuously the next 6 hours? What do you think?
I mean, I can pull up the video editor and well, I've done the first hour, I think. So like, I could just stream that. I mean, it's the whole thing, you know. I'm just saying, like, anyway.
Yeah, okay. I'm totally yeah, that would be awesome. Can you do that? Look,
Yeah.
just the first hour because you already cleaned up the audio, so that would be optimal for me. I'll be selfish.
And then removed all the like irrelevant parts because I'm sure I can get that video down a lot, you know, because there's just so much like coughing and you know, it's just unedited and live, you know, it's a live stream, so of course it's going to be very unpolished, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It's just when I get bored, I just work on it here and there. But anyway, here it is. Oh wait, we can't stream here. Or I can't. Because you can't stream into this channel. Is there a voice channel where we can stream?
Maybe Jeremy can hook you up. Jeremy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I can't type the command in right now. I'm driving. I'll be in a couple minutes. I'll be in a spot where I can type the command in.
Okay.
No other mods here? Shit. Who needs it?
Blue car.
Who's trying to stream something?
I am.
What?
Blue car.
All right. Give me a minute. Literally like 2 minutes. I'll be at a spot. I just pull over.
Hey, Jeremy, did you see that video I sent you about that BioLite camping stove thing? Or camping fire power thing?
I didn't watch it yet. I did see you sent it. I didn't watch it yet though.
Yeah, it's basically like a little setup, portable, and you can get electricity from like a little fire. Just start some sticks and shit.
That's what I'm talking about. Yo, is this guy Blue Car okay to give voice streaming to or whatever? Streaming privileges next?
Probably.
Alright.
I think he's pretty stable.
He's pretty stable, alright.
I mean, for our types, yeah.
Alright, hold on 1 minute. I'm gonna pull over here. This parking lot.
Damn. I should have forked out the money and got 32 gigs of RAM. 16.8 cutting it when you're editing video and you got a bunch of tabs open.
Oh yeah.
It just doesn't cut it.
M1 or M2? What kind of a Mac do you got?
Kind of what?
Are you using a Mac?
No.
Oh.
PC.
Okay. PC.
AMD.
16 gigs of what? RAM?
Yeah.
Yeah, 16.
Yo, try it. Blue Car, try it now.
Heck. Trying to edit up.
Says you can't stream into this channel. Maybe if
Alright, I did the wrong
quit
command. Hold
Discord.
on. No, hold on.
Nah. He accidentally put the "It's Your Birthday" command on. I take that out.
Hey, shorty.
Alright, try it now.
There it is.
There
Thank
you
you,
go.
sir.
Alright. You're welcome.
Whoa. 1440. I don't need all that. 1080 at 30 FPS.
This is Windows Media Player. What are you working with here?
Well, it's DaVinci Resolve.
That is? That looks so
Yeah.
different.
Now, Windows Media Player is much simpler.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know. I'm just seeing a smaller version.
Or a
or something.
movie maker, rather. I'm thinking like
Yeah. Yeah, I was just
Windows
joking.
7.
That's good. Yeah, Windows 7. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a mosaic transition? What? Crazy.
You ready?
Jam, shut up. No one actually cares. Wad, you're so funny. Jim, you're just toxic, love. Man, I pray for you.
Bro, imagine like, just happened to be here, and then we talked about this guy's talking.
Sorry, you were roboting for me a little bit there, so I don't know, something about something had to be here, or something. Sorry.
I'm just saying, like, the fact that he's claiming that I've popped in here maybe 2 times this month or some, like, it's just, he's saying he's only been here 2 times, but he just happened to come in the one time, like you mentioned his Discord, like, that's just weird.
This show, and he follows me around. He's always done this stupid crap, or because he's listening to us. That one person that's on there, it's him. On the YouTube channel. And they pay attention to all this crap. I know, they've been doing it for freaking years. But if he's only been here twice, and the last 2 times you've come, Jim, it's because I've been here. Because 2 times now you've come at me. So that's funny. You literally came here just for me. Am I that important? If your server did do that, and then you finally took it down, Jim, I don't actually care. I'm not lying. And I don't want to entertain this. It's actually stupidity. He's so ridiculous.
That is just wild. I can't believe that. Yeah, he's like clearly internet stalking you. It's like painfully obvious, bro. Like, what is your problem?
Who is stalking you?
Jim Panda.
You broke up. What'd you say?
Jim Panda. His server. He has his own server. And he's stalking me. It's the other side. And Brandon, all them over there, they hang out. Boy, you see anything about their server, and especially, it has to be certain people, though. I mean, a lot of people have said the same things that I say. But he's mad supposedly today because I mentioned something that happened to me. Oh, it sure the hell did. People were there. I don't care. He allowed it to happen on his channel.
You ever get a stray cat that comes by? Or you have like a roommate that feeds a stray cat?
That's me. No, you gotta take it.
What happens?
He keeps coming. He keeps coming.
What happens when the roommate keeps feeding the stray cat?
It never leaves.
Back, and then what happens? He gets friends.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you got 20 cats darting around the house.
Going at you.
You picking up what I'm putting down. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Back to the stream.
Yeah. Thank you, honey.
Jim Panda, don't you have your own life to live, bro, with your own Discord? Like, why the fuck are you here, dude? Like, are you...
Apparently, one reason, he's run out of Yorkshire pudding.
I say, if I ever have someone stalk me or trolling, I just ignore them, because by acknowledging their existence, we are doing like I would be doing what they would want me to be doing, right? Then they would be winning at that point, right? So I just ignore them.
What? Well, he's going to be like, watch, Snacks is right. I am out of Yorkshire pudding. How did that bastard know?
And this is what they do. They try to create fear in you too. Like, I'll make content about you. But you know how they clip things. You know how they rearrange things. I don't have time for it. And they use it the way they want. I don't actually care. I'm not going to watch it. I'm sure he'll get tons of views. And I'll have stuff like, yeah, good for him. Like, isn't there content you guys actually have instead of people? This is what I mean. So it kind of validates everything that I was saying earlier without even me trying. When you look at it in that perspective. Okay. Not worth it. Just saying, I'm not going to entertain anymore. He's had his fun. If he really wanted to have fun, he'd come in here. But he wants you to come to his server. That's the issue. Don't talk bad about my server. Come over here. Don't spread lies. It's about just me, that ego. He loves his server, makes him money. I'm gonna hear that's a lie too, but because it's linked to his YouTube and they do the shows and all that, it's money.
So how exactly does that make me money, Stacy? Like that.
Did you finally pop in, my dear? No, I'm kidding. I wish it was it's close. I wish it was.
It's far from where it could be, but I would need like some serious. It's just like training time, and it's a lot.
Is he British?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
why he's
god!
mad at me. I
It's
know.
from Nottingham. Nottingham. Yeah.
I hate globes and British people. Sorry.
Still love my British people. I dated someone who was from the UK, and I was there for 6 months. I appreciated that place. It was good.
Yeah,
But
I worked British Petroleum for a long time, and I've had bad experiences.
oh, I have two there. Oh, and they're quick with their words, but so am I. So it's great. Their humor is pretty brilliant. You got to be used to it, though, and you got to be used to, being called the C word, and not the one you can't talk about.
Anyway, that's the gist of it. About the first, let's see, 50 minutes.
Gem Panda, we're never going to your server, bro. Stop coming here and soliciting us. We're not. We're never.
For days. What are you gonna write? Who cares? SE. You already know, right? A liar? What? Can't be, right? He can't be. Oh, listen, can you post that for me? Send me in a DM, honey. Send me that when you make the content. I want to laugh. I want to watch, a little entertainment. I don't mind. You actually might get a view from me. There you go.
Hello? What the fuck, guys? What the fuck?
What's going on?
What's up,
Great.
Stacy? What's up, Stacy? Fuck is Jim's on about? Dude,
He just bought her. Hadn't been around in a while.
Yeah.
he seems real bad. This is the second day in a row he's coming in there for you, Stacy.
He gets so angry at me. Especially when we used to debate. I used to clip that shit. It's hilarious.
Yeah, you triggered
Listen,
him.
I trigger him all the time because I do understand people, and I've had conversations whether he thinks so or not. Or maybe he's that delusional he doesn't remember, right? I've actually had phone calls with him. One phone call with him where he made his shit. He's. I don't even give him an entertainment in my head that he's real. I know Jim outside a little bit from him that conversation that's not who Jim is. This is not who Jim is. This is for fun.
So you got a history together, huh?
Back and forth, nothing else besides just this shit right here and his nonsense where he wants to get involved where he thinks he knows something, he knows nothing. You know.
Yeah, but you've been friends online, right? Earlier, you've been.
I wouldn't call it friends.
Yeah, but friendly, right?
Friendly at one point. I keep trying to be with him, like be adults, but I can't.
I can tell that you've been friendly. That's why he acting like this. You know what I mean, Essie? When I need to say more?
No.
Essie's a dude. He know what I mean.
Essie's been around. Essie's gone through it too. So it could be anyone's story really over there. I mean, they've all been through the shit.
I'm just saying, dude sounds salty, man.
Very salty.
Salty
missed
chocolate balls. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Go on.
I'm sure I'm going to hear from Sven that why did you even partake in a conversation with that dumb freaking man? And he's another, Brett, and he can't stand Jim. But he's also shook hands with Jim on the Globe Tour because fucking Jim showed up to that. Stupid.
You broke that man's online heart.
I've been through stuff. I know a lot of people that have been involved in a lot of shit, communication with them or knowing about them. I've talked to Bob on a different level too. God bless his soul. I had things set up where Bob was going to be on my show, but he got ill. And life
Bob
is
the
more
science
important
guy?
than this stuff. Huh?
Bob the science guy?
Oh,
No, I
Bob
think
Glowbusters. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Bob
know
the
a
science
lot of
guy.
people.
Who's got the porta potty observatory in his backyard?
Yeah,
Is he?
Bob Nodell died though. I think you're thinking of Bob
Yeah.
the Science, right?
Oh, not Bob Nodell. I'm
Yeah,
talking
Bob
about Bob
Nodell.
the science guy.
Yeah, not him. Oh, I don't know him. I don't think I do.
Bob the
Oh,
Science.
you mean the big Bob, the main Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Good
that's
guy.
cool.
He's got a good
You got
heart. He did amazing.
Quad, you're thinking of Bob the Science guy. I call him blowjobs for Norcos because he got caught trading sexual favors with some woman for pink back in the day.
did he?
No, that's like he actually that's like a real thing that he was involved in. Back when he showed up a couple years ago, we did a nice little dive on him to see who the fuck he actually was when he first showed up. And yeah, he's like a lot of the other people around here. He's a very sexual deviant motherfucker. So
Oh shit! Good job, boys.
I think it's funny that he's still around. I saw him in Demon Stride's server yesterday. He popped in for like a minute but didn't say anything.
He's there all the time. He used to be before I get banned.
Is that Dimok? Is that his name now? Yeah. Has he changed it? Is that Dimok?
Who?
Demon Stride?
Demon Stride, yeah.
Is it?
I was wondering if that's Dimok, yeah, because I don't know where Dimok is or has been. It may not be.
This dude is like a 40 years old. I don't know how old is Demok.
He's sitting around my age. I'm almost 4. Actually, I'm almost 41. So
Yeah.
he's around my age. Yeah.
Okay.
He's funny. He'll talk about, show me your spinning water ball. Like, if it isn't, then looks
Dude.
good.
Oh, he's a flat earther. No, this guy's a global.
Oh yeah. Okay, then no, it's not him. We already can figure that out now. There's so many. I have so many people you meet along the way. You do.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought I was talking to a black dude for like a year. Talking to Dem. And then he got on camera one day and I was like,
Yeah.
bro, you are fucking better than me, dude. Like
That's funny. Those are the good old days when I actually would partake in debate and all that stuff. I had a lot of good people. And some bad ones, right? You do. That's all right. Met some really amazing people and then I got great relationships out of it, That's what we're here for, guys. It's the connecting. Finding the right people to connect with that was important. Yeah.
SE, are you around here, man?
I see. Good call.
Yo.
There he is.
So I was looking up because the whole like litter box thing, right? I couldn't remember if it was for a student or for a teacher, so I looked it up right now. And now they're trying to say that, oh, that's totally a hoax. That's never fucking happened. That's never been a thing of them doing that with fucking kids, right? And okay, one problem with that though is they have a history with this, right? Where we say they're doing something and they swear up and down that they are not, right? That they pretty much gaslight you saying that you're fucking nuts by saying that, right? They call you a conspiracy theorist. They say that you're out there. They say, why don't you wear your tinfoil hat and shit like that, right? And then what, 6 months later, it gets released that that's exactly what was happening, was what we were saying, right? I just think that's what's going to be happening with this like litter box shit. Because right now they're saying that it's not, right? And these reports were coming out in 2022, I guess was when it became rampant about the litter box stuff. How you know that it's there's like an agenda against hiding, not so much just an agenda against fucking litter boxes, but an agenda against hiding that information, is all the stuff that's there in place of the information about that whole story.
What they say about a litter box?
Say what?
What did you say? You said they said something about litter box.
Yeah. So in the chat, SE mentioned that about them bringing in a litter box for one of the furry teachers or whatever, right? You know what a furry is, right?
Yeah, but what is a furry teacher, bro?
No, that's what it's a teacher that thinks they're a fucking cat or a dog or whatever. So then
they go to work.
They go to work
as a teacher,
like a cat or a
dressed as
dog.
a furry.
Like, dude, they go out in the world dressed like this, man.
Oh yeah, that I know. But do they go to work as a teacher in a costume?
In the last
Bro,
few
is your
years,
name a teacher that's a furry pooping in a cat box in class? That's the question.
What the fuck?
and
there's a teacher using shitting in class.
If I remember, it wasn't in the class. It was like in the like the cat box was like in the bathroom. It wasn't like in the corner of the class or whatever. But dude, what's weird is I remember too many details of this fucking story for it to not actually have been so much of a thing, you know? Like,
yeah, it says
and now
here.
everything else, you can't find like the original stories and stuff that you saw of that. They've been pushed down and all the bullshit information that's out there now. Well, that was the one article I did find was from early like 2022. And I mean, think about it, dude. What have we been through since like January 2022 now, right? So in February we had East Palestine, and then right after East Palestine we had what, like 7-8 different train derailments and shit, a bunch of chemicals that they kept releasing in the air supposedly from all the train wrecks. And then after that, not too long, was Maui, right?
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that there was stuff in between there. We're getting hit with all this bullshit every couple months now. Like, I don't know. Do you remember being able to like see something happen, be able to think about it for like a week or two, and then like put together like a video on it, put together information and gather information, and then put something out and still have people interested in it?
Yeah, like
That
information overload is one of their strategies for sure.
dude, that's not happening right now, right? Like by the time you are able to put something out, they've moved on to the next thing.
Yeah.
And nobody gives a shit about what just happened a week ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. I disconnect from all of that. I don't even want to read about the current events, Fuck the current events happening all over the world, they pick and choose why you wanna, like they own like a lot of these operations that they themselves like stage. Like it's bullshit. I go as far as say the conflict Palestine Israel, it's all, of course it's not bullshit, but it's a theater, right? It's not like the people up top are like pushing and pulling, then display it to us like a circus.
Did you see those people pretty much having like a rave in the middle of the air raid attack?
Yeah. Everybody's seen it, bro. That's the Masonic theater. It's showing on every slave plantation all over the world. You know what I mean?
No, that's just... You're right though. It's way information overload, right?
Sure.
I mean, there used to be like years in between like major events.
Yeah. This period make the 90s look like a fucking fantasy islands or something like out of a storybook, But it was shit back then too, of course. But I think with the internet, the grip for information is becoming so tight. At the same time, people believe they're free, like information is free, but it's never been this restricted, I think. And to go to the dark web to see some real shit, so, you know? I don't know, buddy.
Just keep your head down and try to get through it, man.
Right.
Or actually, no, that's bad advice. Keep your head up and try to get through it. You put your head
Exactly.
down, you can't see you.
That's it.
Like my grandpa used to tell me when I was playing baseball, you can't hit what you can't see, and you can't catch what you can't see. Take your eyes off the ball, and that's when you're going to get hurt.
Yep. And they're gonna throw a lot of curveballs at you,
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's another thing. See, while you're still in here, dude. When we were talking with Gio and Kosho and all the other guys the other day about the fucking circular racetrack again.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember how Gio was saying that, like the wiggle in the wheels, right? First off, it's called play in the wheels. You don't call it wiggle. You sound like a fucking kindergartner when you say that. And there's not supposed to be play in your wheels. Like when you change your tires, right? You're actually supposed to pull them from side to side, each side, right? And see if they move at all like that, if there's any play. and I think that's to check your bearings, right? And then you do it from the top and the bottom, and you see if it moves like that at all, and that's supposed to check like your tie rods, right? I think it's your tie rods. To see if those are bad and if those have any play. Like is he talking about driving a fucking hoopty down the track? Because like a normal car, there is no supposed to be any quote wiggle in the tires. And it also got me thinking, like, if you really wanted to go at this and figure out a way to make it go around a fucking track, if you put less air in both left tires, right? In the front tire and the back tire, let's say you put like 30 pounds of pressure in those tires, and you put like 45 pounds in the other two tires on the other side, right? Your car would go around in a circle by you locking the wheel in a straight line, because the wheels would be doing that because of how they're set. It would be the outside ones would be pushing more than the inside ones because of the air
Yeah,
that's in.
I don't see how. Yeah, even like that. I mean, how are you going to
Yeah,
keep a constant like if the track is oval, right? How are you going to make it go straight sometimes and then turn? And it's not just a constant turn, right?
yeah, no,
So
dude.
yeah,
You
there's
have to be making a turn at some point, like your wheel. And it was just funny because they kept saying that, no, you're going straight, but you'd have to deviate every now and then. A deviation isn't straight.
yeah, it's the almost straight kind of thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, isn't technically deviation like the exact definition opposite of straight? Like, like if you're going
You're
down the
either
straight and you deviate off of that, you're now not on a straight path, right?
exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. You're either going straight or you're not going straight. There's no a little bit straight, some straight, just a touch straight. No,
No,
you're either
okay, so
straight or you're
we're in
curving. Yeah.
we're in 2023 where apparently dudes have to go on dates with other dudes to make sure they're not gay. I thought it was like a given. I grew up knowing that like not into dudes don't need to test that. That's really easy. But apparently, dude, there's a whole group of people out there now that they have to go try to figure this out somewhere.
Bro, you're making me laugh, bro.
That's definitely something wrong with that.
That's crazy.
Dude, no, so I know this girl that had a boyfriend at one time that broke up with her boyfriend because he told her that he needed to go on a date to see if he was gay. And I was like, Caitlin, I'm pretty sure your boyfriend's gay if that is what he needs to do. Like, I think
I
that
never
makes
thought in my wildest dreams I would ever hear somebody tell me a story like that in my life. Ever.
You are welcome, Essie.
My word. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I couldn't believe it when she was telling me that. I was just like, wait. Like, I was just sitting there going, like, am I really having this conversation with you right now? Like, is this, dude? And this is way before 2020. This was like, what, 2015, 2014? Like, yeah, this was almost 10 years ago now. Oh, poor girl.
Yeah, if this is the way our society is heading, we are in big, big trouble. Big, big trouble.
There's a major connect between like sexual degeneracy and the fall of civilizations, right?
Yes.
Apparently this
There's-
happened like right at the beginning of like the Roman fall. Funny fact about the Roman Empire though, I'm one of the people that believes that it actually never fell because there was two legs of the Roman Empire, right? There was the like the western and the eastern, right?
Yep.
and the one leg fell, but they had their roots in like Islam and stuff too, right? Like that's why the Quran was written by what is it, a rabbi and a fucking Catholic priest, dude. I think most Muslims would probably crap their pants if they realized that it wasn't written by Muhammad. Yeah, no. So the Roman Empire, I think, is still around. I don't think it ever died.
Well, you're right about the East-West, right? When the Western Roman Empire fell, the eastern part that lasted for 1,000 years, called the Byzantine Empire. It only went down in 1420, around that era. So you're right in a sense, but the western part, as we think we know it, got taken over by basically Germany, like German-speaking people, Germanic. That's why all the kings and queens, even in England, they're all German. If you look at the bloodline of the European monarchy, they're all German. Most of them. So yeah, it's a big story. So you're right about the east-west part, and Rome actually never fell in a way. Some of it got, and then some of it got switched, and yeah, but
Yeah, dude, I think that's one of the biggest psyops that we never actually talk about.
yeah, like the Byzantine Empire, right? Most people never heard of it, and never even knew it existed. That's 1,000 years of Christianity. 1,000 years of the Eastern Empire. And by the way, the last people to call themselves Romans were the Eastern Orthodox Greeks. They were the last people to consider themselves Romans. I know it sounds strange, but yeah, that's the way history is.
Well, so wasn't it like the Greco-Roman, right? Was the term?
Yeah, back in the day, yeah.
So that's totally I can buy that, you know, that you would have because weren't those people were Greek, right? That you're
They were
talking about,
both.
right?
They were
Yeah,
both. Yeah, they were Roman. They were and Greek. Yeah, they lived basically together. The when Rome took over Greece, right? It's not like they conquered Greece, right? It's like they merged. In other words, the high society Romans would send their children to Athens. Athens was a university town, so they kind of blended. They blended the gods and yeah.
Yeah, it's the newest the heliocentric model is the newest form of sun god worship. Because when you look at the Romans, the Greeks, the Egyptians, who were they way back in the day? The guys that wrote in like cuneiform. Shit, can't remember the names. But when they would worship their idols, right, their gods, they would have the main god either in the middle or on top, and they would have, if it was in the middle, then the other gods would be surrounding it as like protection, and then if it was uh, on top, then the other gods would be under it because they would be over all the other gods. Uh, and then it's just funny because you look at the model that we were taught in school, right? With the sun in the middle. And then the first planet is Mercury. And isn't Mercury like a Roman god? Next planet is Venus. Hey, that sounds familiar. Isn't that a Roman god?
They
Then
all are.
Earth, then Mars, right? Then Saturn, Jupiter. I mean, like, dude, it's the up to date, newest version of sun god worship, and they've gotten everybody to fall into it and not realize it.
Absolutely
Worshipping
correct. Yep.
the sun gives life to everything in the universe is what we're taught, right? Like that's what we're taught in school. Without the sun, there is no life. Dude, that sounds eerily similar to religion.
It literally is sun worship. Yeah. If you look at the Pope and you look at all the symbolism, it's all based on the sun.
Well, I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he was saying that the whole like Santos Fibonacci style of thinking that the sun is Jesus, right? The sun is Christ. The sun is the Son of God, is what they try to say. Because they match it up with his birthday and right with the Christmas and everything, with the winter solstice and all that. You've heard all that, right?
Oh, yeah. Look what I just posted.
How people try to make the connection with that.
Mm-hmm. Look at that picture and tell me that ain't sun worship. And then we can get into the fish hat, and yeah, it's all symbolism, all from the past.
There's also another thing with their staff. You ever checked out the pine cone?
The what?
So if you did you know that they used to worship the pine cone?
Pine cone?
Yeah.
No, I've seen a pine cone symbolized in Sumerian with the bag thing there, but worship it? I never heard that. Go on. Well, what do you know?
So here, so the pine cone is supposed to represent like life, like ever. Here we go. What does the pine cone symbolize in Catholicism? It is said to symbolize the pineal gland inside our brains. The shape of the papal tiara is based on it, according to an old Christian tradition. And when they say Christian, they mean Catholic. The pine cone symbolizes the testicles of those men offering themselves to be priests in the cults dedicated to Sybil, a female goddess.
What?
Didn't
First
know
time I
that
hear that.
Yeah, didn't know that pine cones go so deep, did you? And then, you ever seen the picture of the giant pine cone at the Vatican?
Negative?
Okay. Giant pine cone. And you can find all this with like really stupid, retarded, simple search words. Like I just typed in giant pine cone Vatican. And ta-da!
Post it. Let's see it.
That's what I'm doing, sir. And you can even see like the Greek gods or the Roman gods like underneath it.
They're all the same. They just renamed them.
There you go, my man. That's at the Vatican.
Wow, nice.
Like there's other things that I've seen where I don't know if it was a pope or a cardinal had one of their like staffs or whatever that he was holding on to, and at the top of it, under the main like sun symbol, was a pine cone. Like if you know what to look for and you know that it's there, like you'll see it now when you see things about the Vatican. You'll be like, oh shit, there's a pine cone again. What the fuck? Like,
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking the tie-in between the Sumerian and this. There's got to be a connection.
Well, and so you know who the Orsini family is, right?
What?
The Orsinis? The Orsini family?
Yes, I have heard of them. Yeah.
All right. You know they've had 5 popes from their family?
Wow, I didn't know that many. I thought it was a couple. 5 of them?
Yeah, and I think they're also like the parent family to the Rothschilds because their symbol is a red and white shield, and the Rothschilds is a red shield because Roth in German is red and Schild is shield. So, fun fact about the Salvation Army, the reason why their symbol is a red shield is because the guy that started that, William Booth, his accountant was a Rothschild.
Of course he was.
So yeah, so Pope Stephen II, Pope Paul I, Pope Celestine III, Nicholas III, Benedict the 13th. Let's see, dude. Why does Benedict the 13th sound familiar? Wasn't he kind of like recent?
See the pine cone here that I just posted in the hand with the bag and the
I
watch?
haven't seen it, but I
It's
bet
got to
you
be a connection.
there is a connection because the one dude also has the fish hat for Dagon.
That's right.
The guy in the
Yep.
middle. So that's totally Catholic right there. You tell me that, like, I mean, come on, like, if you weren't being taught otherwise and you just looked at the, just given the evidence and given the pieces of the puzzle, how would you put this together, right? Like this. Like, yo, you got the same hat that they're wearing now. You're still worshiping fucking pine cones. Like, and that's what my issue was when I was talking to whoever it was that one day about um Eric West and with the churches and the charities and stuff like that. And I was like, should we give it to the Catholic Church, right? I mean, they're a church. I was like, because we all trust them. And some dude had a problem with what was it that the Catholic? I was saying that the Catholic Church were separate from everything else. They're their own like entity, right? And it's true, dude. Everything about the Catholic Church that's pushed off as Christian, right, is all pagan everything. So I don't get it, dude. I don't get how it flies, man. Because this is very easy to see right here, you know? Like the Catholic priest, the Pope, all of them still wear the goofy hats. They're still messing around with pine cones. They're still messing around with the sun. Just got to follow the trail back.
There's a direct connection. And now I always knew that with the hat, right? But now with the pine cone, I mean, how did that escape me all these years? Pine cones in the Vatican like that? That like that even solidifies it even more. So there's
Yeah,
definitely a direct connection, some sort of power passed down through the ages.
yeah. So this information right here is part of the reason why I'm not married anymore. I started discovering all this while being married to a Catholic. They don't like when you tell them this shit, dude. They get very, very, very defensive.
Yeah, I hear that. There's Dagon, fish god. I mean, how more obvious do you need to be than that, right? Just look at that. And now the pine cone as well? Well, I mean, come on.
Oh, dude, here's another one for you, man. You ever heard of St. Peter's Basilica or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Where everybody goes and they kiss the foot of St. Peter.
Right?
Fun fact, that's not Peter. That's a statue of Jupiter, my man.
Hey, a
Yeah,
lot
a
of
lot of
these.
these saints are directly, they can trace them back directly to other beings in the past. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird, man.
And they're using like they're straight up using their statues, dude. And just calling them something different. Man, so many people have kissed this fucking foot that it looks like an amputee now. Because like
Wait,
the toes
what?
and everything have been like worn away. Yeah. When you look it up, like it looks like it has no toes. Because like the one foot looks everything looks cool on the left foot, but you look at the right foot that everybody rubs and they kiss and they touch and they yeah. It's like it's been touched and rubbed so much that it's worn like smooth. It looks like an amputee victim.
That posture that they're having too, that like uh that foot forward, left hand up, or whatever hand it is, or right hand up, I guess would it be?
Isn't that like the
Yeah.
Baphomet thing? Like the as above, so below kind of shit, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It's just like like the Statue of Liberty has the same thing. Like it's like when you see the movie and it's the lady holding the torch, like that's the same thing. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, it's just like you guys were saying, it's just being copied all throughout our history. It's really bizarre.
Yeah, I remember a book telling me that there's nothing new under the sun.
And another interesting thing too is that bag. Like there's a lot of these images and statues of these, like they have a bag. It's just weird.
But yeah, no, I went really deep into the Vatican for a minute, years and years ago. Give me a second. I'm packing a bowl before I get ready to work out. I think it's funny that everybody talks about how like unmotivated you are if you smoke weed, and I'm like, dude, I can smoke a bowl before I go to work out. Are you serious? I'm unmotivated. If you're unmotivated, you're just unmotivated, period. I think it just magnifies whatever you already have going on with you inside.
I'm half and half with you on that one. Yes, but no. The issue with smoking weed is we get a dopamine rush. So that's our reward system. So it's essentially jacking our reward system. Now, it is possible to get the willpower to push through that, but it's also easy to not push through it. Right?
That's actually a really good point about the dopamine chase, though.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
that's our motivation. That's what makes us do things, you know, because we do something good, like go jogging or walking or, you know,
Yeah.
shoot the shit with the friends. You know, you get that reward. You know, like body's like telling you, hey, keep doing that.
Dude, I need to turn you on me.
That's what's so cool about not only partaking in the psychoactive aspects of weed, as in decarboxylating it and heating it and getting high and stuff, but to eat a salad of it when the buds are still alive on the plant, right? You don't get high when it's not decarboxylated, when it's still alive in the plant, right? Because it's completely different. Picking up what I'm putting down. Of all the plants, cannabis is probably by far the most nutritious, like with all the essential elements that we need and minerals, all in one plant. If you were to pick one plant to live off of for the rest of your life and nothing else, probably choose cannabis.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed the last like 2-3 minutes of what you were saying right now because I was chasing the chicken out of my house.
Did you get the part where I said that smoking weed or cooking with it or vaporizing hijacks your dopamine reward system?
Yeah, no, that was where we ended off, and you were
okay.
talking about you
Well,
were starting it up.
Yeah, what I was saying was, yeah, don't get me wrong. You know, I love smoking, vaping, especially eating weed. I actually think that smoking and vaping is pretty wasteful, especially smoking. Extremely wasteful. Shame on you. No, I'm just playing. But eating is where it's at, man. That's what's up. Because it's metabolized by the liver, makes it more potent. You actually do get higher and also for longer. But anyway, what I was saying was that we don't have to heat it and decarboxylate it. You know, the process that makes it to where we get high. Like, it is possible to eat the buds straight off the plant while it's still alive, like a salad, like spinach or kale or whatever. We can eat as much as we want, but we will never get high from it. And it's probably the most nutritious plant that there is. Nothing else comes close.
I remember watching a special years and years ago with Ted Nugent.
Oh yeah.
Where he had this like camera following him around his house. I forget if it was like his own like show or deal or whatever, or if it was somebody that was like interviewing him or something like that. But he was talking about he was like, yeah, no, he's like, I use marijuana all the time. And the guy's like, so you smoke it? And he goes, no, I use it all the time. And he goes, like, right now, I'm about to make these pancakes, right? He dumps a big ass bag of fucking weed in the pancake mix, dude. Like,
It's not really how that works. You kind of need to mix it with some sort of oil of some type first, right?
like, that shit was.
Well, it makes it more bioavailable, right? Because it's mostly oil soluble, right? Like THC, for instance, CBD, CBA, and all the million of other
Dude, was it
cannabinoids.
pancakes or was it cookies? Maybe he was fucking making cookies and threw it in the cookies. I forget. Dude, this was like, I don't know, probably 15 years ago when I was watching this. And it wasn't all that important. It was just something that kind of flashed back right now when you're talking about like eating it and picking it right off the plant. And I was like, that's somewhat what dude was doing. I mean, I've done that before, like pull the bud off or like had to trim something off, right? And then just started chewing on it.
Right.
Dude, now I live in a fucking state where you can't. Dude, usually, like all the states that have weed medically, at least, right? You're able to grow for your own personal use, right? Like, what? I think at first, some places it's like 6 plants or something, right? That you can grow. Um, Minimum, turns out, in Ohio, 0, whether you have your card or not.
Right.
That sucks.
Oh yeah, it'll work in pancake mix. I was tripping. I was like, what oil is in? But yeah, there's butter and milk. And the cool thing about milk, which I don't really drink that crap. I ain't no cow. uh, is that it's an emulsifier, right? It allows oil and water to mix. So yeah, you could like substitute. So what I really like to do is substitute butter with coconut oil. Not a big fan of butter. Most of the main reason for that is it leaves that film in your mouth, kind of like drinking milk. Ugh. It's like you gotta like drink milk to wash it down.
Well, that's what's funny, dude, is so whenever if my throat's like fucked up or dry or something like that, if I drink some, not regular milk, right? Not the stuff that you buy in the normal grocery store, but if I get like raw milk,
Yeah.
it's weird. It like coats my throat. Like if I start like hacking from taking a rip or something, right? And if I just take a couple of sips of some milk, it like coats your throat and stops it.
Well, let me ask you this: if you were to pour a glass and let it sit, does the fat separate on the top? Like, is there there's a name for that? I forget. Curds.
The
You know what I'm talking about?
So if I was just to let the milk sit there, right?
Right.
Yeah. No,
If
so
it,
I have to shake my milk up before I go to use it because it does do that. Like if you just let it sit
yeah.
there, it'll um
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
like how they say like the cream rises to the top. The
Right.
top, like it does. That's why you kind of want to mix it so that it gets. You're right. Like it's an emulsifier, right? Like it's what makes things. It helps things blend together. Um, that's why when you make like a milkshake or whatever, or if you add any kind of milk to any kind of smoothie you're doing or whatever, it makes it feel almost like it's like fluffy, you know? Maybe fluffy is not quite the right word, but it makes it like aerated almost, or like
Yeah, more so store-bought milk because it's been homogenized. So they're like put under extreme pressure under like a super fine screen that like breaks up all the molecules to where they're all a small uniform molecule size. So like it breaks everything up to where it it's in
so
the name, it
normal milk,
homogenizes, it all mixes together, right?
dude, normal milk now tastes like flavored water. Like not raw milk. Like raw milk actually tastes like it's got something to it. Like regular milk,
Yeah, they're probably watering that shit down.
it tastes
Think of how much
empty.
more money they make by watering it down. Especially the 2%. That's all it is. You're paying for like what, a quarter of milk and the rest is water? That's what it seems like.
Or like skim milk or all that just seems like a waste. I just think if you are gonna do it, go from the cow to the. I am a big fan of like farm to table kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But
It's a shame coconut oil isn't cheaper. I love that stuff. It's amazing.
dude, I'm a huge fan of coconut stuff, man. I think coconut is awesome. Coconuts themselves blow me away, dude, because you're actually legitimately eating the seed. Like that is what turns into the root to grow the fucking coconut tree, dude.
No shit. I didn't know that.
That's why it's got so much water in it. Like that water is what's used to start the tree.
Oh, that makes sense.
Fun fact
That's a
about
pretty big ass seed.
exactly,
A very
dude.
hard one too. Holy shit.
Fun fact about coconut water is it's so beneficial that you could in a pinch use it as IV fluid.
To what? Rehydrate?
To rehydrate yourself.
Sodium?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
actually, dude, it's actually more hydrating to drink coconut water than regular water. Like it's like extra water. It's kind of dope. Like I dug into coconuts for a good minute, dude, because I was like a hardcore vegan dude for a minute with things, and I learned a lot of shit about stuff. But then I started like looking at things like a different way because I wasn't still getting any better. Like I got better a little bit, and then it declined again very rapidly because I was missing out on a lot of things.
Better how, if you don't mind me asking.
Um, like
Like your health condition?
yeah, like I've
Uh,
gained like close to like 20 pounds of muscle now. I've been able to keep it on. Where before I couldn't keep weight on at all, dude. Like,
so you're talking like anorexic here? Like I don't want to be like probing. I just
no,
kind of
no, no,
curious.
not anorexic.
If
My
you want me
body
to shut
was
up, just tell me.
no, dude, that's all good. I don't give a shit. It's nothing that was like any kind of weird thing. It was my body stopped digesting the anything I was putting into it. My pancreas pretty much stopped like working the way it's supposed to. My whole digestive system kind of went out the window. I dropped from 185 pounds down to 98 pounds.
How tall are you?
Like 5'9". So when I was in
Damn.
high school,
That
dude, when I was in
is.
high school, I used to be 185.
Oh,
I was like a beast, dude. And then by the time I was like 21, I stopped digesting my food. And then over like 7-8 years, I dropped all the way down to like 98 pounds.
wow. That is stupid, unhealthy weight. Holy
Yeah.
shit. Well, I'm glad
And
you're good now, yeah?
dude, so much better now. Um,
So
and
what
like
So what were you eating like when you became I'm kind of curious, like the stage of events, like what were you eating before you got sick, and
So
then yeah.
before I got sick, dude, I was a type 1 diabetic. I was
Well, before
diagnosed at
that,
17 and a
like
half.
what was your diet looking like?
Really healthy. We had, I guess what they would consider like a balanced meal. We had like vegetables, we had uh, some kind of like rice, uh, potatoes, or some kind of like noodles or something like that, right? And then like some kind of a chunk of meat,
Some kind of what? Sorry, I
some
didn't
kind
quite
of like
hear.
a chunk of like meat, like steak, chicken, fucking pork chops, whatever. Um, like, and it was all like home cooked. We hardly ever ate out, dude. Like, yeah, it was my. I grew up being raised by my grandparents, and they were old school with things, man. So my grandma straight up cooked for us like every night, dude. So I had no problems with that, you know. With like a weird diet with like a. I wasn't one of those kids that was surviving on fucking Cheetos and Coke at school. Like I didn't do that kind of shit. So yeah, it kind of just came out of nowhere. Um, Actually, funny enough, like right after I got my vaccine to go to school for something that I had to do to update for school that they told me I had to do. But it turns out I know better now, and you don't have to do that. Like, that's bullshit.
So you got it?
Yeah. I was like 17, dude. My grandpa told me to fucking go to the doctor and go do this, so I just went and did it, dude. You know, like
Was
I
that before? Was that
no,
before you got
it's
diabetes and all that stuff, or is that
no, that,
after?
yeah, that was right before, like right before.
Interesting.
Like you know how
Okay.
they talk about like kids that get their vaccines and then they get their like what like 8 month booster or like 1 year booster or whatever and like everything's cool and then all of a sudden they get that shot and within like a month later they got this fucking retarded kid now. Like
What was it? The jab.
dude, I forgot what shot it was. I kind of want to ask them for my record of my shots because I know they keep track of all that shit
Oh yeah.
and find out what it was that I had to take when I went there. Find out what it was. Because yeah, I
So they were forcing that on you in high school? Your what, junior year? Sophomore? Or I
no,
mean
that was
senior?
right before my senior year.
It was what?
Right before my senior year.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So no, yeah, no, dude, it was crazy. So like I dropped like 25 pounds. Um, I went from 185 down to 160 and dropped 10 miles an hour on my fastball. I went from throwing 90 down to throwing 80, and my grandpa was looking at me going like, "What the hell happened?" And I was like, "I don't know." Like, I'm doing everything the same, and I just kept getting skinnier and skinnier and skinnier, and we didn't know what the hell was going on. Um, and I just kept having to take a piss all the time. And then so my grandpa took me to the doctor. They ran a blood test.
Yeah.
Doctor called me on Saturday, and I wasn't home because I was playing a doubleheader, and left the message saying that my blood sugar was kind of high, and that they would like me to come in and see them on Monday. This was on Saturday, right? I go in on Monday, and me and my grandpa sit there talking to the doctor, and she goes, "Yeah, your blood sugar was kind of high." She's like, "It was like a little higher than normal," and I was like, "Well, okay, what was mine?" And she goes, 917. And I go, I had no idea what blood sugar was, whatever, right? I had no idea what the I go, so what's normal? And she goes, as close to 100 as possible. And I was like, that's,
A little
I was
high.
like, that's not kind of high, lady. That's Like her phone call on Saturday should have been like, "Yo, Josh should probably go to a hospital." Like, because right after that, they sent me across the parking lot to a specialist, and then I was in the hospital for 5 days. And all they did was teach me how to manage it with insulin, which I know now is like the last thing you actually want to do. That's like the reverse of everything of what you want to do.
I mean, it is capable of saving people's lives, but it is definitely a band-aid. Like that.
No,
that is
it's
that is
it's prolonging what's inevitable with what,
right.
what they're going through. I realized that there's a lot of the medical field that does that because I got down to it. Dude, what really saved my life was that I got down to that weight, right? And they pretty much like gave up on me. They sent me to a pain management specialist, right? And I realized that when they do that, they're pretty much making you like as comfortable as they can until you die. That's it. That's all they're doing. So I go into this guy and he goes, "So you're like 20, like 8 years old. Like, why the hell are you in here? Like, you're a little young to be in here, you know? Like you're not like limping, you're not in a wheelchair or anything like that. Like what's going on?" So I told him like the whole story of what happened. And he goes, this is gonna sound interesting, but I think I might know what's wrong with you. And at this point, dude, I was like, yeah, sure, dude, whatever the fuck you want to say. Like I didn't believe anybody now, dude. Because I had been through so much. I let them do so many things to me, dude. I let them cut me open from my belly button up to right under my chest and got me like a fish because they told me I had Crohn's disease. And that's why I was having trouble with
What?
my digestion. Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
What do they do?
So they ended up pulling out my intestines. The doctor told me that my intestines were
What? They
so
pulled
raw.
out your intestines?
Yeah, they told me like a
Bro.
horror story. Like I just picture like what happened with like MASH. Like if you ever watched that show. Like just yeah. So they told me that I had something that they called polyps or whatever, right? Which I know now is really like kind of nothing. And then they put everything back in and sewed me back up and gave me a big ass fucking gnarly scar straight down the middle of my, which you can't really see very much anymore actually. It's been so long. Dude, that was when I was like 20 something. I was like 22, 23. That was when I first started and I was like, wasn't as bad. Like it just got worse after that. Like everything that they told me just made it worse. I didn't start getting better until I stopped listening to everybody and started looking at my own shit.
What got worse?
Started doing and then I mean I only found out so much. I was only getting kind of by, like or I was like staying at like 100 like 20 pounds or so. And I was still really, really thin. And then Rusted actually challenged me one day a couple years, like I don't know, like a year and a half ago, probably not even 2 years ago, about telling me about, like the carnivore stuff, right? And like just gave me some insight on some stuff, and I was like, okay. And I didn't do it at first. I didn't really pay all that much attention. Then she mentioned it again, and then she was like, well, you haven't even like tried it. Like at least give it a shot and see. And I was like, you know what? It's a good point. She likes to call me out on that shit all the time, on stuff that I don't actually, that I just discount before I ever give it a chance, So I did, and I saw results pretty quickly, dude. It was insane, like the compound effect that was happening. Because so what sucks is when you're digestion's way off, when your sleep is way off, when you're basically getting like 2-3 hours of sleep a night for like years, because you're constantly up every like two hours or so for like an hour and a half. Like it makes it tough to really be motivated to do anything, to have the energy to do anything. But then when you kind of like align your diet a little bit better, and I think I was getting more nutrients with what I was getting in me now, because I was eating like more eggs, I was eating more, drinking a lot of raw milk, taking collagen, and pretty much switched to eating like around like a pound of meat like a day, and that legitimately like fucking turned my life around. So I mean, dude, if whoever's diet works for them, that's fucking awesome, dude. All I know is it didn't work for me, and all I can say is what has worked for me, you know? When I was on that vegan stuff, it legitimately like killed me. I died in the Indio desert 5 years ago on a flat earth observation that we were doing at the Salton Sea. Like I was at the Airbnb. I totally like went out because I was suffering renal failure. It was like 115 degrees out there, and I went lights out. They wheeled me off in an ambulance, and then all kinds of shit happened while I was out. And apparently, like I died. They brought me back. Then they put me in a coma for like 4 days, and then I woke up and I was strapped to a bed, and they told me that I couldn't leave, and I was like, why? And they said I was on a 72-hour psych evaluation hold. Because at some point when I was incoherent, I turned to the girl that was with me while I was out there and told her, I wish somebody would put a bullet in my head right now. Because I was in so much pain, apparently. And they took that as I need to be on suicide watch.
All right, so if we could rewind just a tad, you said it was 115 degrees outside, and you passed out from the heat?
No, I didn't pass out from the heat. We were back at the Airbnb. Everything was cool. It was like almost nighttime. It was like 6 o'clock. But like it was 115 degrees like the whole day while we were out there. And with how weak my body already was from what was going on, like my body was slowly shutting down is basically what was happening. And I was like really close to the tail end of that. Like I was just managing, you know? But I've learned a lot now with our bodies and how they actually run, right? So our bodies can either run off of carbs and sugars, okay? Or they can run off of fats. All right. If they run off of carbs and sugars, that's like the equivalent of trying to run like a locomotive by burning books and newspapers.
Yeah, our bodies don't run on sugar.
Well, but a lot of people, their bodies do run on sugar, and that's why they're suffering the health problems that they do now. Because you see, when I became a diabetic, they told me that everything turns into sugar. No bullshit.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the sugar that we consume, though. Sugar we consume is completely different.
No,
It's not
I'm
the
talking
same
about
thing.
everything turns into sugar. Like your potato is a starch that is a complex sugar that
Oh
gets
yeah,
broken down.
a complex carbohydrate, right? Like if you chew
Do you
rice
recall?
enough, it'll get sweet, right?
You eat
But
anything.
starchy food is not natural anyway. That's unnatural. That does
Well,
not exist in nature.
Were you not eating M&Ms for energy?
I love
Was it?
M&Ms, especially the
Do I
peanut
recall that
ones.
right or no? I thought that's like at the Salton Sea, like that's what had happened. Somebody was feeding you M&Ms, and then you just went out. You recall that? I was live
No,
streaming.
Oh
Somebody,
wait, no. So somebody thought that it was my blood sugar being low, so they were giving me M&Ms, thinking that that would be my blood sugar. I don't know, dude. I don't remember that part. The last thing I remember is throwing up, and then
I think so. You moved your car, you got stuck somewhere, you tried to move it again, and that was it. Like Uber's got to go to hospital now. He's not feeling so good.
yeah, no. So yeah, no, dude, that was wild though. But yeah, whatever. That shit happens. Uh, but I'm like, much better now, man. Uh, like way better now.
That's good, man, because you're way too damn young to be having all these problems. Like, holy crap, that was like a freaking train wreck that it just would not stop. I was like, is this gonna end anytime?
Oh, I can't, bro. From the time I was fucking 20 something, like it was completely downhill with things. I That's why, like, I don't know. I don't think Rusted quite gets it when I tell her, like, I fucking owe you a lot for even challenging me with that. Like, because nobody else really, like, has the guts to really challenge you on stuff, you know? They won't, yeah, they won't just tell you, like, hey, just give it a shot. So, yeah, dude, it's just, I can't believe how much better I am now, what I can do now versus what I was
Yeah,
doing then.
you're for real. Like low point was on that vegetarian bullshit, and in Colorado, bro. Like, yeah, that was no good. And Jack in the Box probably not so good either. But I mean, at least you were like kind of like you could get it down a little bit to get some nutrients out of it, but that was coming back pretty quick. So yeah, I was like, I just for real didn't think you'd be like alive by now, at that rate, because you totally wouldn't be. It's like so thankful you're alive, man. Yeah. Whew.
Um, so, like, this has been like a big like switch for me. Uh, dude, I don't even know your name, man. What's your name?
Who, me?
Yeah, you,
Craig.
Craig. All
Like
right,
from
Craig.
Friday. Craig. Didn't I tell you to take out the trash? Then why'd you
Dude,
do it?
that's funny. Craig and Day Day, right?
Yeah.
Man, that reminds me. It's been a minute since I watched Friday. I should probably watch that.
Yeah,
It's
you should. It's my favorite movie of all time.
no, that's a good one, man. Uh, so I started doing like crazy things with this diet though, right? Because I found out about like fermenting liver, right? Pretty much letting your meat spoil in a controlled way. And it's called
Interesting.
high meat because it like ferments and it gets like alcoholic. Uh, Last year I had a jar of it to a point where every time I take a bite, it was like I took a shot of like some whiskey. Like that shit was fucking sharp.
Kind of like a banana when it's starchy when it's not ripe. It's green. The peel is like hard to peel off, right? Then when it's ripe, it's soft. But
Yeah.
then it's overripe when it's like all mushy, and then the sugars start converting to alcohol. It has that kind of like that burning sensation when you eat
Yeah,
it when it gets like really bad. That's what that reminds me of.
dude, it's way more intense. Like way more intense. But no, it's good stuff, dude. Um, because like now I'm up to like what, like between what 145, 150, and with like the strength that I have now and what I'm able to do without completely wearing myself out, and how I can just keep going and going and going, and I don't seem to stop now. Like it's kind of weird. I keep trying to like wear myself out, and it doesn't work.
Sweat it out, bro. Sweat it out. Sweating is so good for us.
Yeah.
Super
Are you
detox.
are you a meatitarian still?
Well, I guess you could say like primarily animal based, yeah. So something that's not animal based, Craig, that you might really enjoy. How much are you into salts, my man?
Dude, salt is
I just
life.
take like kosher.
There's no life without salt.
Okay, so you've heard of and snack. You've heard of Celtic salt, right?
Yeah.
The Celtic gray salt.
Yeah.
I
All right,
have heard of it.
yo. So
Heard of it. I'm made of it.
we have found a hack for this salt, and it's legitimately Celtic gray salt, right? Like from the straight company, right? The same packaging, just larger package, right?
Yeah.
Um, because you can get the agricultural salt and the it's pet and agricultural salt, right? Because the normal Celtic sea salt is like $36 a pound or something like that, some ridiculous fucking number, right?
Jeez.
This stuff was $15 for 5 pounds.
Yeah, I go through salt fast. Almost a
Well,
tablespoon a day.
dude, so we ordered like we ordered what 30 pounds of salt. Like a lot. Because you're all right, so you have to pay like $10 shipping for this, right? So $15 plus $10 shipping turns out to be $25. So $5 a pound, that's not bad. Still a good deal, right?
That's a steal.
But why not just double your order so that you don't have to pay the shipping for the next time you want to order it, right? Because it's still $10 no matter if we order 3, 4, 5 sets of 5 pounds or whatever, right?
Right. Well,
So
salt is immortal. Like, it can't be destroyed. It's not going anywhere. You could
well,
buy it. You could buy like 100 pounds tomorrow, and you'll be good. What?
My salt went bad.
50
Oh.
years later, it'd be.
like, dude, this stuff it's still pretty clean, and it is actually less processed than the other stuff, right? Than the actual stuff that they market, because the regulations have to be so like way stricter on that, right? So they have to process it slightly a little more, even though they say that they don't, but obviously they do, because when you get the other stuff, it's like yellowish, and this is legitimately gray, you know, like gray. So, figure this is actually more natural, right? And it turned out it's worked very well, very well. So yeah, 10 pounds for $15, my man. We got 10 pounds for we ended up paying $40 for 10 pounds. We paid $4 a pound for Celtic gray salt.
That's what's up.
That's a hell of a hack, dude.
It's really worth your salt, bro.
Oh hell yeah, right?
It's like a straight up bag of concrete. Yeah.
Well, I take like 2 giant pinches every morning when I first start drinking my water, right? Because it's like right here next to my water. I don't know if you guys do that. Do you guys take a pinch of salt before you
I
in your
down
water?
almost a tablespoon first thing in the morning. Mix that up.
Okay, so you
It
basically kind of do
that
what I
is
do.
slightly excessive, but I just get it knocked out for the rest of the day. I don't have to worry about it. And I
Yeah,
back off a little bit if I'm gonna eat food that has salt in it as well. But I mean, it takes all, you have to consume quite a bit of salt to be, overdoing it. And even if you do, the pancreas will just, you'll just piss
You know what
off.
happened to me when I did that? Because I'm pretty sure I did do that. Because I was just making like kosher salt, like and some other stuff, like just in a capsule, and I think I oversalted it. And I was like, man, it's like I was salivating salt. I was like, this is gross, but I'm glad that there's some way that this works out. You know?
But I
that
tell
sounds
you what, you drink some water and you go jogging or whatever,
Yeah,
sweat it
that's
out,
what I
dude.
was like,
You'll
oh.
you'll purge all that salt out in no time,
I
right?
know. I just like downed a spring water, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, you just drink some more water. Yeah,
I done
the
fucked
worst
it
that
up.
happens is you get thirsty,
well. So
right?
you know how you can pretty much overdose on like everything, right? Like you can overdose on water, technically. Your body, you basically like flood your body out. But you won't if every now and then you take like a good pinch of salt with what you're drinking. It'll actually help even out your salt and water balance, your intake, your electrolyte. You won't flush out your electrolytes.
Well, because salt is the electrolyte.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Yeah,
Well,
electrolyte.
but
It's
also,
in
I
the
mean,
name, right? Electric, right? We are
well,
electromagnetic beings, right?
I was
So
talking to
so by increasing the voltage, or another word for that is potential, of the electrical signals between our cells and organs and everything, that is a high vibration state when you have enough salt. If you don't have enough salt, I call that low vibration state. Like, we're not working at our fullest. It's like underclocking your CPU or GPU. You're undervolting it. You're not running at
yeah,
your full potential. You know what I mean? Because you're not.
you know, I remember a book saying something about you are the salt of the earth. So
Salt is everything. Yeah, it's funny because I don't know. I probably mentioned this before, but it's funny how the CDC and I forget who else. One of them says your max daily allowance is 4 grams a day. Well, that's like a teaspoon. Well, there's 3 teaspoons in a tablespoon. So that's like, I consider that like a third of how much we should be consuming. Like around, let's say around 12 to 14 grams. So it's like a third of what I think we should be consuming, right? And then sometimes the doctor will if you get sick, the doctor would be like, "Have you been consuming too much salt?" Right? You might hear them ask you that. You see it around on the internet, them asking that. And then what happens when you get really bad and they have to start an IV? What's in the bag? Right? 0.9% sodium chloride. It's like, what is going on here? Someone's losing ground. So which is it? You had too much salt or not enough? Because last I checked, we get in really bad shape. They basically pump salt directly into our veins. An entire bag of it, nonetheless.
yeah, no, trust me.
That's hilarious.
I know all about IVs. I got to talk to the fucking nurses for hours and hours and hours of all the different times I was in the hospital, for all the days I was in the hospital, for all the shit I had to go through, dude. Like, bro, I know how to give myself an I know how to give myself an IV if I had to. Like, I used to piss them off because if it was time for me to go and I wanted to leave and I didn't want to wait for them to come to pull out my fucking IV when I was done, I would pull it out and tape myself up, and they would come in and it'd be sitting there and they'd be like, "Did you do that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I was tired of waiting. I want to get out of here." They would show up with the papers, I'd sign them, and I'm out. Like, I got tired of waiting for shit. So yeah, no, I learned a lot while being in there. Talking to the nurses are usually really nice. I like talking to the nurses more than the doctors. The doctors were fucking idiots. The nurses were really cool.
The doctors were idiots. Uh-oh. Aren't they supposed to be the ones that are smart?
Yeah, dude. There's something called you ever heard the term educated idiot?
I can relate.
Isn't there a Damian Marley song? Educated Fools, something.
Yeah, just because we went to school for something or got an MD or PhD or whatever, it just means that we can regurgitate the information we're being spoon-fed and to pass a test in a controlled environment indoors, which has nothing to do with the real world, right? It's completely
Yeah,
irrelevant.
these people couldn't think their way out of a wet paper bag, dude. But like,
Right. Yeah, I got a old childhood friend into working on cars, among another one, two of them. But so you went to the same school that I did, which is pretty decent, you know, it's pretty thorough. And I was like, oh, he's making a name for himself, you know, he wants to work on cars. That's cool. You know, I inspired him to do that. And then what does he do? He puts on an upper radiator hose backwards, which is the shape of an S, and it's longer on one end than the other. So if you put it on backwards, it will rub a hole into it because the belt is riding right next to it. So it pokes a hole in it, engine overheats. He almost got canned, but to finish it off, what does he do? He has the car up on the alignment rack, which it's up in the air, right? And he manages to drive it off of the rack. It comes crashing down, smashes into a toolbox, hits it so hard it pushes it into the wall and damages the wall. And of course, that was the last straw, right? Because if anybody was standing there, they would have been done. Game over.
I was gonna say, dude, he's lucky he didn't fucking kill somebody, man. Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
You got people that are book smart, and you got people who have street smarts, and then you got people in between. Well, if someone is just straight up just book smart, I think those are the most dangerous people there are. I really do, because like, yeah, I could say more about that, but I think you get the point.
Oh, dude, by the way, I doing the pads, calipers, and rotors. Big difference with my car because I did the full set. Much better. Finally did that shit.
You did the fronts.
Say what?
You did the front brakes.
Dude, I did the front and the back.
Ah.
Like
all
a
of them.
full set for all four, dude. And I got, because my car is a front wheel drive, so I got the high performance pads, the drilled and slotted in the front, so that I can keep them cool. Dude, the front calipers are fucking way heavier than the back one. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the front wheels do 80% of the braking.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be way
It
bigger.
really dawned on me. This is the first time I've actually fucked around with my own brakes. So that was fun.
Yeah, you could disable the rear brakes and it wouldn't be a huge difference, but obviously you're not gonna be able to stop as fast. Right.
So yeah. So now my car is running smooth.
Yeah, and those I don't know if they drill them that much anymore, but slotted, that gives the gases somewhere to go. 'Cause that's really what's going on is under heavy braking, the gases like to get trapped between the pad and the caliper, or the pad and the rotor, which is kind of weird.
So I have one of the pads on there right now, but one of the pads when it came, it was fucking cracked, right? So I emailed the company. I was like, "Yo, one of the pads is cracked." So they're sending me a whole brand new set of pads, right? So now I gotta redo that when it gets here. But I also need to replace the dust shield because that's pretty much like falling apart.
What do
So I think
you
I'm gonna
live
do all
in?
the.
You live in the salt belt or what? What's going on?
Yeah,
You
I
salt
live
the
in.
roads?
Yeah, I live in
Yeah, those are the
Ohio.
first to go. Yeah, you need that.
I need to do that, and I um need to grab a wire brush and need to go under my undercarriage and fucking scrape off some of the rust that is on there, right? There's not a whole lot, but there is. And I need to get myself a can of some, let's call it some tractor paint and paint that motherfucker under there so that it protects when when they salt the roads this winter.
Yeah, you should work at a body shop. Just get you one of those Scotch Brite pads. It's not Scotch Brite like the metal ones, but it's like
Like one of the scrub
they
pads, right?
come in color red and gray. It's for auto body work, but 3M sells them. It's just they call them a scratch pad. It's like really rough. It looks like a sponge, right? I mean, yeah, it's pretty much a sponge. Just I'm not sure exactly how that works, but it scratches the paint up really good. You know,
Dope.
just scratch
Yeah.
it in two different directions, right? Intersecting. Give it something to stick to, and then you'd be good. Because I tell you what, if you don't prep it and get all the oil off, that's no bueno. That's the quickest way to have a paint job fail. All that oil off. And then, yeah, you should be
We
good
talk
to
about
go.
welding, plating,
Painting.
painting. Yeah, okay, sure. $18 an hour at McDonald's, guys.
Are you
Go get it.
serious?
Dude, people do realize that McDonald's was never made to be a fucking like a career, right? I don't remember being in school and people aspiring to go fucking work at McDonald's, dude. That wasn't a thing.
Yeah, even if they get paid decently, says no one. Working in and not only the food industry, but the fast food industry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. As if working with the general public isn't bad enough. But hey, it puts food on the table. So it's a good learning experience, that's for sure.
So
Really, guys, I'm really not a fan of these paper straws.
oh,
Yeah.
those are junk.
Give them like 5 minutes and it's like a wet noodle. Like, what the hell?
I'm pretty sure there's so much more plastic. It'll be easier to cut out.
You know, and they're all like, "Oh, save the environment." Oh, what about the cup? What about the lid? And we're worried about a stupid straw. That's like a fraction of the plastic. Of all things. Of all things to make paper, right? Like like a paper plate. It's like, sure, like it is some of it's paper, but might as well call it a plastic plate, right? If it was a legitimate paper plate, anything liquid that's on there would just bleed right through and just fall apart.
Wow, Josh, I'm looking at somebody that looks just like you from the back of his head. Funny. Or whatever your haircut used to be.
Dude, who was I talking to the other day? Some jack off named fucking Skipper, right? On what was the on Demon Strides server, right? Dude, since when does being able to see too far not count as where that the ground's flat? And that when you look across the lake that the water isn't curving, it's flat. And apparently you can't say that because they'll say, oh, just refraction. Well, get the fuck out of here. Because Snack, do you remember when Jez was showing his pictures to dipshit McWest?
I don't actually remember him showing him. I was probably not there for that.
Dude, Jez was fucking laying on the ground with his camera.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he basically backed Mick West into a corner. And the only answer fucking Mick West had was that it was refraction. And all these fucking guys keep sticking with that. It's just bullshit. Because that's not true. Because the time lapse videos tell that, right? When you keep the camera on it all day and it still stays in fucking in view. Except
Yeah,
from
that's right.
when
I remember when Poncho was talking to Jez about that, or whatever. He's like, "You better really get down to the water," you know. And he's like, "If I," he's like, "Poncho, if I was down any more further below the water, I'd be underwater." You know, funny. He's really down with it.
dude, I actually talked to Jez a couple weeks ago. Dude, you want to talk about fucking 3D printing? That dude got heavy into that and has some massive freaking machines, dude.
For those times you wish you paid attention in AutoCAD class in high school, right? You get a 3D
Oh,
printer.
no, I did, dude. I was certified as a draftsman before I graduated high school.
There you go.
Um,
Yeah, I fucked that class right off.
Dude, I did that the first like what was it, like 6 weeks or so, right? And I got this 6 week report card and I got like a D in that class. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, and he goes and talks to the teacher, and the teacher's like, nah, Josh is a good kid, but he's just not doing shit in the class. Like he's not doing anything. He's just fucking around. And like my grandpa goes, so why are you taking this class? And I was like, it's an elective. And he goes, well, just because it's an elective doesn't mean you can like screw it off. He's like, he's like, if you don't want to do this class, find something you want to do. And I was like, he's like, or once again, he was like, or give it a try, right? Like just try it out. So I did. And the the teacher aide help me out, right? And the guy's name was Jet, and he was really dope because he goes, dude, do you just want the easy way to fucking get everything done? And I was like, sure. And he taught me how to make everything in 3D, right? Because we had to so everybody kept doing all this time because they would draw it the way it needed to be drawn, like the right angle, the left angle, right? Like the top view, like they would keep drawing each separate one, right? But it was easier to me just to make the object in fucking 3D and then just have it like I was taking pictures of it at different angles, right? Like that was just easier. So
Makes sense, yeah.
he taught me how to do that instead. And dude, I fucking flew through the class after that, dude. Like to the point where the teacher just thought I was badass, and he goes, "Hey, I'm teaching this class at Citrus College. If you want to get your certification for this," and I was like, "Sure, like, why not?" And so I did. I went to night classes while I was in high school to go get my certification to be a draftsman. It was dope. And it was pretty much all because I fucked off the first 6 weeks. Because if I wouldn't have done that, then he wouldn't have like put the teacher's aide to help me out, and then he wouldn't have taught me what he did.
Right.
And it was just funny because I went in for a job interview when I was like 19, and the guy he told me to draw some kind of part or something like that, right? And I go, did you want that in 2D or 3D, man? And he goes, you can do that in 3D. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, go ahead and do it in 3D. I was like, all right. So I did it. Took me like, I don't know, 20 minutes. Gave it to him, and he goes, all right, well, we'll give you a call. I'll talk to the owner, and we'll see what he's got to say. I was like, all right. And it was like a 15-minute drive home. Dude, by the time I drove home, there was a call on my answering machine, because this was back in the day before cell phones and shit. There's a call on my answering machine to I can start on Monday at 8 o'clock in the morning if I wanted to. So that was dope. Like it SolidWorks is another program. Um, SolidWorks is kind of like molding clay versus how I don't know if you remember with AutoCAD how you actually had to like draw the lines and use the cursor to move it over and like actually draw what you wanted to, right? And then if you wanted to make it in 3D, the command you would use is just extrude and give it the distance, and it would push it out that far.
Yeah, Josh,
With
you
like
should check out.
SolidWorks?
You should check out like ZBrush or Sculptress. Sculptress is free.
Because
You
like
ever heard of
SolidWorks is like sculpting clay, more like it to me. You know, I don't know. Have you guys used SolidWorks at all? Because that sounds kind of like what I'm talking right now with that other program that you just mentioned.
Yeah, I can never afford a copy of SolidWorks or get a crack at it. But there's a program called Sculptress, SCULPTRESS. Pretty cool.
Is that kind
Basically,
of
it's
like
like
the, is that kind of like
it's a
the
ball of
GIMP
clay.
version of Photoshop?
You just start with a ball of clay. You can mirror, do all kinds of operations.
Is that like the GIMP version of Photoshop for like SolidWorks?
Something like that.
GIMP?
Bring out the GIMP.
No, dude, I've totally like I can't tell you how many times I've come across like a fucking 3D printer and thought, should I? And then I want to, and then I don't want to because I don't want it to like fucking take up so much of my time. But I kind of
Do,
do.
do you torrent by chance?
Say what?
Snacks?
Oh, no, I don't. I don't do that. I don't know. I don't do that.
It's on torrents if you're looking for SolidWorks.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But it's a pretty good idea to get a VPN so your ISP isn't hassling you with those stupid letters.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Fusion 360?
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much the best thing, I think. But it doesn't do like the interactions like the Sculptures program does or whatever.
What do you mean? What do you mean by interactions?
I don't know. It's made to be like a hands-on type thing, I guess, or simulate sculpting.
Interesting.
Yeah, but Fusion 360 is just mega badass. And you can always mix and match, I guess, if you want to. Yeah, do that.
Damn, AutoCAD goes back to 1982. Holy crap. That's wild. I was trying to find out who made it. Oh, it's the same company. Autodesk. I'll be damned. Same company that makes Fusion 360.
Yep. They buy everything, man. They're enormous. They're like 3D systems and all that. Huge. Huge.
Makes sense if they've been around since 82. So if they were going to fail, they probably would have done it already.
I think that stereolithography file, I don't think that came out till like, I want to say it's like, could have been in the 80s.
Oh, you mean like the 3D
The
plotting?
dot
It's like
STL
automatically.
STL binary, I don't think I can remember it.
It's like the camera that you got a platform that rotates and you have a camera that 3D images it. So it does all the, most of the work for you.
Oh, that's cool too. No, it's just STL is the default file format for a 3D printer stuff. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, there were like so many iterations of like 3D scanning that have come along. All having like unique things that they do. Pretty cool.
You ever heard of Ben Heck?
Who?
Ben Heck. Short
No.
for Benjamin Heckendorn. He's like famous for a famous YouTuber that's famous for modding consoles. Like making an Atari portable N64 and then turning Xboxes into laptops and stuff like that. He just like dabbles in electronics, but he's really into 3D printers, and all these companies just keep sending him their their next new 3D printer model, and he like spends like an hour reviewing it. And I mean, he's a pretty down to earth guy. He doesn't do
Yeah, maybe I've seen his channel. I don't know.
he doesn't do
So
like
those new like those bamboo printers, man. They're fucking crazy fast. Like twice as fast as what they used to be.
yeah, so something like 400 to 500 whatever, which is like supposed to be like really fast.
Yeah, but the transit speeds are like 10,000 millimeters per second, and then like it does like Z hops and all kinds of fancy shit.
What blew my mind is that the platform moved as well as with the head at the same time. Like, holy crap!
Yeah, it's a dual axis Cartesian thing.
If I'm reading this right, they print really fast, but they're not as accurate. Like the one where the platform moves, as opposed to a stationary platform. They're slower, but they're more accurate, right?
Yeah, there's like all these different combinations of axes that you can do. Another one that's cool is what's it called? Oh, it's called a Core XY, and basically it's like a blending of four wheels on the bottom, but it determines it's a combination of two different motors that positions the XY rather than it being on two separate axes. It's on one belt.
Can you repeat that last part again? Sorry.
It basically controls positionality from like one belt with two motors on it. It's just called Core XY. It's pretty neat. It's just an alternative way to do it. And then there's like the ones that are Delta printers, which has like a 3-axis thingy.
Interesting.
I don't know.
I just think it's wild that we even have 3D
This is
printers.
this is riveting.
Like we can't have 2D printers that print on paper that are reliable. Well, let me take that back. Inkjet printers, especially consumer grade ones, like they are destined to fail. Like you might as well throw it away before you even buy it. Like complete garbage. Buy a laser printer. You'll thank me later. And if you have to do color prints, take it to a print shop. Give them the headache. It's worth the money. Yeah, 3D printing. I never would have guessed in a million years. You know what I mean? Here we are.
Yeah. 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 I guess pretty much you just gotta like talk about like printing like dangerous things or whatever with 3D printer, and then it's a fun conversation.
Yo, what's up, Noah?
Yo, these guys were bugging last night. They're lucky I was at work. So much crazy shit got said. Said Earth can be 2 different temperatures at one time. Fucking crazy. Depending on which reference frame you're in, of course. It'll be different temperatures.
Just that statement alone is making me tired.
There's some, I know, right? There's some reference frame out there where Earth is like a zillion degrees. I mean, this shit has gotten fucking retarded. If you ask me, I don't know.
It's probably why I've stepped away from all these, debates. If everyone knew how to talk to people, it'd be a different story.
So what's up, guys? How we doing? Anyone got anything? No. Quick question: Is something? What's up?
Nothing new. Nope.
What do you got, Snacks? You got something? What do you got? Stop holding out.
No, it's boring, and Daiso's gonna muck it.
Let me ask: if something has more kinetic energy, does it have to have more thermal? Sorry, if something has more kinetic energy, does it have to have more heat, or is that not a rule? Who's up on their energy? No one? Come on, Snacks, you're a nerd. You know this shit.
What's kinetic energy? What? More maybe? Yeah, maybe. Whew. I thought that was a tough question. Go maybe.
All right. Well, what else we got? What else got said wrong yesterday when Koto and Zates were in here going off?
You mean
What
what
was
did they
I?
get right? What did they go?
It'd be easier to ask what they got wrong because then we can actually talk about something. Seriously though, what was I talking about? What was I trying to talk about right before Koto asked that question? Oh, they're talking about light. I can't remember. See, I gotta start writing this shit down, man.
I gotta remind you, the weight. Does light have weight?
That's
Jeez.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Right. And then Shirality agreed with you that light has weight, and you were going to tag team Kosho, but that never happened.
Well, no, Koto ended up conceding to Nate on that, right?
As soon as I told him about the what's the now I got a brain block. When I asked him the kilogram and mass, the SI unit, all hell broke loose after that.
Well, Nate said something weighed a kilogram, right? A kilogram's weight, he said.
Yeah, and then I asked him, is a kilogram weight? And he said no. And then after
I
that, all
know.
hell. Yeah.
I caught that when he said something weighed a kilogram. I was like, oh, so a kilo's weight. That's what a kilogram is, no doubt.
Yeah. That's the Achilles heel. When they talk about mass, right? That's where you get them. Because
Yeah,
the
mass.
SI unit is a kilogram. And then they'll have to say that a kilogram is not weight. Then you tell them, so when I go to the butcher and ask for a kilo of meat, he's not giving me weight?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Weight, mass. I know, it's all a big fucking rigmarole.
How many definitions did we get of mass last time? 12? I forgot.
I think I heard last time I heard Kosho try to explain it, he was like, yeah, well, imagine if it's not photons, but pride. I was like, dang. Back slowly out of this room.
Did you hear the cosmological part we were talking about with Jade yesterday? When he lost his yeah.
Nah, I think I took a phone call right after that. What happened?
Yeah, well, he just can't admit. They don't want to admit that first of all, the 5 sigma destruction. They don't want to admit about the baby galaxies. They don't want to admit about the early black hole that they couldn't be there. That like they just don't want to admit that for some reason.
Oh, somebody did a video on you on that. I actually did see it in that guy Anti-Globe.
Oh, you did a vid on that, yeah?
He did a little clip on that Anti-Globe guy. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way out for them. There's just it's just when you want to hear dialetheism, you'll hear it there. It's this, but it's that, but it could be this, but in the future we might find that. Yeah, okay, sure. It's like an appeal to the future fallacy.
They're wild, fallacious. I know.
And the funny thing is, you got guys like Jace. He's one of the only guys that are fighting for this. If you listen to the scientists, they themselves say, "We got a problem here. We got to solve this. Like, how are we going to do this?" Yeah, but Jay says, "Oh, it's all cool, all good."
Yeah, because it's a mathematical. It's not a problem because they're working with a mathematical model. That's what space is. It's a mathematical model, and all they have to do is change the math. Easy peasy, bro. They'll have this figured out by next Christmas. We'll be all good.
Goes against your mom.
But go on, Snacks. Okay, then I'll go. I was gonna say, he was telling me, I was telling him, what's the mechanism? Well, he goes, all you got to do is just adjust. So what? There's a dial. What, you dial gravity? You dial. What do you think this is? You think you can just mathematically fix time? Like what? You're gonna speed up time?
Yes. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. They just tweak it. It's just a mathematical model. They can just tweak some numbers and you're good. He's not worried about mechanisms and what's real or what's not. It's just you just make the math work and you're good.
Not with this, bro. Not with this. They can't just mathematically. One guy tried, right? He doubled the age of the universe. And I was listening to Sabine Hasselfelder, and she doesn't even want to look at it. She says, this is sheer nonsense. And she's absolutely right.
Hassan Pfeffer, that's my girl right there. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So let's put it this way. If you're a cosmologist right now, and if you're a physicist, and you're a theoretical physicist, holy cow, your whole world has turned upside down. If you're into cosmology, your whole world has turned upside down. And the beauty of this is you don't have to be like super intelligent to get this, right? A black hole, by their own explanation, a black hole, first you need a star. The star has to live out its life, which takes billions of years. Then it exhausts its gas, and then gravity takes over. Now, if it's big enough, if it's 20 times the solar mass or whatever the number is, then it collapses into a black hole. That's the explanation. So now, if they find black holes, which they did at around 500 million years, well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that it didn't have enough time to even form a star fully, let alone extinguish the star of billions of years. So, like, it's a big problem. Just that alone kills their Big Bang. Just black hole formation. I mean, it's so easy. And notice, I didn't say one mathematical formula. I didn't even mention anything to do with mathematics, right? Nothing, no complication, no complicated words. Just not enough time for the sun to become a black hole. That's very simple for everybody to understand.
Yeah. I mean, they can get around that by saying either the universe is older or black hole star galaxy formation, they don't understand it, and they can just keep their timeline and just it just happened quicker than we thought.
No. They can't do that. They can get away with saying they don't understand it. The second thing you said, yeah, of course they don't. But the first one, if you double the galaxy, that still doesn't give it enough time for that to happen. You want me to
They'll
explain you
triple
why?
it. They'll triple it, bro. You can do anything you want.
No, bro. No, it doesn't help. It doesn't help because they can triple it, quadruple it because they have a time frame, right? They have a big bang and they have a certain time in which these things happened. So even if they double that, they still can't stretch out that timeline. You understand? There's a specific timeline, Big Bang, first light, all this stuff comes in a sequence. So if you just double the age, it doesn't change that.
So they can just say, why is this bowl leaking? They can just say the galaxies form faster.
Okay, and they tried, and I would tell them by what mechanism? How did that happen?
The same mechanism that they were already using, just faster.
No, they can't do that. Let me tell you why. Let's take a childbirth, for example, 9-month gestation period, right? 9 months in the belly, and then the baby is born, right? Can you now? What would happen if a baby was born in 3 weeks, fully formed?
Like Benjamin Button? I
What
don't
would
know.
happen?
We'd be calling up Guinness.
Can you explain that by making the woman twice as old?
That's
No.
true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
There's no way around this, bro. There's just no way physically that they can explain this. They're just going to have to say, we were wrong, and we're going to have to come up with something else. Unless they can speed up time. If they can speed up time, hey, that'll be something.
Hell yeah. Time dilation. Let's go.
So the only thing that they have that I've heard so far is the measurements were wrong. In other words, their measurements were wrong.
No,
So
I
my
want you
answer-
to take that trash out to the curb before work. All right.
Make sure you seal the bags good.
We got them all sealed up, bro. We're sealed up. It's fucking freezing, bro. Winter's here.
Same here, man. Same here.
Whoa, how we going from frigid to sweltering to frigid? Like it was 80 degrees last week.
Yeah, I had the air conditioning on. I have the heating on now. I told you we have no more fall, bro, or spring. It goes straight to winter.
We've been getting gypped. Yeah, one year I couldn't even get the leaves up. I know, I remember that. I don't even think I got the leaves up now. Did they even fall yet?
Not yet, bro. Not yet.
Yeah, the leaves are still up.
Yep.
There are no leaves.
In October. Freaking Christmas is next month, bro. Almost.
I know, right?
Yeah, so that doubling the age of the universe thing, if any of you guys are listening out there, Sabine Hassenfever doesn't even want to look at that. It's like, to her, it's complete nonsense. And she says, yeah, I'm prejudiced, but I don't want to waste my time on this. She goes like that, exactly.
Yeah. She does some good shit, I know.
Like, what do you mean? She says she doesn't want to look at it. What does that mean?
That means she won't even consider it because she thinks it's nonsense. She goes like, how can you just double the size of the universe?
The age.
The age, sorry. Yeah.
But that's what the current, observations are showing. And they're just like,
it's just, sorry. Finish up.
I was just trying to
sorry,
understand.
you go.
I just was trying to understand. So, like, because, essentially, like, the observations are suggesting that it's older, right?
No, not really. No, what it's showing is that the galaxy formation is not how they thought it was. But nothing suggests an older universe.
Okay.
Not in the data, anyway.
They're just saying. They're basically just saying we got to make it older to try to fit the. It's like some ad hoc shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they have a story and they're like, yeah, they found like a chapter that doesn't, it's like a completely different book that, is basically it, right?
Well, it's more like they wrote a story, right? And they went to check out the story, and everything is wrong just about in the story. The age of the characters, the area, the lighting, everything is off. The best explanation I can give of the early galaxy formation is a woman that a baby takes 9 months to, for a pregnancy, for the term, and you get a fully grown baby in like 3 weeks. That's the best way I can explain it. In other words, physically impossible.
So what is she implying when she's like, I don't even want to look at it? Like, what does that mean? Like, what is she implying?
Well, she's implying that this fix to her is complete nonsense because you can't just double the size, the age of the universe. Because it's just one guy, she says, that just came up with an idea. In other words, if she thought there was something to it, she would look into it. But to her, it's such nonsense that she doesn't even want to waste her time on it. It's like looking for a unicorn in her head.
This is all malarkey. I don't know what that word means. I thought it was appropriate though.
That's off a Greek shoot of Malaka.
Yeah, so
That means
essentially,
idiot.
yeah, and so basically, like, it's so bad, like everything's so upside down. Some people are trying to say, that the age of the universe has to double, and then like some of them are just like, this is so ridiculous. Like, obviously, we have to find something. Like, there's something wrong. We're like one faction is like saying, no, we keep it the same, but we change everything. Like that's kind of
Exactly.
like,
Yeah.
wow, yeah, okay, I got you. That's wild, man.
Yeah, even Jace was saying yesterday, even if it's true, it doesn't change the Big Bang. We'll keep the Big Bang, but we'll just rejig it. That's what he was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like basically, it's like their religion, bro. Yeah, like they'll never want to
Exactly.
let go of that. Like they're just gonna cling to it no matter what. And like
Yep.
the evidence of that is like, how this guy's like, no, we'll just double the age of it. Like, or you got it wrong.
Dude, their whole
Thing was-
model's ad hoc. The whole thing's ad hoc, dude. They did this with dark energy, dark matter, they just constantly ad hoc it. That's what you can do when you're working with a mathematical model, though. You can just ad hoc the shit out of it, and you'll be fine.
Gotcha. Now it makes sense to me. That's wild. Yes, it's just moving the goalposts over and over and over.
See, but they got a problem. Along with the math, there's just physics involved. And you know what? They can't change
Physics,
physics.
schmizzics.
Yeah.
Physics, schmizzics. Not worried about physics. Jace told me Earth could be two different temperatures last night at the same time. Think we're worried about physics over here?
I don't need no stinking physics.
Seriously.
But we're supposed to be the dumb ones, right? They're supposed to be the educated ones. But how is it that somehow they don't see this physical thing that's so obvious to us dumb people? I don't get it.
I hear you. I know.
We got a bunch of cleaners, high school dropouts, cement pourers, truck drivers. I mean, surely they could, come up and like straighten us out, no?
What's up? What'd you say? I see I was reading a letter.
Well, I said we're the dumb ones. We got cement layers, cleaners, high school dropouts, garbage men. Surely they could come in here with all their knowledge and like set us straight, no?
Yeah, this should have been over. Well, the thing is, they wouldn't even be here if there was nothing to this. They would just be like, these guys are fucking retarded. Like if I went into a room that was labeled like pigs could fly and that shit was just retarded and there was nothing to it, I probably wouldn't stay more than 10, 20 minutes, maybe an hour or two if it took a while to hear them out, if they had a lot of things they were saying. But like, I definitely wouldn't stick around for like 7 years on this pig supply if there was like nothing to it. There would definitely have to be like something to it. You know what I'm saying? So, and yeah, they should be able to just come set it straight real quick. I mean, yeah, I don't know. They can't set it straight real quick because we got something. That's why they've been hanging around for 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, I gotta give him kudos. They tried, like James tried, right? He tried hard, right? But like, there's so much information out there that goes against the cosmology that I don't think anybody could. Like, I don't think the top physicist could explain this away. I mean it, because it's just
if they could have,
physically
they
not
would have.
possible.
Yeah, if they could have, they already would have.
Yeah, exactly, bro. It's 2 years now, right? It's 2 years. There's no plausible explanation.
Well, they got to come up with something eventually. You can't just have this baby galaxy thing sitting around like this. They got to come out and say, "Hey, we don't understand how fast galaxies can form. Obviously, they can form faster than we thought." Maybe they'll come out and say God did it. They got to say something. You got to address this somehow. At least the guy that doubled the age of the universe, at least he's fucking trying. You got to do something, right? You can't just not do nothing. You can't just do nothing.
Yeah, this is my favorite part, bro. Because I know. Yeah.
It's your
This is
favorite
my
part?
favorite part. When they start with the bull, right? Because I know everything that they come up with, right? Because it can't be explained, right? There's no way around this, right? So I know everything they come up with is gonna be bull, and I love it. I love it because I know they're gonna come up with the craziest stuff, you know, like this doubling the age.
I mean, what about all the observations? I don't know where that guy gets off. What about, I think somebody said this yesterday. What about all the observations that gave us the age? How do you reconcile that? What were those? Redshift? From the CMD model that now that CMD doesn't even exist anymore? I mean, dude, there's some serious fucking issues going on there. I feel yes. First, I would ask which model this is happening in. Before you even go on with this baby galaxy thing, say, is this in the Lambda CDM model? And just go. You could just start like right off the rip from that, because then you could just absolutely destroy that. Like, is this the Lambda CDM model of the universe we're dealing with here? And then you go on to your 5 sigma thing. You figure it out, me? You can't have a Lambda CDM model with no CDM. What the fuck? That shit's not. That's not even like. That's craziness.
Exactly, bro. Their whole thing's falling apart.
Reese's Pieces.
Reese's Pieces, brother. That Jenga block, is that what they call it? The tower there with the blocks?
Yeah. Yeah, you know when you spin a web, when you start making shit up, eventually like you get caught out there, you know? It's gonna matter of time. Like, you know, they say no criminal gets away with it forever. Eventually they all get caught.
Yep. So imagine 2 years now, 2 years, and they haven't come up with anything. Well, they've come up with crazy stuff, right? Doubling the universe, making now that black holes, now that they can't explain like how a sun, how a sun does not live its lifetime and become a black hole, because they have to explain away the early black holes. Well, they're saying, well, black holes can just collapse, just out of energy, just like that, out of nowhere. Boom, black hole.
If you have enough energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you something about that. If that was the case, the energy would have never went anywhere in the first place. It was all in one spot in the Big Bang. They had all the energy in one spot. Why did black holes explode? Is that what black holes do? Or like, why didn't that form a black hole?
Yeah,
They either
it's
need to have all the
everything.
energy. They either need to have all the energy not forming a black hole, or all the energy does form black holes explode. Because that's what fucking happened in the Big Bang.
Yeah, they're squirming right now. They're in squirm mode, desperate, trying to come up with something.
Well, they do have alternative theories to the cold dark matter, because I know when I brought it up to PhD Tony, he said that's not even the theory he subscribes to.
No, they all believe in the Lambda CDM model. This is all the model. This is the only viable model that you can even use for their universe, for their for their idea of what's going on.
It doesn't sound very viable if it's been debunked.
Just besides all this happening that me and SE have been talking about, but before that, they were holding on to this they were bear hugging it because there's no other. Look at the other models. Look at the alternatives to the Lambda CDM model.
Like the superfluid one?
They're viable for us. They may be viable for us, but these guys, they can't have it.
Yeah, no, interesting, huh?
That's why they went crazy, because they were hanging on to the Lambda CDM. And when I came out with the 5 Sigma that killed it, they went mental. It's like I took away one of their swords, one of their weapons.
Yeah, they got to have the dark matter. It's in the name of the whole model. It's not like, oh, that's just a little piece that they can just like chuck off to the side. Like, dude, that's in the name of your model. It's holding your whole model together. It's the glue. Imagine you built a little toy model and you spent years building it meticulously, and then I fucking make the glue disappear, and shit just falls apart.
Like the glue dissolved over time.
Yeah, your glue was shitty glue, and it just like got weaker and weaker over time, and eventually just like dissolved. Yeah, and then now your model is just in pieces.
It's kind of it almost sounds like evolution, right? Like with the primordial soup and all that. And now even that, they're talking about intelligent design. Maybe we were seeded. Of course, not by, they talk about aliens. Who knows what will happen with this?
Yeah, this is very damning for them. They have no way out. They can bring the top astrophysicist, right? And he won't be able to answer it either. Trust me, I've been following this like crazy. I've watched all the things. I listened to a lot of these guys. There's no way out. They haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, but let me tell you something about aliens, though. I fucking love aliens. I still, to this day, love the idea of aliens. obviously my idea from where they come has changed, but other than that, I still love the idea of aliens. Right?
Oh, I was talking about the other thing. You're talking about aliens?
Well, this guy said we got seeded and shit. Could have been aliens. He said he wasn't saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
Oh, I missed that one. Sorry, I missed that one.
Yeah, no, he just said it like 5 seconds ago.
I'm not saying that I believe in aliens. What I'm saying is that, you know, when people start realizing, like, man, this evolution stuff's kind of BS, you know, like primordial soup, like, how are we ever supposed to prove that? And so, like, you know, it could be the aliens.
I'm still with that. It could have been. Absolutely.
Where'd they come from, Jeremy?
Oh my god, bro! So many places. So many places. Farther out, they could be Dave's out of Ponders that he's always fucking on about. They could come from underground.
Do you agree
They
that
could
the sun travels between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn?
Yeah. Yeah.
So then the
Pretty close,
outer
yeah.
ponders, what are they using for their heat source?
I don't know. Maybe they got another sun. Maybe they don't need heat. Who knows? What's up? You think it's crazy if they have another sun?
Yeah, I do. I think that's crazy.
Why?
Because, I mean, there'd be evidence of it somewhere.
Yeah, like past Antarctica somewhere.
Yeah, but why would Antarctica look the way that it does if there's another sun?
Because it's way farther down the line.
Oh, okay. I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like there's Antarctica, and then you go for who knows how long, and then this is all, you know, this is all just crazy harebrained ideas. Yeah, it's just speculation.
Station. I was just thinking, like, this almost sounds like the golf ball theory that Essie was talking about. You know, that we are all on a big golf ball. So maybe the Earth is a
Essie
ball.
thinks we live on a ball. I know. He keeps telling me it's not flat.
And then we're in the dimples, and there's other dimples with their own sun, moon, star systems.
No, yeah, it could be. Think you got Antarctica surrounding us, right? Giant ice sheet because the sun don't reach that far, and then eventually, you know, you run into another Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn thingy out there with some shit hovering above it, suns, moons, whatever. Maybe they got two suns. They might have two suns, bro. That'd be sick.
If the ice wall has been verified, I mean, I haven't even seen that being verified. Has anyone traveled around Antarctica constantly correcting left instead of right?
I don't know.
So that's why what if the coordinate system is just drawn the way that it is, and
oh wait, you're saying on a hold on, you're saying on a flat Earth you couldn't go counterclockwise around it? What's with the left right thing? Or because I do remember Glover saying that before. Tori there. He might have stepped away. I'm just saying it's neat to think that there could be other things out there. They could come from the ocean like Jar Jar Binks. You know? Where else could they come from? Never really thought about this too hard. Maybe another dimension. Maybe there's more dimensions and they know how to travel through dimensions. On some Ninja Turtle shit. Or Howard the Duck.
Howard the Duck was such a weird movie.
That was awesome. That chick was hot in it. Used to love that chick.
Yeah. It was so creepy back in the day. I remember watching it like I was a kid. I was like, what is this duck doing?
I think I saw that in the theaters. I used to go to a lot of movies as a kid.
Yeah. When did that came out? When I was like a kid. 80s, like mid 80s.
Yeah.
That chick's been in a bunch of stuff too, by the way.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
That was Marty
She's in
McFly's
Short
mom
Circuit.
in Back to the Future.
Yeah, she was in Short Circuit, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
Was it the same chick?
I think so. Short Circuit might have been a different chick.
That chick was hot too.
Yeah, she was pretty cute. I tried watching Short Circuit again here recently. And by recently, I mean about a year ago. Couldn't do it.
Couldn't even do it.
It held
That's
up a
tough.
lot better when I first saw it in the 90s.
No, Howard the
Yeah, a
Duck
lot.
is Leah Thompson, and then Short Circuit is Ali Sheedy. They do look similar. They could be sisters.
My favorite character is the Indian guy.
Pete Shea was probably back in the 80s talking about they're the same person.
I don't even think the guy that played the Indian guy, I don't even think he's actually Indian, is he?
Well,
You
he's
looked
portrayed
Indian.
as one. Donnie Five is alive. Oh.
I don't think he's Indian. Let me see. His name's Fisher Stevens. Yeah, I don't think he's Indian. Native to Chicago. That's funny. I bet you'd get in trouble nowadays if you cast a white guy as a person of color in a movie. Can't do that. Only
No,
back
they
in
just
the
did it.
mid 80s.
They just did it with Tropic of Thunder.
Well,
that was straight up blackface, bro. What's about?
What do you mean, new people?
And yo, that wasn't the first time Robert Downey played a black. Wait a second. What was that movie when they were in college and one of them changed their skin color into a black guy? Remember that? I think Robert Downey Jr. was in that movie. I think he was the one that was the black guy. I can't remember.
Talking about Tropic Thunder?
No, it was from the 80s. It's a movie from the 80s.
Soul
They were
Man?
in college.
Soul Man? See Thomas Howell?
I don't know. They were in. It was like college kids. That's like all I remember about it.
You know, it'd be freaky, or maybe it's happened already. Has a black dude ever played a white guy?
Yeah,
Somebody
Eddie Murphy.
should do that. Yeah?
Eddie Murphy did it a bunch of times.
Trading Places?
White chicks?
Coming to America.
This
Coming
is
to
beautiful.
America.
What is this, velvet?
What is this, velvet? What is that, velvet? That's a good one.
Yeah, there's this dude. I don't know if you guys seen him on YouTube. Like he'll put on like a Mexican outfit, you know, with the sombrero and everything, or a Chinese outfit, and he'll go like to Chinatown, and he asks people, "Does this offend you?" And everybody says, "No. You can wear whatever you want." Like I'm talking about the hat with the the cone on it, and he puts a mustache on, like the whole thing. Like, you guys ever seen that?
No.
Are you kidding me? Oh, it's too funny, bro.
Yeah, I saw that. That was so funny. And then he goes up to like, like the bougie white people, and he's like, "Are you offended by this?" And they're like, "Oh, that is so offensive."
Yeah, that's it.
It's hilarious.
So the white people think that the other people are offended, and they're saying, "No, we're not offended. You can wear whatever you want. It's a free country. You want to wear a sombrero? Wear a sombrero. It's not only Mexicans that can wear a sombrero, or you know the story, right? Yeah.
Offended white people are the worst, dude.
Yeah, it's like they're offended for other people. It's like, get over yourselves, man. What do they call that? Virtue signaling?
The worst.
Yeah, that's a bingo, Jeremy. Soul Man.
Was he the black guy though?
This is the actor C. Thomas Howell.
Yeah, no, but was his actor the guy that changed himself from white to black?
Yeah, he's trying to get into law school. Getting a free ride to Harvard. By being black? This summer.
My bad for cutting out earlier.
Yeah, what were you saying about left and right going around Antarctica, and it's on the right of you, and you're going? Say that again.
Yeah, like if Antarctica is a continent the way that the globe is saying, you would constantly, like, if I want to travel east around Antarctica, I guess this gets kind of confusing because you're going to obviously change directions. But right now, you would make a clockwise circle around that, right? Like if you start at the top of Antarctica or one point of Antarctica, versus on a flat Earth, you would make the opposite circle. Do you agree with that?
I think you can do it both ways. I mean, if even on flat Earth, you can have. I don't know which direction you'd be going, but on a flat Earth, you could go around Antarctica. Well, not around it, but you know what I'm saying, around the coastline of it, and it'd be on your left, and then you go the different direction. Now it's on your right. Is it not the same as the globe, or I always thought it was the same?
I feel like if you put Antarctica on your left, it would always be on your left, according to the flat Earth and the globe. So that's not really, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess it would be the course correction that they would have to take to go around it. Right.
I mean,
Okay.
there might be an east-west thing with it. I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, either you could, either one, globe or flat, you can go around Antarctica with it on your left, or you can go around it on your right.
Yeah, I got you. I was just thinking about how the latitude lines, like, do you think the latitude lines were actually taken? Like, I think they were taken off Polaris, and then once they got to the equator, they just calculated them the rest of the way. And if you think of a northern and southern hemisphere, they're talking about the same hemisphere, but now they've divided it into two parts, right? You have one hemisphere, and in the north you see one part of that hemisphere, and in the south you see the other part of the hemisphere. A hemisphere is a half of a circle.
Half of a circle or half of a sphere?
Half of a sphere, sorry.
You're saying in our case it would be half a circle.
No, yeah, I mean, in ours, no, the sky is what's referred to when you're talking about hemisphere, anyways, or even latitude line, longitude lines. All these lines are referring to the sky. They're not even referring to the earth at all. My thing with making a map and like giving people the information accurately, I think that's what this whole debate is over. Because in my opinion, I would think if you were a map maker, like say you were the ruler of this world, and you know where all the different continents lay, why would you ever give a map to the public of your place? Like, why would you give them a map with the keys to getting to your location if you're trying to rule them?
Damn, that's a good point.
You know, like if you went to war with someone, would you ever give them a map and be like, this is where all of our camps are?
You know what? In the old days, trade routes were the most guarded secrets. It was like a state secret. I don't know if people are aware of that. They were kept under lock and key. The trade routes to trade, like that was the merchants. Those were guarded like gold.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so I think that's still going on today. And that's why I don't think there is an accurate map. That's why we're in this. And for all we know, it could just be like, say there's the earth is one huge circle and we just have two little circles on that huge circle, and they've given us a coordinate system that works with just those two little circles, and they told us that's all there is.
Yeah, that brings up another good point is what is that map or that map system that's like super accurate, supposedly, where like you get a package delivered, you know, whether it is by plane or by car or whatever, and it's like really accurate, but it goes off of the globe model, obviously. So how does that work? Like Google Maps, for instance.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's their coordinate system they gave to us, right? So that way we could do all their work for them and everything successfully. So now that coordinate system can be mapped onto. Obviously, we've seen it mapped in multiple different ways, you know, so I'm not sure. But like, does anyone know how they got the latitude lines in the south? If you can't take angles of elevation to the Polaris, so was that just a calculation? They're like, oh, it's 60 nautical miles per degree, so we'll just continue that out towards the south, which doesn't even make sense because isn't that a perfect sphere? I don't know. I've been looking into where the latitude system came forever, and when you really get down deep to it, they go the Phoenicians came up with it. So I don't even know.
Google Maps, for instance, is really a flat map. But when you zoom out, it just uses CGI to make it a globe again, right? Like you keep zooming out. Well, no, I'm thinking of Google Earth.
Yeah, I think Google Maps even does that now too.
Those just those just update as you zoom out. That's all it does.
Yeah, I just did it. It's a flat map. It doesn't turn into a sphere. Google Earth does.
Google Maps will turn into a sphere too if you're on a PC. So all it does is it takes flat map coordinates and wraps it around a ball. So as you zoom out, it's just ever increasingly distorting the flat maps. It's built into the coding. That's why if you zoom in or out quickly enough, you'll see all the tiles that are on there. And they just update and distort.
I don't know what Google Maps you're looking at, but I just did it on PC as well. It's still flat.
Maybe it's Apple Maps.
Yeah.
Google Maps does it. I mean, it just turns into a globe as you zoom out.
I zoomed all the way out. Nada.
You went to Google, you type in maps, the first search result is Google Maps, right? It literally takes me to a globe. It starts me on a globe.
Not for me.
Yeah, the one on my phone just does Mercator kind of look and projection. Or what do we call? What is that projection called when it's just laid out with
That's a
perfect
Mercator.
square? It is okay. Because that guy also drew another map of the magnetic mountain. Like, where's that?
So, I mean, I don't know what's up with the guy whose Google Maps is only always flat, but mine is not on PC.
I don't know what to tell you. Here's a screenshot of it. Even the minus sign, like zooming in and out, the minus sign is lit up, signifying that you can't zoom out anymore.
I mean, did
I
you
got
post
that.
a picture somewhere?
There it is.
On the azimuthal equidistant map or whatever, the center is north, but isn't that the geographical north, not the magnetic north?
That's what your Google Maps looks like on your PC?
Yeah. And you'll notice when you zoom all the way in with the plus and minus in the bottom right, if you zoom all the way in, the plus sign will light up. It'll be white telling you you can't zoom in anymore. So that's how you know I'm zoomed all the way out. It's because the minus sign is white now.
What layer are you on? I don't even have anything that looks like that. That's weird.
Terrain.
Terrain?
Yeah.
My terrain looks nothing like that.
You sure it's not just the dark mode making it look different? The dark theme?
I mean, maybe it is, but mine's literally on a ball.
Screenshot or it
Maybe.
didn't happen?
Okay. I mean, I'm on my phone, but I can take a picture of my... I just gotta make sure I don't have any confidential shit. Hold on. Work PC.
By confidential stuff, you mean prawn?
My work shit, bro.
I'm kidding. It's a joke.
So it's gonna look all fucked up because it's a picture of a screen, but it'll look pixelated. But this is what mine looks like. Oh, it looks really pixelated unless you zoom into it. Looks horrible.
The Moore effect. That is fugly. Holy crap.
Well, you got to click on it and zoom in to get past all the. That's what happens when you take a picture of a screen.
No, I'm not talking about the Moore effect or pattern. It just looks like a big old ball sack. Big old wrinkly ball sack.
Yeah, but as I zoom in and zoom out, you can see all the. Since my PC is moving slow, maybe I can actually get a picture of it before it updates. Perfect.
So what is it? Google knows that I think the Earth is flat, so they stopped trying to deceive me with making a globe when I zoom all the way out.
So you can see all the tiles on it. So see that? I zoomed out really quickly before my computer could update all of it. But you can switch that over to, it does the same thing on satellite view. But the funny thing is, if I click on satellite view or non-satellite view, the ball increases on non-satellite view, but my my little ruler at the bottom that says, this amount is 500 miles doesn't change, but the ball changes in size.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. When I toggle back and forth between the two.
The way I look at all this is
So you see all those little squares, you're wondering how it can be mapped or whatever. All those little squares, the more you drill down on that, the more squares you get. So it's effectively taking flat maps and just mapping them in a sphere. So it's taking localized maps, stitching them together, similar to what they did with the blue marble, the exact same concept.
what I think is happening is whoever thought up of this whole plan, this whole idea, they're all long gone and dead. So we're all on this ship with no captain. That's what it feels like. And they're freaking out because the gig is up. Because eventually, we're going to run ashore. Because we ain't got no captain.
What do you mean there's no captain?
Yeah, like the people who thought up of this whole system is long dead and gone. So now you got all the people right now trying to pick up all the pieces and make sense of it all and trying to keep the momentum going, but I don't see it.
What if the dude in charge is like an alien and he can live for a lot longer than everyone? Like, he can live for thousands of years. And he's constantly changing his image and appearance to keep up with, the latest styles and everything.
It makes me think of Aleister Crowley being the Barbara Bush, man. I was watching this, man, not an alien, but these fuckers of time. I swear to God, they did something with the Philadelphia. I don't know what the hell they did, but I'm going to figure it out. Yeah, funny.
When I say alien too, I just mean like outside of what where the norm is to us of like what a person is. Like maybe even a spiritual being, some might say.
Right, right. I mean, the devil do what the devil do. Nothing really surprises me anymore. So yeah, I'm not against that idea at all. Uh, but yeah, it's definitely now we're here picking up the pieces of whatever the hell they did when they fucked up our time. And I'm under the impression, like for real, that something went down with the 1942 and the Philadelphia experiment. I have a I don't know. I was watching anyway. It makes a lot of sense because my own family timeline is so messed up that I mean between the 1800s and that. If anybody wants to do some research, Michelle Gibson just put a good thing out. It's like a 3-hour thing. I'll post a link in it when I'm not driving. Anyway, sorry to interrupt there. I got excited.
So, Sydney, you're talking about like Mandela effect stuff? Like that's I don't know. The Philadelphia
I'm worked
project.
in. I'll be back in a little bit to comment. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, hey, you guys remember the USS Liberty? That's one I just thought of. Thinking of ships.
All right, guys, let the roboting begin.
How many rocks, stones, dust is between here and Mars, you think?
I'm gonna guess 0.
Don't they say there's a belt between us? Don't they say there's, well, not the belt could be, I think, further out, but don't they say there's all kinds of stones and dust and all kinds of rocks floating around?
Yeah, asteroid belt.
Yeah, but I think that one's a little bit further out than what I'm talking about. But
Oh
my
my
point
god.
is,
So sorry, SC. Sorry. I'll wait. I'm so sorry.
no, please go on.
It was nothing related to the topic. I know I'm back in the country, where I live now, because instead of a dog in the back seat of a car, I just saw a cute little goat. It was the cutest thing ever. Okay, sorry, that's all I had to say.
A goat, huh? Yeah.
Better than hitting a bat, like when I was.
Hearing about a goat in the back seat is more believable than hearing about floating rocks.
Yep. Now, the reason I brought that nonsense up is here we got the top technology in the top country ever, the United States ever built, right? Technology. We have a guy in a building that cannot communicate with us most of the time because of a few pipes. But we got communication. We're flying helicopters millions of miles away without a hitch. That's why I brought it up. So, like a poker player friend of mine says, it just doesn't add up.
I thought I just saw a plane flying back. Just the angle I was seeing it from. No, I was like, holy shit, Xanax is right.
Just look for a runway, run up east-west. You'll see plenty of it.
All right, Jeremy, I got it. On a ball, if you keep Antarctica on your right, in order to go around it, you have to correct right. On flat Earth, if you keep Antarctica on the right, you'll have to correct to the left to go around. This will be noticeable.
I don't get it.
If I wanted to keep Antarctica on my right, and it's a continent, so it's like an island, I have to go around that continent to end up back in my same position. So if I want it on my right, I'll have to continually turn to the right. On a flat Earth, if I keep it on my left, if I turn to the, or if I keep it on my right and I turn to the right, I'll hit into it. I got to continually go left. You don't get it? Does that make any sense?
I know. I'm kind of driving in heavy traffic right now, though. So, all right, we're on a globe. I got Antarctica on my right. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think if you had a straight line on a globe, even though it's on your right, you're going to deviate from that straight line to the right. But on our thing, it would be to the left of the straight line. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, exactly. And they claim that they do, races, sailboat races in the South. So this is where it gets even more in depth, this argument, because it's like if you want to stay on 55 degrees north latitude, you constantly would correct to the left, right? Because you're going to make a circle. And then on a globe in 55 south latitude, traveling east, I should have stated that on the first one as well, you would constantly correct to the right. And that would be different on a flat Earth for sure. Now, I've asked those questions. They say you can't correct for that because it's such a minuscule amount in the real world, and the Earth's so big that you don't notice it because you have to correct for things like wind, currents, all that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you'd know about even the first scenario. I don't even know how you'd know about the first scenario that you posed. You're saying in the first scenario it should be blatantly obvious?
Well, to me, when I go offshore, it is blatantly obvious if I want to take an east heading that I'm constantly correcting to the left. If you leave at sunrise, you can tell you're making this correction. So I've seen it. They say you can't tell you're making that correction.
For the first scenario in Antarctica?
Oh, no, sorry about that. I thought you meant first scenario that's like 55 degrees north latitude heading east. You would easily notice it in Antarctica, though, because one guy would travel 14,000 miles and end up back where he started, and the other guy would travel, I have no idea what distance.
It's like 60,000 or something. It would have to be a massively bigger number than whatever the globe says. Yeah.
And the reason we say that is because we're using their longitude system to determine that, which I don't think we can. I don't know if I would start mapping the Earth with the sky, but I'm not sure. I would not know where to begin on making a map. Like, do you go to the center? What do you do? I don't know.
Well, for this, you don't really need a map for this. It's more about getting your distance in a boat. Now, I don't know if been here for that whole Kool-Aid escapade. You know who drink the Kool-Aid is?
Yeah, it's a sailor guy.
Yeah, he's constantly bringing up this boat thing. This our boat boy, but he says there is a way to get your distance when you're traveling via boat. However, it's very it's wishy-washy, if you will. They got they got the same sort of thing going on for planes. Very wishy-washy. This thing.
It is. I agree. But now,
I've been
like,
over it with Kool-Aid, RC Meisty, all of them. Any of them, pick one. Bob.
I got you. But what if we were measuring the coastline of Antarctica while the ship is going around, and so we got dudes on Antarctica?
Oh yeah, if you had somebody on the coast on land, that'd be much easier to. That'd be much easier to get the distance. I'd have to imagine in a boat. Yeah, you get a piece of string, just go around.
Yeah.
Just leapfrog the string or something. That way, you might be off of a couple feet every string pull or something, or a foot or something. But overall, you're gonna have it. There's a huge gap. You know what I'm saying, between what they say and what it would have to be for us. So
Yeah.
it's well within any margin of error, even in some of the sloppiest methods I could think of. You could have a guy doing footsteps, and you would still know which one it is.
Yeah, exactly. So is it possible that there's many continents like Antarctica that surround it, and they only gave us the one, and they call all of them Antarctica or whatever, but maybe they're islands all of their own?
It could be. I'm not opposed to it being a continent.
What do you mean, Torah?
Like, when the reason we say Antarctica is an ice wall is because you're just taking the longitude lines from the globe and where they intersect in Antarctica and stretching them out and making Antarctica wrap around it, and you're distorting, if the distances are correct on the globe or whatever, you're distorting the whole entire image. Now, I'm not claiming they are correct. I have no idea what's going on in the South. I just, why wouldn't they be able to make a longitude latitude system, call it a northern and southern hemisphere? You're forgetting the east and western hemisphere. No one even talks about that. It's all one hemisphere, right? So it's like they just mapped it all off the north and south portions of the hemisphere and never told anyone about the east and west portions of the hemisphere. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
The reason why they don't talk about east and west, there's no delineation. You know what I'm saying? With north and south, you get the equator, the tropics, shit like that. Like there's delineation points. With east west, there's no real delineation. We got what's that line? What's that English line?
Oh,
The
I know.
time zone.
Yeah, the meridian.
Greenwich.
Greenwich time.
Yeah, and that's arbitrary. So I mean, there's no
Greenwich line?
there's no natural delineation or demarcation point. So
It's called the equator, though. That line is taken off of the sky. Like, would you even make an equator line on a flat map? Since, like, is there a center from? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't?
Yeah.
I would make an equator. I would absolutely make an equator. You just it would be the same thing wherever the sun goes.
In the middle.
When it's in the middle, yeah. So it goes this way, it goes that way. Then there's a middle point, and then bam, equator.
Is that middle point the distance from the edge of Antarctica in between the North Pole, or the distance from the, do you have evidence of a South Pole then that you're putting a middle mark between the two?
I don't know. I didn't hear any of that. I'm probably roboting right now, so I'll be listening.
Yeah, well, like, the reason someone would claim they have a middle is because they have a north and south, and they know the direct middle between that. Now, if people are going to say outer ponders, you don't have a middle point anymore.
Well, like I said, the middle point would just be the distance that the sun travels. So you got both the tropics. That'd be the outer points for the path of the sun, and then you got the middle it out right there. Bam, equator.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So the equator is actually denoting the middle between the two tropics. It's not the middle from the north to the south.
Yeah, it's the sun's middle point, basically. It's the average of the sun, of where the sun is. The equator would be like mean sea level.
Yep, I see what you're saying. I gotcha.
Or standard. Yeah.
I mean, if they create a whole map from taking points in the sky, which I think you can do to create the map, but I think that might be where the like trickery happened. Because I think they just mapped it in the north and then calculated the south. I don't think anyone actually mapped it. Like, how do you get elevation angles to Polaris in the south?
Do you get an elevation from an elevation angle? Or is the elevation angle just an angle and not an actual distance?
I think it's just like how far you are from Polaris and how far it will drop in the sky from you. Like, I live at 29 degrees latitude, so Polaris is, pretty close down on the horizon.
No, I'm saying you get an elevation angle looking in any direction you want. I'm saying, does that give you a height above the surface, like an elevation? Or does that just give you an angle? You just have an angle, or do you have an actual elevation?
I would think it gives height above the horizon, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, elevation is determined from sea level, isn't it?
Yeah, an elevation, yeah, mean sea level, but an elevation angle, I'm not sure if that's giving you an actual height in feet or meters or whatever.
I wonder if it was
Tor,
more
can you
like...
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to. I'm wondering. You talk about auto ponders. I know I hear New Perspective talking. He says that too. But when you say auto ponders, you're talking about like beyond the ice wall, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure
And
I agree with that theory. That's why I was wondering.
you're talking about like Antarctica is not a continent, but it is the outer edge. But I do believe that there is an ice wall, ice all through like a perfect ring. But apparently there are openings. Like there might be a few openings around the rim. You know what I mean? But I was watching a whistleblower the other day who used to work in Antarctica. He was contracted to work in Antarctica, and he was basically like up there, like he had power. He could go wherever he wanted. And he came out saying that there were people within his group that were privy to actually going beyond like 100 miles inward into Antarctica, and they were coming back with like that sky ice stuff. Now when I first started hearing about the sky ice, like I didn't really believe in it. I thought it was like BS. But then there's more stuff coming out, and like apparently like there is like a firmament, dude, like 100 miles in or more or around there.
Yeah,
Sounds
exactly.
crazy, right?
No, yeah, that's exactly why I can't get on board with like, more land outside. I think there could be more land inside where we are right now that they're hiding. And then like Because in order to have the gas pressure, we always say it requires containment. Well, that container must touch the earth somewhere.
That ice you're talking about, does it happen to be blue by any chance?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. The pictures I've seen of it are blue, but it's sublimation. Like it evaporates. It doesn't melt. Like evaporates.
So it's like dry ice, and
It
it's like
turns
looks blue
to,
like
instead of
sapphire, right?
instead of turning to water, it turns to gas. So it's an exotic material, bro. But I guess it's literally like 100 miles plus inland from the coast of Antarctica. So and I do believe, like, according to the my philosophical bias, like I do believe that there's like the end, like there's not like an infinite plane. Like you will reach a limit, you will reach like a wall, like you won't be able to get beyond that. And apparently it's like 100 miles in, but it's so cold, like you literally need to be like in a military squadron to even get out there. You need like special technology. Like it's so cold. We're talking about like near absolute zero. 200 minus. You know what I mean? You can't just go out there. A bunch of flat earthers can't just go out there, bro.
The reason I brought up the color, it appears we're talking about a different thing. Because I seen something, well, not seen it. I mean, of course, on the internet, there was a story that they were digging in Antarctica, and they found, and as they were digging this ice, it was blue. Now, I'm not saying I believe this, right? But I'm going to tie it into something else. They say that as they were like digging in the ice, this blue ice, it was resealing itself. I know that sounds crazy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Now let me finish, bro. It's not gonna be long. Now I'm tying it into another thing. The Koala deep borehole in Russia, they found a similar substance that seemed to seal in on itself. Like they described it like a plastic that would reseal, and like molasses kind of a thing. So there's that.
Yo, it actually makes me think of that movie where this couple went to they were trying to buy a new home, and they went to this place, and all the homes were nice, but all the clouds were constantly the same, and they couldn't escape. And the guy tried digging out, and he hit this like yellow mush, and he just couldn't get through it. Dude, if you created this place, think of what we do to pets and shit. Like, we don't let them out, run around crazy. We keep them in cages, a little hamster cage and shit. We don't, you know what I'm saying? We make it so they can't get out.
Yeah, bro. How many times have I told you I think we're pets? I think we're somebody's goldfish, and I think we're in a machine. Absolutely, yeah. It's the only logical thing that I can come up with of why we're here.
Yeah, it's a test for sure that we're inside this, but there still could be. Do you guys agree? There still could be unmapped land within the dome.
Of course, bro. Of course. Remember what I told you before? Navigation routes were the most closely guarded secrets because they were the routes to where the gold was, where the fruit was, where all the trade routes. They were like the closest guarded secret of every country. Like the king and the queen knew the trade routes type deal, and certain merchants. So why would things change?
And since they want to say, like, people are obviously obsessed with land too, right? They're like, oh, we're going to land on the moon because there's more land there. We're going to try and terraform Mars because there's more land there. Flat earthers are like, there might be more land outside of Antarctica. So everyone's obsessed with more land. So there must be truth to the claim that there is more land somewhere. I don't know if it's in the sky or if it's right here on the ground.
I don't think so.
In the old days, this trade route navigation was so important that there was a Spanish and I think an English king that they put out they said whoever invents a timepiece that can keep the time, they will give them a big amount of money, right? Because they needed that so they can navigate. Because the timepieces they couldn't keep time, so you needed to keep time to know where you were and to navigate and all that. So it was a big thing, that navigation. So why would they give out all this information now? Of course, everybody thinks they're satellites. We know everything. Blah blah blah. Yeah, we know that story. But why are they keeping us away from certain areas of the Earth?
Yep. To me, this is the answer to where is your flat Earth map. This is the answer, in my opinion. They would never give us that. That's why we're here and arguing that. Because we get asked that a lot, man.
So let me ask you a question. So on the flat Earth, if you start heading north, geographic north, and you keep heading that direction, what happens?
I would think eventually it would turn to south, right?
On a flat Earth?
Yeah, if I was, and I don't know how to get to geographic north because I think all the I would have to use their maps and follow their coordinate system and use their magnetic declination and everything, wouldn't I?
Yeah. If you do that, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying you start off somewhere, you find out where north is, geographic north. You find the magnetic, you do your calculations, boom, north. And you keep heading north. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
What happens?
To me, it sounds like you just keep going and going forever, and you would never know where north is at that point. Because you're saying get rid of the compass?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
I think that's the one of the top questions, besides
Yeah.
where we come from. I've been asking that question for a long time. When does north become south on any model? Well, we know the ball model, right? But how about on the flat Earth model? When does north become south?
Yeah, I asked that about the ball too just the other day. I was like, is there someone that's going with a compass to check where magnetic north is regularly? Like he gets there and his compass switches south. How far off do you think you could be from the magnetic north and that could happen? I would say you could possibly be like hundreds of miles away and that could happen still.
I think it's a mind-boggling question.
But I think the magnetic north is a calculation. They're like, oh, it seems to drift off this amount every year, so we'll just continue that out forever or something. I don't think anyone's checking it.
I've said if I was a billionaire and I had a jet plane, the first thing I would do is I would instruct the pilot to fly north and keep going north. They probably shoot me down somewhere or run out of gas.
Yeah, kamikaze mission, right? With that being the case, that we can't even answer that question, I don't know if this place is measurable in the way like people want to have all of it modeled out together. I don't know if that's a possibility.
Crazy, right? If you think of it like that, that's why I say you can't claim shape if you haven't seen the entirety of it. Who the hell knows, man? That's the answer. Who the hell knows?
That's right. Yeah, I guess the true default position is actually I don't know.
Yeah, you can make a good case that it's not a freaking sphere in a vacuum surrounded by water and atmos, right? That's not hard to do. But to
Yeah,
go
with
from
the
there and say, what is it? Yeah, that's, yeah, good luck.
yeah, that's why it's wild they would make such bold claims on size and exact figures, you know? Like why did they do that?
I think this is the top question we should be pondering right now. Because their cosmology, as far as I'm concerned, is finished. It's dead. I mean, it's just like a fish out of water floundering.
Yeah, you debunked their Bible. It's done. Their creation story is gone.
Yeah, it's almost boring at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, see, why come kamikaze, man? All you gotta do is build like one or two, or maybe 10 unmanned vehicles, fly them straight in. Livestream.
Kamikaze style.
Yeah, because you say you
That's
tell
it.
a pilot to go north. Like, I mean, you're risking your life. I would just, build some planes that could fly by themselves.
Yeah, remote control ones.
Yeah, not even. Because what if you lose just GPS type? GPS following the north compass.
Yeah, if you follow the compass, it might lead you in a circle, right? Because it appears the compass points one area. So maybe that's how the freaking con is pulled off, right? You're following a compass, and it appears you're going around the globe, or, it appears you're going straight, but really you're not. You're turning. But I can't see that either. How can you? No. That's a Jaren thing I just said right now. Strike that one out. There's no way you're gonna be going straight and like turning, and you're gonna think you're going straight. Scratch that out.
Yeah, the north and south seem to be straight lines, and we don't have east and west cardinal directions. That's why I brought up. I know that we say we don't go east and west hemisphere because of the tropics and everything. I understand that, but it's like, what if it's all the same hemisphere?
I mean, I think that if it's just, let's say, if it is following a compass, let's say, it's gonna go towards their direction, and then once it flips to the other side, it's gonna try to gonna try to turn around.
Yeah,
How
but
far
even
out?
on the globe, right? What happens? Like you go to a place and then boop, you're heading north. The compass flips over. We know that doesn't happen, right? Even on the globe model, there's problems on both models. Is really my point here. Because even in the globe, what happens in the globe model? As soon as you get to the South Pole, what your compass flips over, becomes north. What happens there? We all know that doesn't happen when you go to the south because the compass doesn't flip. So, do we have a monopole, or is the shape off? Something wrong there.
Yeah, I
Both
can't
models got issues.
even if it is a monopole, they would be able to do that at the north. I can't find anything of anyone ever doing that in the north either.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, at the north, exactly. Well, let me think on that one. So you got north, south. Not because the attraction is at the north, right? So
Yeah, so if you followed your compass north, right, at what point will it turn south, and how far off do you think you are from the magnetic north at that point? Or do you think you're directly over it?
You're right. The same thing would have to happen. Yep. Correct.
I thought for sure there would be like a dozen videos of people standing at the North Pole with a compass and just like making it flip back and forth. And there's nothing.
Yeah. Go to the left, up to the right. Oop. Oh, look, mommy, it's flipping. Nope.
I mean, technically on a globe, you wouldn't see it flipping because it's always pointing north and south at the same time. So it doesn't need to flip.
Can you demonstrate that? You think you
When
can
your
demonstrate
compass
what you just said?
when your compass is pointing north, it is also simultaneously pointing to the south.
Yeah, that's obvious, right? Straight thing there.
Yeah, pretty
But you think
obvious.
you
And
can
then you're
go on?
no, I interrupted you. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I'm saying you think you can demonstrate it, like get a compass, get a ball magnet, and demonstrate what you're saying.
So if your compass is pointing north, SE, it is also pointing south.
Yeah, we established that.
Okay, so how would you like me to demonstrate that? Grab a compass, point it north, and it'll also be pointing south.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked and the other gentleman asked. We're talking about why doesn't it flip?
Like
But
once
why
you
would it?
pass the North Pole, Incarnation, imagine you're traveling to
Wow.
magnetic north. You get to magnetic north. The way you would know that is your compass would automatically flip the other direction because you'd now be traveling south, correct?
Well, no, not really, but I do think that the compass, the compass stops working at a certain point. So if you get too far north, the compass actually doesn't work. But I'm not sure exactly how far that happens. But I do know if you get too close to the magnetic north, the compass actually doesn't work properly.
So if you can demonstrate incarnation, that would be nice. I've been asking for a while.
Yeah, so the needle becomes sluggish within 20 degrees of the magnetic pole. The directive force is so weak that the compass becomes insensitive and unresponsive. So once you're 20 degrees from the magnetic pole, the compass is no longer usable.
Do you know what size area that is? You're talking about a 1,200-mile radius.
Yeah.
That's a huge area of that you're saying like we can't traverse with a compass at this point.
It's not that you can't traverse with it. It's not that you can't traverse it. It's just the compass isn't accurate anymore. And I mean, to be frank, it's not really that much when you compare it to the rest of the planet. But yeah, it is a fairly significant piece of land. I would agree.
Yeah, it's the size of the continent or of North America essentially, sitting up there.
Yeah, it doesn't. The picture doesn't look correct. The dead giveaway here should be the monopole appearing magnet that we have here, which, by the way, doesn't exist in nature. Or even out of nature. You can't make a monopole magnet. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, it seems like they want to claim 4 poles anyways, too. It's very weird.
Yeah, these are things that can't be explained. I mean, they just can't. Once again, that pesky word, physics.
I mean, one of the most popular maps used, that Mercator projection. If you read about Mercator, he didn't go anywhere to make that map. He read books and then made a map.
Because it's a projection.
Yeah, so what he reads some ship's logs, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, now I know how big America is, even though I don't live anywhere near there."
It's not about the size. It's about coordinates. So you can describe the full border of a country, for example, with lots of coordinate points, and the projection is just a way to plot those points. So you don't have to change those points. Like they're still gonna be the same latitude and longitude. The way you're plotting them on a flat surface varies depending on what projection you're picking up. So if he created a new projection, it's just a different math to plot those same points. It doesn't have to measure the same points again because that wouldn't change. Latitude and longitude would be the same. It's just how you're spreading it on a piece of paper that is changing. Coming up with a new projection doesn't relate to doing new measurements.
I got you. He made the lat and longitude lines even, just perfect squares to make that projection, is what you're saying.
No, that would be the equirectangular projection. The Mercator, he stretches the latitudes, he stretches in the y-axis. The further you get from the equator, the more stretched it gets.
I think
So it
that's the
preserves
Gleason. I think you're thinking of the Gleason.
No, the Gleason starts mapping outwards from the North Pole, maintaining the horizontal directions from the North Pole and the distances. That's the Gleason's. The Mercator is a cylindrical projection, so the longitude is just the y-axis. Sorry, the longitude becomes just the x-axis on a Cartesian chart. The latitude, although it is in the y-axis, there is an equation you have to apply. So you stretch it the further you are to the equator, from the equator, preserve directions in local regions. That's the idea of the Mercator. I have all those implemented in my website. Like I went through the math of those so I could implement them myself. So I start with any random projection you want. So you can start, for example, with the Gleason's map, and you can turn that into the Mercator. You can turn that into whatever other projection you want. You just have to figure out what's the latitude and longitude of each pixel, and convert that to the new projection, and then you get the new projection. So you don't have to. I can show that to you if what I'm saying doesn't make sense. I can show you how that works.
No, I understand that it's a scaling, and then as long as you scale any figure properly, you could go ahead and change the projection. I get that.
Yeah, it's more than just the scale, but yeah, I think you get it.
And then you know how Mercator also drew the North Pole, the one with like Rupus Nigra. Have you seen that?
I don't know what that is. No.
Here, I'll grab a picture of it. Have you ever seen his old Mercator projection, like the first one he ever did?
No.
Okay. I threw the picture in the chat. This was in like the bottom left corner of the original Mercator projection. Like what is he mapping here?
How's that a Mercator?
He made it. I'm just saying Mercator made this map as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That wouldn't be a Mercator projector though, right? It's just
No,
one map that the same guy did.
but we agree Mercator made a pretty good projection.
The Mercator projection, yeah.
Yeah, it's good, right? So what was he doing when he made this?
This one, I don't know.
Like, I don't want to discount the guy, right? Because obviously he made a great projection. So then what is this? What's going on in this?
I don't know.
What kind of projection even is that?
That's a piece of land that we don't map on the map anymore.
Not anymore. I think that's the only map I've seen it on. So, is this a projection? Is this a map of some land that is unknown, or?
You can Google Mercator's first projection, the first one he ever made, and this is in the corner of it. It shows you. This is because if you look at the Mercator projection, the first one he ever made, he put a landmass that crosses the whole top of the map, and he put a landmass that crosses the whole bottom of the map that you call Antarctica. So apparently, according to Mercator, there was land up there before. And it had a big mountain in the middle. Weird, right? And he made all of his projections based off books that he read.
Yo, why the Mercator projection is so useful?
Not exactly. I mean,
If you
go ahead.
Yeah, if you get a small piece of the Mercator projection and you get 2 points, the azimuth from one point to the next is going to be very close to the real azimuth between those same 2 points. So he preserves the azimuths to close locations. Of course, that's not going to work from 2 points in different continents, for example. But the closer they are, the more accurate the azimuths get. So if you're doing navigation, for example, you want to plot the azimuths from your dead reckoning. And you can do that over a map if that map is a Mercator projection, without too much distortion, because it preserves directions.
Does it get less accurate towards the north and south than the most accurate at the equator?
Oh. The accuracy of azimuths in the Mercator only matters how big of a map chunk you're using. The smaller the chunk of the map you're using, the more accurate it gets. Doesn't really matter that much.
That kind of goes with what I was saying earlier. I feel like you can map out small portions of the Earth, but I don't think you can map out the whole entire thing and make it accurate.
You just plot the Mercator back to sphere, and then it doesn't really matter anymore if the points are far or closer. Then the azimuths are constantly accurate. Get rid of that problem by wrapping the Mercator on the sphere again.
So just put it on a sphere, and now we have a perfectly accurate map.
For azimuths, yeah. The errors are no longer getting away from the arc seconds or arc minutes. And then that would be most likely instrument error instead of something related to the projection.
Hey, yo, Lion, you got the mic?
Who's Mike?
His mic.
Well, who is Mike?
No, I said, Ayo, Lion, are you at the mic? What's up, Bacon?
What's up, Killian? AKA QE, AKA...
You just call me
I think there
Kill.
was another nickname.
People got nicknames from you, dog? Awesome.
There
When
was
it comes-
another name also you used. I don't remember which one that was.
When he was when it comes to Globers, he'd be killing them.
Especially if your name is Ian. I'm not gonna kill you. Oh, shoot. Yo, Tora, I just messaged you. I don't know if you ever took in this piece, but the finding the three furnaces where they would have done the gold works, brass works at Mount Sinai. Did you ever hear about this?
No, I have not. I'll definitely take a look at it.
Dude, I just sent you the video. What's crazy is they found the stonework where the wing of one of the cherub from the Ark of the Covenant would have been casted from in the gold. Just check out the video I sent, dude. I'm like mind boggled right now. Because I mean, I knew about the Ark of the Covenant, like the true Ark of the Ark of the Covenant, his actual seat where he will sit when he returns. But with respects to the actual cast that it was made from, that's mind boggling on its own.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'll definitely look into that and get back with you.
Yeah, man.
Hey, can you send that to me too, Killian? That's
Who dat?
Professor Silly
Is that Prof?
Questions.
Yeah, I got you, Prof. Yeah, no stress, guy. I can only feed those who ask. I say that respectfully, of course. Professor Dr. Silly Questions, and the friend request has come through to you, my friend. There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure, man.
Yeah, just for
Thank you
any.
for asking.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Bacon, I have one more question for you.
Please.
Is there any practicality for someone like a pilot or someone that travels by sea or an astronaut or whoever, I don't care, would need an entire map of the entire landscape of Earth, or would they just need a section?
If there's any practicality, well, there is some practicality. Yeah.
What would that be?
Well, I'll go with the one I'm more used to, which is on navigation. When you're doing like a fix, the most accurate way would be with pen and paper, because if you want to do like with an actual globe representing the whole land, the whole Earth, it would have to be a pretty big globe to get you down to a good accuracy. But in practical terms, if you don't need to be that much accurate, you can just draw the circles of equality straight to a sphere, and you can get your position like that without doing any math. So if you're using a globe, you don't need to do any math. You just get the angles and you turn them into radius, and you plot them on a sphere, and the intersection of those circles give you your coordinates without all those side reduction tables and without computing azimuths. You wouldn't need none of that. And that has been demonstrated by Protothet in his videos. I've done that on Blender as well. So yeah, it works practically, but it's usually you want more accuracy than that. So people don't do that like that.
Yeah, the GPS does all that for you. Is basically what it is.
Nowadays yes, but like it's still nowadays there are people doing navigation the way I'm describing, like with plotting sheets inside reduction tables. There are still people doing like that for fun or because of races that are set up for people to do it like that. So it's still done, not as much as it used to, because obviously we have GPS now. But it's still something that takes place.
So we obviously knew it was difficult, and we always had issues when we did it that way. So, in comes Lorenzi, in comes GPS to fix these problems, essentially. So there's problems when just using a compass and a map.
Oh, it's not that there's problems. It's just a hell of work that you have to do. Like you gotta do a lot of math to get your coordinates precisely by taking star angles. And of course, you have to deal with the bolt swing. If you're trying to get an angle to a star, you gotta point two sides to very precise spots while the bolt is swinging back and forth. There's a bunch of things you gotta account for just for the practicality of it. The GPS just gives you right away. It's just much easier.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not much like that. There's issues. It's a lot of effort.
You're saying like people are getting lazy.
Well, I mean, you could see it like that, but there's just no need to do all the extra work. You can
Don't
see.
do all
Can
the
you?
extra work. Let the government take care of it for you and just use our GPS system, which uses a proper accurate coordinate system because me and you, Bacon, can't verify that those maps work well
Well,
in the south. Me and you have never been to Antarctica.
well, not in Antarctica, but I'm in the south, and I've done this same process here. And what I got from GPS is the same thing I get from doing with star angles. I just got the same answer. Uh, of course, within a couple miles. But yeah, that's as bad as it gets. Just a couple miles.
Which latitude are you at again? I felt like it was similar to my latitude.
25,
25, yep, that's right.
25 south. Yeah, just past the Tropic of Capricorn.
Get ready, it's going to be a hot one. Because it was brutally hot here this summer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was brutally hot this winter here. And now we're getting to summer.
It's weird too because we're getting our next week is dropping in the 50s for the low here, which is weird in October.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here January and December are very hot months, and usually like June and July and August are chill months. But we got some pretty hot days in at the end of August. But yeah, just going back to the subject of the maps, that's why I always go to navigation for my main piece of evidence, because you want to predict elevation and azimuths. You do use a sphere. There's no correction you have to do for that. Just get 2 points on the sphere, you connect them. The angle gives you the co-altitude, and the azimuth on that sphere, it's the same as the azimuth in reality. And if you want to use a projection or a flattened version of that same sphere, then it never works for that. Like there's no flat representation in which you can do that same thing.
What's interesting to me about this is like the hemisphere. You guys call it a hemisphere, which is half a sphere, and then you separate that half a sphere into two different parts. You say there's a northern part and a southern part, but then you want to map it into one full sphere for some reason.
Because it's, well, what do you mean for some reason? It's two halves of a sphere.
No, there's only one hemisphere. You just call it the hemisphere. The northern part of the hemisphere and then the southern part of the hemisphere. That hemisphere is the same hemisphere, isn't it?
It's two hemispheres, like, two halves of a ball, and then you get two halves of a ball together and you have a ball. It's not like you have one hemisphere and in that hemisphere there's like two parts of a hemisphere. No.
No, that's what it sounds like when you say that.
There's northern hemisphere, so there's an equator. We just cut in the equator, and now we have one half and the other half. One we call south hemisphere, and one we have north hemisphere, because one has a south pole and one has a north pole. So we have two halves of a ball. We connect them, a full ball.
I got you. So you're just taking the celestial sphere and cutting it in half and saying there's for sure a celestial sphere.
No, we have equator on the ground, so when you can cut by the equator, you have two halves of a ball. You don't do that with celestial sphere because you don't, or maybe you could, because you have two celestial hemispheres for two hemispheres. But yeah.
Yeah, the celestial sphere is just
The celestial
mapping,
sphere isn't even
mapping the
an
stars
object.
based. Yeah, it's just the mapping of the stars using the Earth's surface as a reference.
Okay, so the celestial sphere has nothing to do with hemisphere.
It does. If the Earth has hemispheres, then so does the celestial sphere, because the celestial sphere is a one-to-one mapping of the stars to the surface of the Earth.
Okay, got it. So you're cutting the celestial sphere in half, and you're calling one northern hemisphere and one southern hemisphere.
Well, we were doing that to the Earth, but you can do that to the celestial sphere just as well. Like you have the hemispheres on Earth, you have hemispheres in the celestial sphere as well, which is the same as the one on Earth. It's just mapped. It's just a mapping of the sky to the ground positions. So if you split the ground positions in two, you're also splitting the celestial positions in two. Same thing. Each celestial position has a unique ground position. Like we map the star's position with right ascension declination. So if I tell you at this point in time there's a star at this right ascension declination, you can tell me exactly where on Earth you'd see that star overhead. And the declination of the star is just the latitude of that position on the ground. And the right ascension is pretty much just the longitude, accounting for how much Earth rotated.
Off any star, or is that off
Any star.
Polaris?
No, any
Oh,
star. All celestial bodies have right ascension declination. It's their position in the celestial sphere. And that's mostly mapped in the almanac. Not mostly. We only have 59 stars and what, 4 planets? The moon and the sun. There are much more stars in that. But the main ones are in the almanac. But it uses a different notation. Instead of right ascension, it uses sidereal hour angle, which is the same thing. It's just a different unit.
Hey, Bacon, you there?
Yes, for 8 minutes.
Do you ever get sad that you live in the southern hemisphere where the sun spends less time as its GP?
Oh, I couldn't be sad about something I just figured out yesterday, I think. But yeah.
It's quite
Oh,
a striking difference, right? Like it's like something like 9 days, I think.
oh, is it that much? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's at least I looked at the equinoxes this year, 9 days more through between spring and summer equinox, spring and fall
Right.
equinox.
Well, I guess it follows then. Then, if we live in a heliocentric system governed by Newtonian laws, then that has to be when the sun is the bigger. Because the shortest half of the orbit is the one that is closer to the sun. So then, yeah, when the sun is in the southern hemisphere, it must be in the lower, like the part of the orbit is closer to the sun. So the sun must look the largest when the sun is below
Right.
the equator. That's my prediction. Let me see if it follows.
I think it's funny that the heliocentric model talks about the sun as if it's like a god. It's so big and so far away, you know, it's weird.
I don't think of gods as being big and far away. I thought they were like omnipresent or something.
If we were talking about heliocentric model, we could also imply that to Jupiter because it basically saves the Earth.
Yeah, ball of gas.
No, it has a gravitational pull that pulls a what's it called? Asteroids towards itself and away from the Earth. So without it, we would most likely end up being hit by majority of that belt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Jupiter was the gas giant. I might
Yeah,
be
it is, but it has a strong
Yeah.
gravitational pull because of its size, so it kind of reverts asteroids from their trajectory towards us.
So not only you think we have an atmosphere next to the vacuum of space, you think there's a gas giant in the vacuum of space.
It's mostly liquid. We call it gas giant for some reason, but yep.
I thought I saw like a couple years ago that Jupiter was throwing rocks at us or throwing asteroids on Earth, and I remember someone commenting like, "Could you blame him?" I'm not sure that was true though, but it was funny.
But Mars is even better because on Mars you can see cloud formations with a good enough telescope, dust storms sometimes. But unfortunately, it's visible for like a month every 2 years.
Or not only do they refer to them as if they're gods, they even call them the name of gods. Ironically.
And then
You know what's
and then,
interesting?
and then attribute them throwing
When the
rocks.
sun,
The planets were called
Hold
after
on,
gods.
Tactical Lion want to get in.
Okay.
no, it's all right. I'm breaking up, so it's all good.
Sorry, Tactical, go ahead.
So the ancients saw lights in the sky, and it's like, oh, this red one, we will call it Mars. Then we discovered that those are actually planets, so we've given them names that they had before. So we didn't name them like, oh, there's a planet, let's name it Mars. No, it's a light in the sky, and they thought it was a god. But yeah, that's interesting.
So the Romans named Mars?
Were you there when
Yeah.
they started naming them?
Hmm?
Were you sitting around that table when they started naming them?
No, but that's historical information. If you disagree with it, well, cool.
Imagine the
cool.
gall of that guy to be like, all the stars are lights, but not these ones. Come on,
No,
man.
he looked through a telescope and saw, oh, they look different. I don't
Yeah.
think they're stars.
You know why the sun looks different than all the other stars?
Because it's closer.
Okay, so we could just use that same argument for the planets.
I'd like to see the raw data too of the dust storms. That'd be pretty fascinating.
In like the next year, I'll be able to get good shots of it. So If you are patient enough, I'll provide it for you through my own equipment. But basically, it just looks like there's some detail on Mars, and then over a few days, it just becomes basically one single color, and then you see detail again, and you can see it kind of get in like a wave. So it's a similar. It looks like there's dust storm going on. Also, there's cloud formations, but they're a bit harder to spot as they're really faint usually.
Okay, so just like some color patterns in the light.
Mic check.
Not color patterns. Those are like solid surface details that are visible there all the time.
Sounds good, Lion.
Yep. You're good.
You don't. You guys are breaking up, so I don't think my connection's still good.
Oh.
Well, well, let me try it anyways. So when the sun is in the southern hemisphere, it's also when apparently in the heliocentric model we are also closer to the sun, or it's during its perihelion, and there's a difference between the north and the south by 3 million miles, dude. So the Earth theoretically is 3 million miles closer to the sun when it's at the southern hemisphere or during its perihelion orbit revolution. And I mean, you'd think that you would have like an increase of heat, irradiation, all that angular size, like all that, right?
You do have increase in angular size. When you look at the sun in aphelion versus perihelion, it varies by like few arc minutes, I believe. It's the same with moon.
What about temperature? You think it's like you think 3 million miles is negligible?
Temperature is usually atmospheric conditions, not the distance to the sun. And the way the light hits the planet. When it has to spread over like large distance, it won't really matter how close it is.
Yeah, just picture me standing with a flashlight and I'm the sun, and you're 93 feet from me, and you change to 96 feet. How much different is that light going to look to you? Like, as far as how much light is hitting you, it's not a lot compared to the tilt.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll give you that.
And yeah, the angular size of the sun is like steadily changing from aphelion to perihelion.
What's funny though is 2,000 miles away from me goes into summer while I go into winter.
Yeah.
But 3 million miles, don't even worry, bro. It's all good.
That's true. So the angle makes more of a difference in the actual physical distance. That's hilarious.
That's a bold claim. I mean, it sounds like they never cooked a rotisserie chicken.
You also have the angle variation between sunrise all the way to the opposing sunset, right? So you have a variation of angle each day, and I can understand in your model you claim that there's radiative heat based on the retention of the heat that the Earth has. That's why temperatures are different. But why is it as soon as the sun starts to come up over the horizon in the summertime for me, that angle, I can feel the heat of that sun so much more intensely than I can feel the heat of the sun in the wintertime as it comes up over the horizon.
Yeah, that is weird.
Light is more concentrated on the area that you're in during summer, and is less concentrated on that area during winter. It spreads over a larger distance.
So what is the angle differential
between my sunrise at wintertime and my sunrise at summertime, and how much difference would that make in the amount of heat that is coming directly to me instantaneously?
I have no idea. You'd have to wait for me to do the calculations because I have no idea how to do that in my head. Maybe Coffee Converter would be able to because I think he's good with maths, but me not.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Just because the sun rises slightly south east from me in the winter time as opposed to pretty much directly east of me in the summertime, why do I feel such a difference in the amount of heat as that sun instantly comes up over the horizon?
I don't think
Talking
I
just
can argue if you like your experience.
so I could understand if there was like ambient radiation from the heat from the earth, right? But what I can't understand is direct sunlight as it hits me in the summertime is more intense even at that angle in the sunrise, meaning I have a much more intense heat in the summertime than I do in the wintertime, and there's not that big of a deviation in the angle.
Yeah, I mean Antarctica and the Arctic would be similar in temperature if this was the case. They're not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
And like then think about how many miles it is from you to Antarctica versus the Arctic and the difference in temperature from you. It just gets wild.
Yeah, the Arctic Circle versus the Antarctic Circle, the differences between temperature and the amount of flora and fauna that is contained within the two of them is ridiculous. Stark difference, actually.
But that's just because Antarctica's tall.
What do you mean Antarctica is tall? Like, it's a mountain?
That's the excuse
It's
you'll
what
get is Antarctica has the highest elevation on Earth, and obviously, but there, you could go to the coastline of Antarctica and pick up these temperatures if you want.
What? Antarctica has the highest elevation. Like
As a
what?
continent.
Like mountain peaks there?
Antarctica's overall elevation is much greater than any other alleged continent.
Huh. And okay. Whatever.
Which makes for a great container.
That was good.
It's even better than Tupperware. Actually, you guys might be too young to even know what Tupperware is. Sorry, Rubbermaid.
I prefer hefty. No, but it's also tsunami proof, right? How convenient.
Yeah. And then it's so weird that it's like the walls are so like they're rich in like oxygen and stuff that when pieces break off into the ocean, we get more oxygen. It's great. It's like it was designed that way.
Wow. Does it really make sense to you guys that believe in flat Earth, like all the globers that come here and follow you guys around? Does that make sense?
We figured
What do
it
you
out.
mean?
They're actually flat earthers and they just can't come to terms with themselves, so they have to bash on other flat earthers. We see this happen in other communities.
Yeah, it's just kind of curious to me. I'm new here, as I'm sure you all could tell, but it's just weird to me, these people. It's like, man, you don't have a friend there, Rage Cage? Like, you don't have a little buddy to go hang out with? Or go talk about it? I don't know, whatever. It's just weird.
Oh, just don't even pay attention to the chat half the time. They're people that never make their way into Livestream, don't have anything to say. Typically are stock accounts of other people that we may or may not know. Yeah. It's interesting in there. All they want to do is gaslight people, talk smack, then never actually open their mic, most of them.
Dude, Stacy B is in here. But yeah, like Stacy B and I were talking this morning, and I'm new here, so she's like, oh hey, I don't know, we're just kind of chopping it up, and she was telling me about this other Discord. And dude, hey, the guy was like came in here and was like berating her. And he's like, I never even think about this server. I'm like, bro, literally somebody just said your name and you showed up. Like, how weird is
this? Trim Panda.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a steady 25 plus people listening on YouTube. So there's people paying attention, whether it's YouTube or they come in here and just sit on mute in a stock account to listen as well. So that's just kind of the way it goes, man. Welcome to the server, by the way. Are you new to the conversation in general?
Yeah, I mean,
mean,
definitely. You guys, yeah, for sure. I'm a newbie.
Yeah. Well, this server in general is not necessarily. It's not specific about flat Earth, globe Earth. It's open to any kind of discussion as long as it's within YouTube and Discord POS. But certainly, a lot of what takes place here is a discussion about the Earth.
Oh, okay.
But welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Think about it like this. Imagine if there were people like talking on the internet that Bigfoot is real, and then we just went in there and we're like, no, Bigfoot's not real. We like fought them vehemently, like real wrong. Like, I don't know. It's funny.
What do you Bigfoot
Not
researchers
even
have
just
done
went
for
there.
science?
Not even just went there, but went there every single day and or stalked that Discord every single day and constantly, incessantly gaslight people and have conversations that are not necessarily in good faith.
You and
Just
your Bigfoot cult would say that.
yeah. We've got proof that there's no Bigfoot.
Yeah, dude, when you put it like that, that is so funny. And that's literally what it is.
The Bigfoot conversation was on the History Channel or something I was watching on national TV this morning in the Arizona area. They didn't call it Bigfoot. It was just a big hairy animal that looked just like Bigfoot. Not Sasquatch. I forget what they called it, but it lived in the cave.
Yeti?
Say it again.
Yeti?
No. I would remember the common names. I wish I would remember the name they called it. But anyway, it was like, so many people that lived there throughout their lives, like the natives had a folklore, stories about it. And then people who have visited there have seen it. But because there's no direct evidence, no one's ever killed one or, whatever. No one believes in it, but they also have found giant skeletons in that area, and science kind of pushes that aside. Things like that. That was in Arizona, and so you can look that up.
Not to. Honestly, though, if you think about it, the Bigfoot terms are perfect, way to frame it, But man, you gotta like really kind of actually feel bad for those people because it's like they must not have a friend or anything.
I mean, I don't know, but there might be some that don't have friends, but I'm sure I would like to hope that most everybody else on both sides of the conversation are just like myself, normal people that have friends and a job and all that kind of stuff, but hang out and chit chat when they can.
I listen to this as a podcast when I work. Like I can engage in a podcast, so that's pretty nice.
Oh, that's true.
And you know, there's people that can have like legitimate conversations and stuff, and then there's people that just really can't. So
On both sides.
Correct.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm right here, guy.
I'm the new one. Welcome me.
I'm right here.
Yeah, just imagine being the person that says because you believe in Bigfoot, your kids should be taken away, right? You're not fit to raise kids, or I wish death on you, or, you know, I'm going to join your group and pretend that I believe in Bigfoot and give that like source money for years just to collect information. And then once I'm done doing that, I'm going to use that information against that person, like post your address, you know, pictures of your existing house, or call your work and tell your boss that you believe in Bigfoot. You understand? Like, it's not only just the small things we're talking about; it's extreme.
How many people have lost their job because or how many kids have been taken away from their parents because their parents are flat earthers? Is there a statistic on that?
I would say most globe earthers have their kids taken away by the state.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely more Globers that get their kids taken away. But is there any single evidence or case of a flat Earth family having their kids taken away because they were flat Earthers, or is this
No,
just
I
a
don't think
fairy tale?
I don't think anybody claimed that unless you're saying that somebody said that. If
No,
not, then that would be considered a straw man. But there have been people who have been harassed at their jobs, gotten fired from their jobs, had the establishments that have given them credentials contacted to get those credentials taken away. So yeah, lots of stuff like that
Who's
has
lost
happened.
their job for being a flat Earther? I can get them a job where I'm at. I have a flat Earth boss.
Does Brian Mullen count?
I personally had my bosses called, my contractors called. 3 of them that I know of were called right in a span of hours years ago, and 2 of them
Yeah.
were already flat earthers. I've had
And
threats that hang on, give me 1 second, sir. The only reason I said those things because all those things have happened to me. I have chat posts that I can show you, but death wishes upon me and my family, my full name posted, my address posted, the picture of my front door posted. They called my church and talked to my assistant pastor and told him I was teaching them that flat earth was in the Bible. Now you have to imagine how this went. It went terribly for them because actually 2 of the 3 that contractors they talked to were flat earthers before me. And my associate pastors told them that if I'm teaching people to read the Bible, that's a good thing. So it didn't go as well as they planned.
right.
But you know, these things happen. These extreme things happen is what I'm saying. They're not theoretical things that I'm making up. Happened to
Right.
me, it's happened to others. But
Yeah, you're a victim.
yeah, has anyone's kids been taken away because of their belief of flat earth? No, that I don't think so, and that's not what I said. I said there was a group out there saying that my kids should be taken away from me because my belief in flat earth.
Okay. Definitely. There's definitely people who say that. Absolutely. Does that give any validity to condemn an entire idea of like a shape of a planet because some people get butt hurt and do stupid shit against you?
No, I'm just saying how extreme it is. Like we were talking about going to a Bigfoot site and doing these types of things. You know, would you ever do that? Or would you ever go to those extremes? I wouldn't.
I don't think any
I'd
sane
say that's a
person would.
crazy person. Yeah, that's something a crazy person does.
Exactly. So it's not just one person either. So what the point is that we're dealing with a group that seems to be multiple crazy people in a small group because not a
Are we
lot of
talking
people.
about flat earthers or globers right here?
Both.
I don't know which one.
I would say
Okay.
both, but I've never had a flat earther, tell me I was crazy or whatever. But I haven't seen as
Why
many.
would he? Why would he? You're on his side.
Yeah, crazy people don't seem to decipher, but I haven't seen a lot of flat earther crazy people, which I would deem crazy, call other people's work and say they believe in the globe, or you understand? Like I
Right.
haven't seen the reverse.
Well, yeah, because it'd be like it would be insane for a flat earther to call somebody and try and get them fired because they believe in reality. Like they would be definitely a crazy person at that point.
Right.
Like,
I mean, but if you did call up somebody's work and say like, "Hey, so and so is harassing me for my spiritual beliefs online," I just thought you should know that that's the type of person you're employing. You know what I mean? Maybe. Yeah. Or this person's like, so and so made kind of personal threats on me. Just thought you should know. Whatever. How about I hang up? I don't know. But even that doesn't happen. Really.
yeah, right, but like, you know how crazy it'd be if you were an employer and you took some fucking random person calling in on face value about anything. Honestly, like I get telemarketer calls all day. You think I actually believe that that I won something and that I ever stayed at a Marriott hotel? Like, come on now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
but here's the
switching
thing
it.
with
You're
somebody
switching
like
it to the
Brian.
employer. You're switching it. We're talking about the person actually willing to make that call and look up your number and research you and post your front door and address and full name and name of your wife and tell you your kids are taken away. I don't think you're getting it for some reason.
Oh, am I
Well, he's
not getting
trying to
it?
twist it as per usual, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Just
totally
move on.
twisting it. Yeah, I'm really dishonest, by the way.
A little backward.
There's some sick stuff that's been said by people, and I know I've seen it from the fighter side. There's only been a few that I've seen behavior, but that comes from people getting really upset at being told things like Rakia just said. And I mean consistent abuse. So when you have people doing that, sending DMs to you and everything else, it's a different perspective. I've never wanted to wish harm on anyone, even the ones that are wishing harm upon me. The fact that it happens is disgusting because human beings are this way. And this is why people in power will stay in power, because people can't get a grip on their own self, literally. And we're adults. It's sick.
It's the same in some video games. You get someone mad and they suddenly want to harass you all the time. I don't understand those people. It doesn't really matter which side they're from. They are crazy people and they should be not in the society.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Sometimes, like Demon Stride is trying to allude to somehow not having the ability to get somebody fired or their credentials taken away. If somebody has credentials, like, I don't know, an engineering degree, and they're part of an engineering society or have some sort of certificate that allows them to operate as an engineer, those boards can be called. And then if those people have YouTube channels where they're putting out information that might be against the norm, but doesn't necessarily go against the physics in reality, but it goes against the norm, those people can be ostracized and booted out of the communities in which they reside.
That's a fun conspiracy. Is there any evidence of that actually happening?
I don't think so, but I know that you can actually
Yeah.
take
Well,
someone's
didn't
degree
George
if
call
they
up
do something wrong.
Didn't George call up Brian Mullen's job? And
Yep, George Hanichuk did. See, the problem is you have somebody like Brian Mullen who, once he's getting harassed on that level, just goes away and decides he's not even going to talk about the conversation any longer, right? So that mission accomplished, right? He doesn't need to get fired from his job. He just needs to stop saying what he's saying. So that's mission accomplished for George, who did that.
What is his statement on it? Has anyone got a recorded statement from this person that you're white knighting?
What?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, a
Jesus.
little backwards. A little backwards.
Maybe you haven't been around long enough to understand what took place, but whatever.
Oh yeah, I have no idea.
Let me
But anyway, can I just post?
let me guess. This guy's a glober. I mean,
got it.
seriously, come on, man.
can I just like ask David Stride a question real quick? Hypothetically, would it be possible, like, if well, like, let's say you give us like your employers and maybe a relevant, like, important contacts in your life, let's say, and or whatever, or we just get them and we just take them, and then, like, is it possible we could fuck with your life at all? Like, we just like tell them whatever we want to, like, he's into vampires and voodoo, whatever
Yeah,
we want to say.
how about this?
Right?
How about
Like, don't
this?
you think? But hey,
yeah, how about
it's
this?
just a
I'll go and
hypothetical. Before you get triggered, it's just a
well, I'm not
hypothetical.
triggered. I'm
We're
just
not really
saying
gonna
it's
do
not
it.
hypothetical. It's
We're
not
really gonna do
hypothetical.
it. But it really
I
has
will put you
happened.
on. I will. All right. I will put you on speakerphone and take you over to my boss, and you can tell him anything you want. You think I'm gonna?
Your boss
think it's
is already
gonna fucking matter?
inoculated. Your boss is already inoculated. That's a
No,
different
I have a
thing.
flat Earth boss.
So this
How
is
about
where
that?
hold on a second. So this is where Demon Stride takes it to the well. If I don't get fired for being a flat earther, then nobody could get fired for saying these things or putting that information out, right?
That's not
It's
my
called an
claim.
all or nothing fallacy, right?
Well, no, you just tried to pigeonhole me into saying like,
No.
oh, you
No,
hold on,
like,
you don't have
but
to
that means
interrupt me. It's okay, you don't have to interrupt me. You guys just went on to say, well, oh, if we got your information and did this to you, don't you think that we could fuck with your life? And I'm trying to present like, well, you
you're
could
saying
try
no.
that.
You get no
Okay.
respect here, as you just interrupted him the whole time and then said, "Script 101, don't interrupt me."
I know it's because flat earthers do it all the time over at the MMM.
but-
And there's
they think
the
that
other
they think they can just talk over everyone. It doesn't matter because
You
they're
just
the opposing
talked
side,
over
so they
him.
just talk.
I wanted to
I know
give you an
you don't have to
opportunity.
interrupt me. That's fine.
No, you
Go ahead.
just interrupted him. Do you understand that? Did you hear yourself?
It's fine.
doesn't
You
care.
can mute me. You lose. I mean, whatever.
We
He
don't
enjoys the
lose
double
anything
standard,
from
actually.
you not being
You guys are
heard,
getting
sir.
triggered, honestly.
No, actually, I'm just
I
going
wanted to
down
just
the
give you a
field,
chance
but
to respond. That's all.
I know. I wanted to respond too, but
but I
whatever.
think you kind of truncated a little bit what I said, because I did like say, like, other people that are close to you, perhaps your girlfriend or your family, close family. You know what I mean? Like, if and you start talking, because I've known this to occur also, and this is just where trolling, goes bad. It goes evil. And,
It sounds like you're trying to.
I wish you would just understand that this occurs. I'm not trying to say.
It absolutely occurs, but it sounds like you're trying to straw man me as saying it's okay to do that. Like, it's weird because I already agreed. That's fucked up.
You were
like, you're
pretty
still
passive
arguing
about
for
it, and you were very dismissive about the things that Rakia has gone through. So I
Oh,
feel
no,
like as
but
though
I didn't.
perhaps you haven't like walked a mile in his shoes. Perhaps, not that you'd want to or could.
You guys bitch about and fucking cry about. But the point is like you're complaining that people's getting their kids taken away for their belief in flat. And I just asked, is there any flat earther who lost their kids? But turns out no, none of those claims actually came to fruition. Just
maybe you have
a fear
facts
just a fear. I'm sorry, I'm not done. Just a fear-based, propaganda tactic, I guess. But you guys believe.
Maybe you have wax in your ears. No one, and I mean no one, ever said the kids got taken away. Said the threat was made that kids should be taken away from flat Earth, men and women, parents, because of what they believe in. Do you have it now since it's been explained to you 3 times, or are you going to gaslight and lie, or just misunderstand what was said?
I mean, it's hard for him to open his mic and speak without a straw man and then a gaslight. So that's what's happened the whole entire time. So, Demon Stride, do you have a response to that?
Oh no, you can answer for me because he asked a question and you just started talking for me. So what's my answer? Go ahead. I'll wait.
Do you have an answer for that?
What was the question? Why don't you re-ask the question and then let me answer it?
Go ahead. So now it's a tactic like this, right? We get it.
No, I'm
We
just using
understand you come
tactics.
in
I
with
get it, yeah.
tactics. You even come in to plug your server, while every time anybody goes to your server, you say that flat earthers interrupt, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, the thing is,
So
anytime
now
someone
you're
comes there,
literally crying. You're
yeah.
making crying noises.
Well, it's like every time you ask a question, I start to talk. You want to interrupt me? That's fine.
You're a little wah.
But go ahead and answer Raquio's question. If you didn't hear it properly, you can rewind it because it's live stream as you talk over.
I'll leave the fucking conversation so I can go and understand what the question is. Yep.
See you later, buddy.
Have fun in your echo chamber, bud.
What echo chamber? I came in and you guys were fucking bitching to each other about losing your kids. Fuck. Ain't never happened.
Yeah, no one said that. Again,
So he can't comprehend what you said after saying it for the third time, Rakia.
now
That's
the
how well
fourth.
he listens.
I'm
By
just
the
playing
way,
a flat
he
earther
did.
right now.
Hey guys, he did the same thing. I was on this server just the other day. He did the same thing with me. Every time I spoke, he came and he cried like a little girl, just like he's doing now.
We should get like
Definitely.
Demon Stride clips, and then when people come in like him, we should just play his
Use
own
the
commercial
cry.
for him. You should join that server.
There you go. Yeah, I'll wah for you, and then you can clip it.
That's cool.
Yeah, but it just sounded like a big wow fest. Like, I can't be a flat earther because they say I shouldn't have kids, and they call my boss, and I just want to be a flat earther and not be bothered.
Yeah,
Let's
no
see
one
if you
said
can
that
make
either.
a comprehensive sentence. Let's see if you can make
Yeah.
like a string of words that make sense that could come out of your mouth. Give it a go.
Okay, all right, here we go. All right, so what evidence do you have for flat Earth that's a measurement of non-curve? How about that? Anyone got that?
Let him know what you did,
I
Rakia.
do. 2.7 miles of a local lake that had a plus and minus measurement of I'll say 3/4 of an inch. It was actually a little bit less, but fractions.
Okay, and what did you expect it to be versus what you measured?
Well, at the time I was a glober, so sorry to tell you that. So I expected it to be what I was taught by other globers, 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh, I don't think any Globers ever told you that that's what the curvature should be. I think that's
Well,
consistently
approximate.
misrepresented. Yeah, but
So
I mean, it's
over
not
that
accurate.
span, over that span, what would the actual calculation be, Demon Stride, and what's the
I
difference
don't know.
between that
I'm
and
not
8
making
inches
the
per
claim.
mile squared? Could you provide us with that information if it's
No,
incorrect?
I can't. No, I can't. It's not my claim. I was asking what
Well,
the. Okay, it's fine. Interrupt.
and it's actually what globers did teach me. So you're wrong again. Whether it's right or not, I don't know. But we didn't get any curvature. We got
Well,
our
what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't get any curvature. We were all globers. There wasn't one flat Earth even person who thought it was even legit. We were actually interested in measuring the curved water as globers, not proven or disproven flat Earth or globe. So and that's at that time.
Yeah. So at that time, you were mistaken on what the actual calculation for curvature would be, because I don't think it's changed at all ever, and it's not 8 inches per mile squared. You need to add the observer height as well, so it's not just one simple. Yeah.
Well, to know that, you would have to know the curvature rate, and we asked you what it was. So is it
He doesn't
3/4
know.
of an inch plus or minus?
Oh,
Over
I don't.
2.7?
I'm not making any claims here. You were the one
You
who made the
just
claim.
did. You just made the
did
claim
I?
that it's not 8 inches per mile square. You just made that claim.
Then what is it?
And
I
I
don't
asked
know.
you what it is, and you're saying you
Yeah,
don't know. Well,
here's the thing.
how do you know it's not 8 inches per mile square when you don't know what it is?
How do you know it is 8 inches per mile squared?
I don't know that. I'm telling you, and I'll repeat it again for the third time. You don't wax in your ears again.
Yeah, you
Globers,
can ad hom all you want.
yeah, people who believe in the globe, the radius, told me that's what the math was. Right?
So you base your shit off of a fallacy, okay?
I guess if globers spit out fallacies all the time, but if you can't tell
How
me
does he
what
know
it
it's
is, how
fallacious?
am I supposed to know that I'm not right?
Right. How does he know it's incorrect?
How do you know it's incorrect when you don't know what it is?
Here's how. Okay, well, the thing is,
ask him the circumference.
So you ask me a question and then you want to talk over it. It's okay.
Well, you've answered you don't know several times, so we were just repeating.
Sure, you're not getting
how
emotional
would
there. I
you
heard
know?
a little crack in your voice. I think you might need
No,
to take
I'm
a step
eating.
down or something.
I'm watching
Now he.
football and eating
You don't have
ribeye
to defend
steak.
yourself. It's okay. You don't have to defend yourself. Who the fuck am I?
Yeah, exactly. You
See,
answered
now
your
he
own
just
question.
has to try to employ tactics because he's caught back into a circle. He's in the corner. Now
That's
he's
I
got
didn't
to
buy
say,
into anything.
"Oh, now you're triggered. Oh, you can't answer. I heard a crack in your voice." When he literally can't answer any questions, he answers your question with a question. But then
the
when he
problem.
tries to say that your claim is incorrect and you want to know why it's incorrect, meaning what is the correct answer, he says he doesn't have a claim. All he knows is you're wrong.
Well, it
'Cause you're a
doesn't
flat
matter
earther.
what the drop rate is because we measured none. Like, I don't get
Exactly.
what he's getting at. We didn't measure a drop. So then we started questioning our own, if we even did it right. So then we started researching that. Now you have to imagine to yourself or put a little faith. These are people like myself and my brother and some other people that have made a living using these instruments correctly, right? Creating a horizontal plane.
What instrument did you use to make this measurement, by the way?
We had 2 theodolites and 1 auto level. I hope that
Yeah,
answer wasn't quick enough for you.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow.
I've
Did
noticed.
you
I've noticed.
repeat that?
Yeah, I've noticed you're slow. You can't even understand a simple statement that about the kids and about the quick answer about we went as Globers, all of us.
Crying about
Right?
that?
All of us went to that lake on a weekend to our camp. Now, as flat earthers, how in the world would we be able to afford all this stuff and do all this stuff or even intelligently decipher what we're measuring? But these are
Yeah.
people who know how to create a horizontal plane. We did it over water and didn't get any drop.
Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense. How'd you create a horizontal plane over water, and what were you measuring from that plane?
Well, these tools, if you knew anything about them, that's what they do.
Oh, I
is create
definitely
hor-
don't. I'm a retard.
Right. That's why I'm telling you.
Uh-huh.
So these tools are established and created by
What's
engineers
established mean?
to make horizontal planes. And if you use them properly, that's what they do. And
Yeah,
the
yeah.
proof that we use them properly is that 3, 4, 5 of us in the group of about 12 use these to make a living.
Okay, and then all of you came out of that with the conclusion the Earth is flat, so you turned a bunch of Globers into flat Earthers?
All of us came out of that as in that water in our area doesn't curve. Does that make sense?
I mean, you're making the claim the water's not curving, but I did ask how you established that it wasn't curving from the plane you established, because if you're establishing a plane out across the water, how are you measuring down from that plane to the surface?
We established a plane 1'6" starting 1'6" above the water at a benchmark. That's a starting point. We established the horizontal plane 1'6", 2.7 miles, and then measured down to the water. And none of it, and then the water doesn't curve from that horizontal plane.
How did you measure down? How did you measure down to the surface of the water from that established plane? That's my question to you, and you keep fucking dancing around it.
I'm not dancing. We measured it with tape measures. 1'6" above the water was the starting benchmark. We made a horizontal plane with the tools that I told you and measured down from the top of the stakes, which I'm not sure why you're laughing. Maybe you don't understand.
It's just hilarious to hear you say that. That's
what do you
cool.
mean?
It's hilarious that you did a measurement exactly the only way that you could actually physically measure drop over distance. What I think that's pretty hilarious, Rakia, that you used the exact
You don't want to
method
know
you
why
would
it's funny. That's
utilize
fine.
in order to figure out drop over distance.
Yeah, you're all convinced by that, aren't you? Yeah, it's funny because it's
I'm
fine.
convinced,
Go ahead and
yeah.
talk some more. That's fine.
No
No,
problem.
go ahead, Demon.
You asked if I had measured. I told you exactly how I measured, and I don't even think you know that that's a way to do it.
Well, you danced around actually telling me how you measured to the surface of the water until the very end there. But the reason I'm laughing is because if I took stakes and I made sure that they were 6 inches above the water all the way across, I guess I get the same.
That's not what I
measurement.
did. That's not what I did.
Yep.
I didn't measure from. Listen up closely. Like maybe go get the Q-tip. I didn't measure from the water to the top of the stake and make sure it's 1'6" above the water. I've started at 1'6" as a benchmark and then used the tools that create a horizontal plane using that benchmark to create a benchmark above the water and then measured down to the water.
Water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any
huge difference than the straw man that you created right after I finished?
Dude, it's gotta suck getting straw man from the other side. Just imagine how we feel. Holy fuck. Do you have any evidence that you did
I
that
don't
though?
care how
Like
you feel.
you're claiming you got measurements and everything. Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, I have evidence, and my evidence is that you can go do the same thing, but I know you won't.
Falsifiable.
So you did like take pictures or not? You don't have anything?
I took pictures, videos. I said I had evidence. Which part did you understand?
Well,
Can somebody mute this
asked for it.
guy? Holy crap.
Yeah, go back to your echo chamber. It's fine.
Did you not hear that I said that I had evidence?
I heard you say that, and then when I asked for it, you said I could go do it myself. That was your evidence.
Yeah, that's the other part. But did you hear me also say that I had video and pictures? Would
No,
you be
because it was.
surprised? Would you be surprised?
I would
to
love it
know
if you
that?
shared it.
Yeah, I'm sure
Is
you
there a way
would.
I can see it? Is
Yeah,
there a way I can see it?
would you be surprised to know that when I did post this video years ago, that's where they got the name of my church and the name of my business and researched me and posted all these pictures and called my bosses? Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me that you didn't conceal your identity behind a fucking YouTube
Why
video.
would I conceal my identity on a YouTube video? There's millions
Well,
of
if you're
people
gonna
out there.
bitch about it afterwards,
I'm
why
not
the fuck are
bitching.
you? You
I
are
just asked.
bitching.
I'm not. I just asked you if you were surprised about that.
Not
And wouldn't
surprised at all that you would do that.
Okay, so why would I post it again to a group of crazy people? Seems like yourself. Now I'm going to attack you because you're acting a little crazy. You might be one of the people who did it.
Oh,
Because
there you go. That's not conspiratorial at all. Fucking
well,
just start pointing fingers.
You're the same exact script reader that I dealt with back then that I didn't even know
Absolutely.
existed. I was a Glober, mind you.
Yeah, you
Think
weren't.
about that. Yes, I
No,
was.
you weren't.
I believe.
No,
yes.
you weren't. You
Now
were
you're
never
telling me-
convinced. I'm going to tell you exactly what you are. Yeah, that's right.
You're going to tell me what I am.
Yeah,
That's
I
hilarious.
am. How about that?
Okay, go
you
ahead.
definitely. Yeah, you definitely weren't. You're not even a flat earther. You're a nut earther. You can't show me your evidence. You've got fucking wild ass claims, and complaints about things that never
You are
actually
so
happened.
goddamn disrespectful, dude. Holy fuck.
Yep. He is.
I agree. I concur.
That's how he acts.
I think it's important. I think
I'm
it's
always like
important
this.
to be skeptical, right? If you're going to take the science position.
Well, I was definitely a Glober back then. I thought flat Earth was crazy. I didn't even come up with it. My son did, and I thought it was just an internet prank. We went out just to have some fun on the jet skis and boats and measure the curved water. But you can go do this yourself. This isn't something that's really hard. The equipment is not expensive. You can rent it also for the weekend. And just drive a stake in the water near the shore, whatever distance you want. You can do it 6 inches, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot above the water. Create a horizontal plane. If you don't know how to do that, there's YouTube videos, or you can call your local surveyor and ask him how to do it.
Yeah.
Once you create that plane for whatever distance makes you feel comfortable, then you can measure down to the water that 1'6" with a tape measure all along those benchmarks on that horizontal plane. And if
do I
you
put
get
the
a
stakes in the
curved
ground
surface, I would
first?
like.
Yeah. Do I put the stakes in the water first, or do I establish a plane first?
Well, obviously, you don't know what establishing a plane is, because by putting the stakes in one at a time is the establishment of the
Oh
plane.
my fucking god, you were doing it that way. I see. That's why I was laughing this whole time, because you're putting them in one at a time. It's the same thing as 3DP saying, "Well, I'm going to hold a plumb bob, and I'm going to walk 100 feet that way, and I'm going to hold the plumb bob again." Guess what? It's level everywhere I go. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Well, I don't understand how you're going against science now. You know what a auto level does? Tell me what an auto
Plumb
level
bobs.
does.
Plumb bobs are all level. That's how you do it.
I didn't say anything about a plumb bob. I don't know why you're strawmanning me again, but
Because you're doing, it's essentially doing that. You're putting a stake down 6 inches above the water, then you're moving out and putting another stake 6 inches above the water, and you think that is establishing a plane somehow? Yeah, a curve.
I didn't put the stake 6 inches above the water. I used the instrument. No, now again, I'm gonna ask a simple question. What does an auto level do? What's its job?
Auto level.
Yeah, an auto level or a theodolite,
Yeah.
whichever one.
Yeah, sure.
What does it do?
Establishes a plane, of an imaginary plane, not a fucking one with stakes in the ground. You could use it to see if those are in a plane. Absolutely. Is that what you're trying to get across?
Or you can start with a benchmark and use that tool to use another top of a stake to establish the horizontal plane. Correct?
I would just love to see this experiment. Like, why
don't you go do it?
I would love to see your experiment because the way you're explaining it, it doesn't seem very smart.
How would
So
you
how would
extend
you
a
do it?
horizontal? How would you extend a horizontal plane, Demon Stride?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think
He
about
doesn't
that,
know
but
if I can, but he thinks my way is stupid.
yeah, it definitely sounds stupid.
Well, it's the surveying way, so I don't know why you're calling surveyor stupid. That's how they
Wait,
extend.
surveyors go and they fucking plant stakes in the water 6 inches above the water surface, and they'll move to the next
Why are you
stake for another
strawmanning
water.
him again?
Because he keeps saying that.
Yeah, they can use marks on stakes to establish a horizontal plane. They do it every day. I do it every day. Yeah, surveyors do this. They mark it with ribbons, orange ribbons. You might ought to look it up before you call someone stupid.
No, I'm laughing that you're putting those in the
You're
water.
laughing at your ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm laughing at your ignorance, but okay.
No, surveyors do this every
No,
day.
I was laughing at your ignorance.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know. I I was on a job site today that these stakes were established by a surveying crew, not me, and they use orange ribbons so you can find them. They do that for benchmarks. They do it for staking out property. They do it for elevation.
Yeah.
So I'm not
And
sure why you're saying it's laughable.
What's the limit on those surveying tools? Like, what's the distance that they're accurate in?
For accuracy on elevation, they use them for about 200 feet to 300 feet, depending on the conditions of the day.
And how far did you use them for?
At a time, 200 to 400 feet. Hello? It's the people on your side that use them for 20 miles that get inaccurate measurements. But surveyors that make a living only use them for about 200 feet for elevation. Hello?
And then the people that use them over miles claim that they get more accurate over a longer distance.
Longer distance. Yeah, the longer you measure, the more accurate you're going to be able to measure the radius. No, the more inaccurate your measurement is going to be, and you can compute it with human error and tool error to create or calculate a radius. But if you want to be accurate in making a horizontal plane with the least amount of plus or minus, measurements, you would use it 200 to 300 feet, 400 feet, maybe, depending on the conditions. To be honest, over the first mile, we were very precise, double checked. We had 3 different instruments remeasuring and measuring again. Once we established that mile and knew we didn't have any rate of curvature, we actually thought we were doing something wrong. But then when we started thinking about, well, this is how we do it every day. We're having people go back and check and remeasure and double down and all that. So over the next mile and 1.7 miles, we actually extended it because it was just taking forever. So we went more than 300 feet.
So the whole, like, whatever, 1 mile, 2 mile distance means fuck all. You measured accurately within 300 feet, is what you're saying.
Well, I extended a straight line segment.
I
don't know if you probably, I'm not talking down on you. I'm just saying you probably don't know what that is. But like, take a ruler and draw a straight line, and then take half the ruler and put it halfway on that straight line, and then extend the line out another half. That's a straight line segment extension. That's what a auto level can do. So you double back, you can leapfrog, you close the loop. All these things tell you have a horizontal plane without curve, without deviation up or down. The only up or down measurement that you're going to have is tool error and human error. But that's plus or minus. And plus or minus would mean above your benchmark or below your benchmark by a small fraction. And those are usually over time are going to equal out or become so small. Or, like I said, over 2.7 miles, we were 3/4 of an inch below. But at some points in that 2.7, we were like a 1/4 inch above the benchmark.
Yeah, but how did you fix? Like, did you assume that it was what was it, tilted or?
It's usually human error more than tool error if you're using 3 different tools and you're coming up with basically the same thing. You understand what I'm saying? It's usually just set up or, someone read something wrong by a fraction or whatever. But 3/4 of an inch over 2.7 miles is nothing. Like I'm surprised we got that.
In all of being doxxed and everything like that, the Nobel Prize never made it to your door? That's crazy.
Dude, you are a script reader.
Yeah, I was just curious, like, so,
I
like, how
can't
do you
read.
like? I
Yeah.
can't read. So, what do
Yeah.
you do to correct? So what corrections do you have to? Do you make any corrections? Do you make? Do you have to? Do you correct? And when you do,
No,
you
no, it's
okay?
expected. We just wrote it down. So we each stake we well, we didn't number, we ABC'd it. I don't know what you call that. We gave it eight.
Alphabetized.
Yeah.
I can't read, but I know that.
Yeah, that's what we use. So at each stake A to B we had, 0, and then B to C we might have had, whatever. Go back and look, but it's not a big deal. Like, it's not. I expected to have more, and like I said, throughout that, like, past a mile, we were above the benchmark by a quarter of an inch.
Yeah, so I guess it depends on what you're doing it for, but but like I'm just wondering, like, did you just assume that if you were off, then you were parallel to your original measurement with that line segment, or did you was there some kind of okay, we must have been tilted down or with the tool by accident or up or
There's probably 100 different reasons you get a plus or minus when you're measuring. We don't try and figure out what it was. We just, you're just writing it out. You can go do this now. Like, I'm standing on my porch looking out. I have 30 acres. I can go get stakes, drive one in the ground above my driveway right here, a foot above the ground, and then go in any direction and put stakes randomly, at that same height, and then measure down to the ground. I'll know which part of the ground is higher or lower, and which way my water is going to drain, for instance. But all the tops of those stakes are if you just make a mark on the stake. We did the tops of stakes because we were in water. It was easy to drive stakes down to a certain, benchmark. But like when you're doing it on land, you just make a mark, and that mark, everywhere you mark on 100 different stakes or 3 or 2,000 is your horizontal plane. So you measure down from that mark to the land, and you can see which way the land is sloping or whatever. So when you add water to that, that would like if you add water to that land and the measurement off 100 yards from there is less, the water's gonna, well, actually, if it's more, the water's gonna flow. So it's actually opposite in that direction. But if you're doing it over water, you would have to, and the water was curving, you would get different measurements at that rate, whatever rate it was, but it would never be the same.
yeah, you can't have a straight line segment like you propose. Yep.
Yeah, and this lake is the it's called an oxbow, but there's no flow through it. There's no river running through it, or there's a little bit of runoff from creeks, but until you get a rain, like if you do it when there's a heavy rain, you might get some flow into the lake, and it's going to rise, but it may rise and throw off your measurements. But if you have high wind from east to west, the west bank is going to be a little higher. Now I've done that with a surveyor on Lake Pontchartrain, and the let me get my bearings. The south shore, the southwest corner, was higher than the north shore. Now we only took 3 points because it takes forever to drive. It's like an hour. But the southwest corner of the lake was where the wind was pushing the water up against the shoreline, and it was higher than the north shore measurement of the lake. But he addressed that and said it was because of the wind. He said, come back on a different day when the wind's blowing out of the south and the north shore is going to be higher, which makes sense. It's just driving the water up on the beach, Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Similar
But
to. Yeah.
these are things y'all can go do yourself. I mean, I've been suggesting this for years because if you find out that I did something wrong or whatever, but as far as now, so far, I don't, the only way I see you can do it wrong is to shoot 2.7 miles A to B, right, optically, and just get different measurements because of the conditions, and then compute, tool error and human error, and adjust that to get the perfect curvature of up or down that you didn't get or did get. I think that's the way you do it wrong. As far as moving your tool, this is done locally all the time, and 2.7 miles is considered planar. But even moving it, like say you shoot 200 feet to your right and left and put 2 stakes, and then go to your center point and go left and put a 3rd stake. Then you can move your tool to the 3rd stake and shoot back to your right to those stakes, and then shoot left. And if you get the same measurement, that's a horizontal plane. That's extending that segment. Like there's no deviation in the straight line segment that you extended if you do that, if you get the same measurement. Like, you see what I'm saying? You would actually be, if you're on a curved object, it would show it. No matter how you create a horizontal plane above the curved object or sloping object that you're on, like on land, if it's sloping, you use the same tool, the same method, and you get the slope. Or if you're on a curved object, like I can build 8 inches per mile square curve sand and do the same thing, build a horizontal plane above it and measure down, and it's going to show me how much it's curving. It's the same tool.
I just find it funny that they went immediately to the math is wrong, or that was his response. Your math was wrong. What's the
Yeah,
right math? Your math is wrong.
I've heard it for years, but he
How
didn't.
disingenuous was that interaction, though, when you're literally laying out a way that could measure drop over distance if it existed?
It's actually typical, so I've gotten used to it, but this is the way. Like, I'm not making up something new that flat earthers came up with. This is using the way to establish a horizontal straight line segment, extending that straight line segment over distance, and then measuring down to the surface that you want to measure what it's doing, whether it be land or water. I think water's easier. You know, it's harder to work with, but it's easier to know that it's curving or not once you establish that horizontal plane.
Yeah, Napalm, there's
Like,
no way to measure drop over distance. I just want to.
well, I measure drop over distance all the time as far as the land dropping or which way the water's going to flow.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's, to me, that's drop over distance, and I use the same methods
I agree.
because your eyes can fool you. You know, if I was on a job site one time setting a big slab, and the road behind it sloped down severely off of a hill, and it made the dirt that we were building on look, you know, not level. So I was like, holy shit, we got to add a bunch of dirt over there, you know. And then we got our tool out, measured it, and it was actually level. It was just an optical illusion up close, like like really close. It was because that road went down at a severe rate off the hill. It made our visual sense off. But once you measured it with the tool, it was, you know, accurate. But you can't know something's curving unless you establish a horizontal plane above it if it's curving at a slight rate or sloping at a slight rate.
Yeah, but
I mean,
there's people out there who are pretending to measure the water that forms the horizontal to be dropping from the horizontal.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. There's no
No,
way
you
to do
can't
it.
do it.
There's no way to do it, Napalm.
And how I know that they're
What?
being disingenuous when they say it is because they take a one shot like over miles. I will tell you right now, you and the people in here, even the Globers will tell you that sometimes the horizon or the object that you're shooting is going to be above the crosshair, and most of the time it's going to be below, but sometimes it's going to be above, which tells you it's conditional.
Right. So, Tanks, are you conflating me with somebody who thinks that we can't measure drop over distance?
Oh, you heard me, punk.
Huh.
I see what you're doing. Yeah, no, that's the only way you can do it. If you're going to measure a deviation from a flat horizontal plane, you need to first establish that flat horizontal plane and then measure down from it or up from it, whatever you want to do. But you have to establish that first. You have to establish that baseline to then measure deviation.
Exactly. And I use the ruler because everyone can go get a ruler and do this. Do it on your wall. If you're going to paint it or on a, something that, whatever, just do it on a piece of paper or cardboard paper on a table, and take that ruler. It might be 12 inches long. Draw a straight line, and then take six inches of the ruler and line it up and put 6 inches, extend it out 6 inches, like beyond the line that you just drew, and then draw a line 6 inches longer. And that entire line, which is now 18 inches, will be a horizontal line, right? It's not curving. Well, that's basically what an auto level is doing. The first point is a benchmark, then you establish a horizontal, which isn't curving, and then you go to a different point and make sure all your points are the same, which means it's horizontal, and then you extend it out however far, 100 feet or 200 feet. That's extending a straight line segment. As long as your measurements are the same, it's a straight line. It's not deviating from straight.
Okay, but what about there's been some guys who argue for the globe. What about when they'll set up a measuring rod pretty far away, a mile away or something, I don't know, half a mile, and they'll shoot it with the theodolite and it'll be below the crosshair.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it would be above. They prove this with their horizon, like Jesse Kozlowski, Jesse Gordon, George Hachinut have all done it where the horizon is above the crosshair under certain conditions.
Okay,
It took me 2 years to get it from George.
I'm just trying to imagine it. So if they're at one spot and they shoot it and they see it's below the crosshair, that means it went down, right? And there's nothing obstructing it. It went down, and then they went to the other spot where the measuring rod was, and then they put this, they switched the two spots, and then that one was going down also. What's going on there?
It's just optical because you're looking through an optic over great distance. So you're going to get different. You're going to get different. You're not going to get an accurate measurement. Like I said, sometimes it's going to appear above the crosshair, which is proof that it's optical. They even admit to this now. You cannot use an optic, especially over water. I mean, they're the one who taught me this. Don't shoot long distance, low level over water. It's too turbulent. So the distance, as you gain altitude, distance becomes the greatest factor. But just don't trust me. Just go. There's surveyors on the street, or you can call them. They're more like if you call a fisherman and you talk about fishing, they're going to be happy to talk to you. If you call a surveyor and talk to him about surveying, I've never had one not want to talk. Like they love it. That's their, it's what they enjoy.
Yeah, I know. I heard all the ones God Scalpel did. I heard all the ones God Scalpel did. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll talk to you and they'll tell you 200 feet is 200 feet is an accurate measurement. But if you ask them if they've ever measured curved water, most of them will tell you. Well, I've never had one tell me yes. I would say all of them will tell you no because they don't really go out and do that. Well, I don't know.
It would help if we had the whole. It would help if we had the whole thing on video, though. You know what I'm saying? One of those whole things being done, like what you did.
Yeah, like I said, there's people that make YouTube videos now that don't mind showing themselves and all that. They can easily do this. This isn't
Is there
hard.
any of them doing what you did?
I don't think so.
I know, but is there any of them doing what you did?
I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying. It would definitely help to have that on. Yeah, it would definitely help to have that on video.
Yeah, I agree. It was a bitch. I'm gonna tell you, I do it every day and had a lot of help, and it sucked. I've said that multiple times. It wasn't easy at all, like I thought it was gonna be. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I guess that's why people aren't willing to do it. But I don't think you have to do it 2.7 miles either. What's his name? Bev deals with him a lot. Gave us the measurements that you could get over 400 meters, what the drop should be or whatever.
So Incarnation in the chat, Incarnation 613, you think the best way to measure drop over distance would be measuring verticals instead of horizontals? Can you explain that? How often do you use a measurement of verticals to establish drop over distance, Rakia, in your professional life?
Say that again.
How often do you
That's what
measure
he's measuring.
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm measuring.
deviation? So you're measuring a deviation of verticals, not
That's
horizontal.
rise over run.
Yeah.
Right. But you're measuring down from an established
Horizontal.
horizontal.
Yeah.
Right. So would you ever establish verticals at different points and then calculate some sort of deviation in those to get a drop over distance?
That's not what I do.
That's
I mean,
stupid.
yeah,
That's
that's not what I
dumb.
do.
You talking about reciprocal zenith angles?
Some Incarnation was claiming in the text chat. I know sometimes people aren't willing to open the mic, but it was claiming in the text chat that the best calculation, right, even though we're talking about a measurement, the best calculation would be a deviation of verticals. So vertical divergence would be the best way to calculate drop over distance.
I've never done that. Like, I've never used that in my business or whatever. We always are given a benchmark, and we have to establish horizontals based on that benchmark to establish, but like if we want to do a slab here at this height above the benchmark, or if we want to slope this ground into a ditch to get the water to drain away, or create parking lots or roads or runways or whatever, we do it off of a benchmark. It's very specific, like it's plus or minus from that benchmark depending on what we're doing.
So I don't know why they can't open their mic and talk, but for some reason, in establishing a horizontal, that will still give you drop over distance, right? It has, now you can measure elevation from that. That's how elevation is measured, right? Based on the mean sea level as your starting point or your horizontal. So elevation is measured either plus or minus from the baseline of what we call mean sea level. Now, if we extended out a horizontal like you're talking about, right? Taking a horizontal plane that's being established above mean sea level, we should see a deviation of that mean sea level over distance if there was curvature to the earth, right?
In my area, the benchmark is usually like drain covers, sewage drain covers, or like a cornerstone on an old building, or a plaque, somewhere near
Yeah.
something like that. And that's based on mean sea level. And then they
Correct.
say,
So
right.
Hold up before we go too far forward. So those benchmarks that are established by like national surveys and stuff like that, those benchmarks were established based on an elevation, so an increase or a decrease off of sea level.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
So now you can take any of those benchmarks and you can use those benchmarks as a known elevation, but you could still extend, let's say that benchmark is on the top of a mountain. You could extend a horizontal a foot above that benchmark indefinitely, right?
In any direction.
In any direction. And that would effectively establish a horizontal plane to which you can measure down from in any direction, right?
Yep.
So if we were residing upon an earth that's curving and we're using water or sea level, mean sea level, as our 0 point, we should be able to go to the water, establish a benchmark. Let's say we're going to do it 3 feet above the water line. We go to the beach, we establish 3 feet above the water, and then do like you said previously, we establish a horizontal
extending from that point, if we were residing upon a globe, we should see drop over distance from that horizontal, not an elevation change, but a drop over distance from our established horizontal if the Earth was curving, right?
Let me get a minute with Rocky when you're done. Let me know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through the remedial stuff because everybody's trying to like dance
Right.
around this in chat and say that, oh well, we would measure reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
Well,
Yeah,
I thought you.
no one uses that. Oh, let
Can I
me
go?
give you an
All
example
reciprocal
of,
zenith angles is all right.
I'll give you a quick example in the New Orleans area. They did a mean sea level. New Orleans, some of New Orleans is below that sea level. So they had to build a levee system and a pump system. And then some of it rises above sea level. And then you have the lake, which, is at sea level, let's say. You know what I'm saying? Like it has a levee system around it or land, so it's contained. But what they're telling us is that the land is below and above the sea level, and then the lake rises 90 feet in the middle at the 12-mile mark, then goes to the North Shore and is 90 feet below the middle, and then the land goes above sea level till it gets to Baton Rouge, which is about 66 feet above sea level. Like it's curving and it has rise over run. So the actual surface of the earth is below the land. Does that make sense? Like if you have a mountain that's 12,000 feet, the surface of the sphere might be at 14,000 feet. So it depends on what the sea level is of the base of the mountain. It's a weird thing. That's why they can't take you to the surface, like, the 2D surface that they're measuring from the center of the earth, which has never been measured. They're just calculating it. You can't meet me there and shake my hand because sometimes it's way below the land, or I guess sometimes even above. I haven't really thought about it. It's a strange thing. Take all the elevations of the mountains and the hills and the water that they're saying, whatever's changing in elevation, and draw a sphere underneath that at a certain rate from the center, and that would be the surface of the earth.
Yeah, but don't we all know that the drop over distance on a horizontal is a change in elevation, but the diverging verticals is the curvature? Isn't that the case?
In theory, I guess I've never had anybody measure that or show me curving water or measure to the center of the earth. I don't think measuring to the center of the earth is possible. Measuring curved water seems to be impossible because if not, it will be done everywhere.
Yeah, because curvature is not a change in elevation. That's just curvature, right? Does anybody else agree with that?
That's their claim, yeah.
Yeah, but measuring curvature would be off of an established horizontal, right? In the way that Rakia was talking about establishing a horizontal.
Measuring curvature of the surface of the water would be that. But measuring curvature from the center of Earth, you can't do it. You can only calculate that.
That's a calculation, not a measurement. It's yeah.
Understanding water too, if you're at a lake, you would obviously, we understand that water, if it's higher on one end than the other, that's due to an elevation change. That's the only time you see. Like if the water's laying flat, there's obviously isn't any change. So you could go ahead and try and measure it, but you're not going to get anything.
Well, has either one of these been proven? Like, does somebody have a proof of either one?
Well, yeah, like lakes, they flow to the lower elevation.
Rakia just talked about it. Now, the flow of water, to be fair with the conceptions of the globe model, is that everything is pulling towards the center of the Earth with this gravitational pull. So then they could have effectively elevation changes with water flow on a curved surface if all of the pull is to the center of the Earth. I don't know if that's been established, right? But we wouldn't even have to worry about that based on the method that Rakia talks about using, which is establishing a horizontal plane
regardless of the shape of the surface or the water or any of that, because you're effectively establishing a horizontal plane above that surface and then measuring down to it. So it eliminates the idea or pop out of just saying that everything pulls to the center of the earth. That's why we see water flow over this distance.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. When you do a slab rock, yeah, you make it all level. You go pour a concrete slab, it's all level, the whole thing.
Somebody stop the madness.
Hey, Jeremy, like always, you're roboting.
If plumb bobs are diverging, I mean, you can just take those plumb bobs high enough and then you'll see the amount of divergence. You don't even have to be
That
that
is
far
true.
apart. You could put two plumb bobs, maybe like 10 feet apart from each other. Let's say and then me and No Tanks are going to go, we're going to sit in a helicopter with plumb bobs and the string's going to continually get longer and longer. You know, at some point you're going to see this ordeal and of course we're not going to be able to hold the plumb bobs.
But hypothetically speaking, in a world where the helicopters were perfectly stable, if you were to measure the plumb bobs on the surface and measure the plumb bobs, say at 100,000 feet in elevation, you would see that they are not at the same distance away from each other. They would diverge.
So yeah,
That's why it's
That's what
theoretical
you would
because you
see.
can't ever prove it.
yeah, so you're
But
saying that I would as we went up with the plumb bobs up, the actual plumb bob needles would start to come together towards each other. That's what your claim is.
No, if you start at 10 feet at the
No, that's
surface
what
at
would
100.
happen if you raised up because you can't keep the
No.
plumb bob where it is. Yeah,
Okay, but
because it's going to constantly want to go to the center
Okay, but
till
hypothetically
they touch.
speaking, if you had a solid steel plumb bob and you started it from the surface of the planet and you had it perpendicular, perfectly perpendicular on the surface, and you let it rise up 100,000 feet, the distance between, let's say it's 10 feet at the surface, well, the distance between the two rods at 100,000 feet would be greater than that of the surface. Now, you
You
don't need.
can't use a solid rod for a plumb bob. A plumb bob needs to be able to swing freely, so that way when it settles, then it's plumb.
And I don't think you understand. If they're 10 feet away at the start and you go straight up and you remain 10 feet, the plumb bobs would have to come together at some point.
Why?
Well, how would they be different at the top if you stayed the same distance apart going up?
Well, if your plumb bobs, right, your plumb bobs using, based off of how they actually work, if in theory the Earth would be a sphere and everything is attracted to the middle, what you would see is that your plumb bobs at different locations would be diverging higher up in altitude.
Okay, well, listen to what I'm saying then. I understand your point. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. You're 10 feet apart, 10 feet off the ground. And then you go 100,000 feet up, but you're only 10 feet apart still. Where's the bottoms of your plumb balls?
Oh, we can lost.
You
Well,
just
again,
got.
if your plumb bobs are 10 feet apart on the surface,
And at the top. And at the top.
then okay, so if you do that experiment and those are the results you get, then you have some proof that the Earth is not, in fact, does not in fact have curvature.
I'm
But
using your model, sir.
Right, so
You
that wouldn't
start.
happen
You're
on my
okay.
model.
Let me say it again because you didn't understand me. Plumb bob string is 10 foot long at the start. You're 10 foot apart. So you're 10 foot off the ground. You measure it, it's 10 foot, and at the bottom it's 10 foot because you're on a globe, but it's so big you can't measure the difference here. Now you stay 10 feet apart at the top, but you go 100,000 feet up, and you're 10 feet apart at the top. Where's the bottom of the plumb bobs at?
Well, technically speaking, that wouldn't happen in my world. So that would be proof that my world is not, in fact, curving.
What? Yeah, the bottoms would have to convert. They would have to go closer together.
He's agreeing with you,
10
Rocky. He understands. He's agreeing.
Oh,
if
okay.
you are,
Maybe I'm not understanding.
yeah, like what you're saying. I mean, what you're saying makes sense in theory. If you're 10 feet at 100,000 feet, then technically speaking, in my model, you wouldn't be 10 feet on the surface. That is accurate. Like that's not inaccurate what you're saying.
So the plumb bobs would be closer together. They would actually cross each other
at the surface. At the surface, they would be closer together. Yes.
And actually, they would have to cross each other at some point if you went high enough.
Technically
No, they're never gonna. No.
Technically
What do you mean? Technically speaking, no, they never cross. They would never cross.
Technically speaking, at their epicenter or where they are naturally attracted to, then yeah, eventually, if you believe in that, eventually, yes, they would have to cross each other. Yes, that is technically correct.
No, they don't cross. Where did you get that from? They don't. They would never. A plumb bob would never.
Well,
It's impossible.
Plumb bobs, in my paradigm, work on gravity, and gravity is the attraction to the center point of whatever. So, if technically speaking, the Earth is a sphere and gravity pulls everything to the center, what he's saying is technically correct. At the center, they would actually cross. That is not incorrect, what he's saying.
Okay. Kosho, are you there?
Yeah.
Do plumb bobs cross in your model?
At the center of the Earth? They're supposed to.
Anywhere, ever.
If they're all pointed
They're
towards
gonna
the center, they're pointing towards the center of the Earth.
Cross. This is really what you guys think.
Plumb bombs.
Where do
the
they
whole point of a
cross at?
plumb bomb-
What location? When they touch the center?
What they have to.
No, yeah, they're all pointed. The whole point is you hang a string and it's being pulled towards the center of mass. If you have two things pulled towards the same point, then at that point they're gonna be touching.
Okay, but not crossing, right?
Well, okay,
Yep.
well, all right,
Yeah, but
fine.
if you
That's fair
continue
enough.
the straight line to the center of the Earth, it would be crossed if they're touching at the surface, and you continue that straight line. I mean, it depends on the distance you would have to go up. Of
No,
course, they would have to cross.
he's technically right. Just give it to him, man. He's not gonna shut up. He's technically right though.
They don't cross. I'll never shut up. They don't cross.
They don't cross
I
on the
would say
surface.
they don't. They would never
They don't
cross.
cross on the surface, but they would technically cross at the center, at the epicenter of the attraction. Yes.
Well, what he's saying is that they both point towards the center, and they both would meet at the center. So they'd meet at the center, but they wouldn't necessarily cross. And so it's a pedantic, retarded point, but he's not going to stop making it. So,
But that's why I said if you
I'll never
continue the
stop.
straight line, like if you continue that straight line through the center of the Earth, it would be crossed.
Yes.
Then yes, they would cross. Yes, in that scenario,
That-
yes. But a
So
plumb
what the
bob
fuck?
itself.
I just helped you out, man. I just
But
sided with you. Now you're fucking
a plumb
switching
bob
tune.
is. Yeah.
We're all agreeing they would.
Well,
cross.
Rocky changed the words he used, and now it's correct.
You guys are all
Yeah, but
fucking assholes, dude. No, I look like an
I'll
asshole.
go one step further. I'll challenge anyone to hang a plumb bob off a string at any distance, at any height, and measure the surface and the height of what you're at to be a different measurement. It can't be done. It's because it doesn't happen.
That's outside of
All right,
reality.
just let me just clear it up for Kosho real quick. Let me just clear it up for Kosho real quick. Plumb bobs themselves will never cross. What Rocky has said was if you extend those lines, then they cross. That part is true.
That was the point.
Passive
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so I agree with that too, and I agree with it before, and I agree with it again. You fucking assholes. But excuse my language and the insults, but fuck you guys.
Please let Jeremy be. Jeremy's right.
I think
Plumb bobs
Kosha, you
themselves
should take a page from Incarnate. He seems to know stuff.
I agreed with all you guys fucking before. What the hell?
If you start at 10 feet above the Earth and 10 foot apart, and you go straight up, at some point, at some altitude up, the plumb bobs would have to touch, would have to come to a point on the surface of the Earth. Right, Kosha? I mean, we can figure out that distance, that altitude.
So can you repeat that? Because
on the globe,
if you're 10
on the
foot
globe,
above
they
the
only touch
surface,
at the
yeah, they only touch tips. Seems to be a gay thing.
At the center.
All right, retards.
They touch tips at the center. They touch tips at the center.
Yeah,
And
but
then
because
merge after
the
that.
plumb bobs themselves are on the surface of the earth. If you start 10 foot above the surface of the earth and you're 10 foot apart at the surface and at the top of the string, but you take the top of the string at a certain altitude, X, right, and you're 10 foot apart, the bottom where the surface is, where the plumb bobs are, would have to move closer together at some point.
That's it. Well,
Hold on, I never got my minute
closer.
with Rocky though.
Go,
Hold on, man. I never got my minute with Rocky. Before we go on to this plumb bob thing, which I like plumb bobs, but
I'm not
Rocky,
sure
when you
you
pour a
deserve
slab,
them.
it's all level, right?
Yeah, it's horizontal, as close as we can get it.
Yeah, it's not technically level,
You
but it's
make
horizontal.
your slab. Okay, that's even better. You make your slab horizontal. So
Yeah,
I'm guessing that since it's a globe. All right, so since it's a globe, I'm guessing you're constantly seeing puddles in the very center of your slab, obviously, right?
Well, the only place we see, well, you can have a horizontal slab on a sphere, which I don't get why they say you can't. Like it would
Yeah, but
just
I'm
be
saying
higher.
what you're seeing. Yeah, but what you're constantly seeing, since it is a sphere, is you're constantly seeing puddles in the center of your slabs, right? Since the slabs are horizontal.
Well, technically on a globe, the center of your slab, if let's say you level off of a vertical, which you really, the only way you can do it is through that. But technically speaking, the center of your slab would be your highest point because that's where you would have established your horizontal from. So that would be your highest point, technically speaking, on a globe.
No one does that, man. We just take a corner and set a
Okay,
benchmark.
Rocky, where's your horizontal? Where do you make the horizontal from when you start your slab?
Wherever the surveyor shows me his benchmark is, and he wants to be, say, the slab needs to be a foot above that benchmark, because everything's based on flood elevation here. So they take the flood elevation, they establish that, and then the city determines we want your slab to be a foot above flood elevation. So then we take that, go a foot above that, and that's our benchmark for our slab. And we just make it all the same, however big it is. Like I just did one that was like 80,000 square foot. It's huge. I mean, it's not very big. Like that's just big for a slab. It's a building slab. So
All right. So you start at this point. You go out. You make your slab horizontal. Is there a point where your slab isn't horizontal?
not unless the engineers want the water to flow out of it or to a drain. Like we have sometimes that one I'm talking about is a RV shop center, so they work on them, and so we put two drains in the middle of a certain section, and we take the horizontal and go towards that drain, which is 3 inches below horizontal, so it creates water flow to the drain. But the whole entire slab is as horizontal as we can make it. Then we have surveyors come in and behind us before we pour and shoot the plane and make sure it's within parameters, which on this one was a ½ inch. So if it's a ½ inch over 600 feet, it's good to go. But we can feel like when it rained on that slab, we may have a section that has a puddle of water that might be 2 foot by 2 foot. That's where the concrete is the lowest. Like that's holding water because the concrete is not the same elevation as the horizontal slab in all places.
Is that opposite of what Incarnate said?
I mean, unless you're putting a self-leveling topping over top, it's practically impossible to have a perfectly level slab. Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah, but I mean, if you do it if you extend that slab over distance over a mile, you're not going to have 8 inches difference. If you are, you're going to get fired.
Well, no. I mean, it depends on how you're building your slab. Typically, you would build your slab using a benchmark such as elevation. So long as you maintain that elevation, you're going to compensate for curvature. But if, let's say, you didn't want to compensate for curvature, then you would establish your horizontal. Let's say at the beginning of your slab, you would establish your horizontal at a particular elevation, and then you would have to calculate over a mile how much higher, technically speaking, that slab would be to the surface over the distance of a mile, which really isn't all that much. But
I've been doing it 35 years. Never, ever, ever has anyone told me, showed me that they've done it, or wanted me to calculate for curvature and make that. That never happens.
when have you poured a mile long continuous slab with no breaks in it?
a mile long. I've poured things a mile long. I've done
Yeah, but how?
projects that you would have to. I mean, I've done projects where you would have to calculate the curvature of the Earth unless you wanted your building to be unsquare.
Yeah, but
Like if
so
you're 2 inches low on one end and 2 inches higher in the middle or whatever, things won't line up.
Yeah, you can't
yeah,
make
and
90-degree walls.
on most buildings, even on 80,000 square foot footprints, you wouldn't necessarily need to worry about that. But nonetheless, all of this is done in the engineering phase before you even pour the slab. So all you have to do whenever you're pouring the slab is just follow the metrics that the engineers and surveyors set out, and everything else is done. So
But the benchmark and the height of the slab aren't like if it's 5.46 benchmark and it's 6.46 slab elevation, the whole slab is 6.46. There's no earth curve calculator. There's no mention of that. There's no deviation.
because as long as you stay in that elevation, the compensation is already built in.
No,
right?
there can't be compensation. There can't be built in if it's the same measurement.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you're on a hypothetically speaking, if you're on a curved surface, okay, and you maintain the same elevation throughout that entire area that you're pouring a slab in, then just by virtue of staying at that same elevation, you have in fact compensated for curvature. Like that is true
No,
for
that's
flat
totally
Earth
wrong.
and globe
Don't
Earth.
ever,
No, that's
don't, audience
that's
don't believe that
100% true.
because the elevation set by the benchmarks on the as-built are based on mean sea level, not center of Earth.
Yeah, and main sea level is based off geodetic surveying, which actually has
I don't think
curvature
you know what you're
built in.
talking about. It's
I do know
elevation
exactly
change.
what I'm
It's
talking about.
elevation change based on that mean sea level. It has nothing to do with curvature of Earth.
Right, and if you maintain an elevation over a long enough distance, just by virtue of maintaining an elevation, you have in fact compensated for curvature.
No,
Like
that's
this
wrong.
applies on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
That's
Absolutely,
not
no, that is
true.
true. That is
If
100%
you
correct.
had water,
Maintaining
no. If you did,
elevation.
no, that's not true.
Yeah, man.
You're wrong.
Maintaining elevation and maintaining.
No, man.
No, I'm
Mean
not.
sea level has
Maintaining
nothing to do with curvature,
a
the
maintaining
center of the Earth.
Yes, it
No,
does.
the
Main sea
benchmark.
level.
I'll say it
I don't know
again
if
for
it's
the
me
audience. You
roboting.
can,
Yo, I don't know if it's me roboting or you guys are losing control, but let's all relax, please.
no,
This
I'll
is
say
your
it one more
fault.
time and then I won't say it again. But to the audience, you can go research it yourself. Mean sea level is a benchmark that we get elevation bases off of. It has nothing to do with curvature of the Earth. Not one thing.
I
Go
think
research it
I'm not.
yourself.
I'm not sure, but he may be
I'm gonna
referring
repeat
to.
what I said.
Are you referring to
So
one point or incarnate?
I'm gonna repeat. I'm gonna repeat what I said. Yeah. So I'm gonna repeat what I said.
Say it,
Maintaining
weirdo.
elevation is conforming to curvature.
Yeah. Are you talking about at one
Like it's
point or
plain and simple.
extending that straight line a mile like you proposed?
At any if you start at point A and that point A is 6 feet above main sea level, and at point B you're still at 6 feet above main sea level, and throughout that entire distance
I can't.
between
You're
point
breaking
A
up.
and point B, you maintain at 6 feet above sea level, you have in fact formed curvature.
What he's saying is
You
because
don't know your
there's
own model.
this. Yeah, he's reifying the globe model thing because there is curvature, and you're at that level at the same time. You're following curvature because that's
Yeah, that's not what his model
If there
says.
was curvature there, it would automatically be accounted for if there was any there. So it's done for you.
That's not what his model says.
It's the same thing on a flat. It's the same thing on flat as it is globe. When if you follow the elevation, you're at level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you stay 1 foot above mean sea level, you're level on either model. It's the same thing.
Right, but he's
I don't know
talking
what you
about
guys
in
are
the
even fighting about.
vertical, and but then he proposed the idea of
I agree.
laying out a straight line segment across, in reality from 1 mile long. So
Right, but if you
Laying out
maintain a 6 foot elevation over one, if you maintain a 6 foot elevation over a mile long, whether or not it's flat or curved, you are conforming to the surface in which you establish your 6 foot elevation from. So
No,
irrespective if it's flat or
that is
curvature,
not
just
right.
by means of maintaining an element right, 100% correct and 100% reality.
So there's no.
How
There's
would you
no.
know
There's
the surface of the water is curving then, unless you could establish a horizontal baseline? How would
yeah.
you
But
ever
what you
know?
do is what you do is you establish a vertical at point A, and then from that you set a perpendicular horizontal based off of your point A, and then you set up a point B. And then at your point B, depending on how far you are, there will be an angle change between your horizontal at point A and your horizontal at point B. And using that angle, you can then determine how much divergence there is between your two verticals that you set.
What's the angle
So
based on?
theoretically
Hang
speaking,
on,
on a
hang on.
flat
Don't go any further. Don't go any further. What's the angle based on?
which angle? The
angle you
tangent
said
at
that
point
you would
A,
have.
which is perpendicular. So if you start at point A and point A is perpendicular and you stretch a horizontal from your point A perpendicular to point A, and then you have a point B or vertical at point B, the horizontal that you established at point A, which is perpendicular at point A, will not be perpendicular to your vertical.
You just repeated what you
point
said.
B.
I asked you a question based on that.
And
What's
then
the angle based on? Dude, what? Why did you repeat what you said? I had a question based on what you
Yo,
said.
let me just ask.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah. All right, I'm going next. I'm next. After he answers, I'm going next.
No,
ahead.
go ahead. I'm going into an appointment anyway. Go ahead.
You're gonna miss my presentation.
Jeremy, go ahead. Are you going?
Are you talking about reciprocal zenith angles?
Yeah, I mean, on a broader spectrum,
this
sure you
measurement?
can, but I'm not. On a broader spectrum, sure you can call it that, but I'm not going to call it that. I'm just gonna call it verticals and horizontals.
All right, what's your setup for measuring this? What's the methodology? Like, what do we got? We're in a field. Now what?
Well, the most common one would be to use a theodolite.
And so we are definitely talking about reciprocal zenith angles then.
I mean, at the core of it, we are, but we don't need to get into the names. We can just talk about verticals and horizontals and how, if one were to be on a curved surface, you would measure a divergence, and if you were not, then you wouldn't measure a divergence. So, in theory, when you're doing this, if you truly are on a flat surface, your horizontal that you've established perpendicular to point A will also be perpendicular to point B. And if you are on anything but a flat surface, that won't hold true. So
I don't know. Jeremy's been wanting to talk about reciprocal zenith angles, and I don't know.
Okay, so I mean, well, that's what we're doing. I just wanted to make sure before you went on with that whole spiel. I just wanted to make sure to know what we're calling this, exactly what we're calling this measurement. So if we are calling it reciprocal zenith angles, then good. Now I know which word to use. So when you're measuring this, I'm sorry, what? I was talking. I didn't hear you. What did that?
No, I just said, yeah, we could. I was just acknowledging you. Continue.
What do you mean we could? Are we talking about reciprocal zenith? Dude,
Yes,
are we
at
talking
the
about
core-
reciprocal zenith angles or not?
At the core of it, yes, we are.
He's in agreement with you.
Okay.
Sorry, am I roboting or?
All right.
Roboting? My bad if I'm roboting.
Bear with Jeremy. He has a lag.
Crack is a hell of a drug.
Even though he totally derailed off my plumb bob thing, we'll let him continue.
No, we're right on the plumb bobs, bro. We're right on the plumb bobs. This is plumb bobs. What did you want to go on with?
No, that's exactly right.
We could go on with your thing because I'm a little robot-y, maybe.
You're getting there. You're getting there. Go ahead.
I just want to give an update. I'm making a presentation in about 3 minutes. It's gonna blow you guys away. Just be prepared. If you're wearing a hat, okay, go ahead.
Just go, guys, because I don't know if I'm roboting. Let's all just go one.
You're not roboting, man. They're all lying to you, dude.
Okay.
I haven't heard you robot once.
All right, so it's a huge conspiracy. So this reciprocal zenith angle measurement we're going to do, it's solely based on drop over distance. You realize that, right?
Drop over distance is a change in elevation.
Now, the measurement you're making with reciprocal zenith angles with the total station or theodolite, that is based on things appearing lower in the distance. You realize that, right?
Oh yeah, I would agree with that, but it's not a measurement of drop over distance.
And that is absolutely what the actual measurement is of, things dropping in the distance.
How do you
That is the whole measure. Sorry, that is the whole measurement.
Yeah.
Am I robot?
Oh, it's this other guy. He's the robot.
Kosha, when's your show? Maybe I'll check it out. This guy
I would
robot.
blow you guys away. I got news for you. If you're wearing a hat, strap it in. If you're straight, be prepared to become gay. Okay, that's what I gotta say to you. So just give me 2 minutes. Blow you guys all away.
Okay, I'm in a good spot. I should be better now. Am I good?
You've been fine the whole time. It's the other guy that's been roboting, man.
I don't even believe you. You sound like you're lying, even though.
All right, well, I was lying
even if I didn't know what I know.
You were roboting earlier, but in this last exchange between you and him, you were fine. He was roboting.
Okay, so we all understand that this measurement is the whole measurement is things appearing lower in the distance. That is what you are in fact measuring, right? You understand?
I understand. He gets it.
That's a bad impression. I understand. I understand. That was a better one.
It was a little bit better.
You scared him off, Jeremy. He's incarnate. Doesn't want to talk to you now.
No, I'm just not sure if I'm roboting because I'm in a bad area.
No, you're fine. You're fine now.
All right.
Honestly, we should have a robot protocol. Because we used to do a thing where someone's roboting, 5 people would jump in and say, "Hey, you're roboting," and it would get annoying. And then now, when people are roboting, nobody says anything.
No, well, what happened?
We had to have a better protocol.
You're roboting, Coach. What happened here on this situation was that everybody was having a conversation, and like the mod that you count on to like settle it down was coming in roboting, trying to shut everybody up so he could robot his way in there. You know.
That's good. Well, he was.
Okay, this is all fun and games. Do we understand about what we're measuring in this reciprocal zenith angle measurement, guys? Please.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we measuring, Kosha? What is the actual measurement that we're taking?
An angular measurement of what are you doing? Taking that? Yeah, an angular measurement. I gotta be honest. I spoke up. I mean, I wasn't thinking about what you were asking, and I spoke up too soon. So.
Rocky is still here? Well, he's making claims earlier about how Globers were trying to dox him and shit, and how disgusting it was. I was like in total agreement. Well, it turns out like I just found evidence of him trying to dox other people. It's kind of crazy that shouldn't.
Oh my god.
Maybe me thinks thus thou protest too much.
Hold on,
Or
we're
was
not
that no
derailing.
tanks? That
We're
was.
not derailing here, dude.
That's fine. I just learned about it. I wanted to come back and be like, huh, that's kind of.
Wait a minute. Are you saying
Yeah,
that
dude, we're on reciprocal zenith angle.
A flat earther told you?
Yeah, that's
something,
weird.
right?
You guys can talk about it in DMs. No, man. No tanks. No
What,
tanks.
dude? Bro.
No tanks.
What?
What are you doing, dude? We're in the middle of reciprocal.
Who is? Who are you talking to?
Come on, no thanks for real. He's got a point, man. This guy, he brought up something personal.
Angles.
Now you are roboting again, but I agree though. We should keep it on the subject, otherwise will devolve into no man's land.
Will not be a. They on point.
Okay, come on, man. You used to suck at impressions. You're pretty good now.
Getting there.
I do have a presentation though to show you guys. I don't know if you guys are interested in what I have to show. It's pretty interesting. I'm interested in it. So,
Does it relate to the reciprocal zenith angles or the plumb bobs converging?
absolutely, yes. Well, it has to relate to the original question. Actually, original question was
Tora, I may be roboting. I want Tora to carry the torch with this plumb bob thing after. Go ahead, Dokosho. Go ahead.
No. I want you to finish up the plumb because the plumb bob thing was an attempt at the answer of how do you measure the curvature from a horizontal, and then somebody had suggested by using verticals. And now you guys are talking about the verticals and the plumb bobs. But when you're done, I'm going to bring it back to the original question because I do have something to present of an actual horizontal and the curvature being measured from that. When you guys are ready.
Well, you understand the claim, right? That if you've separated the plumb bobs, we could even do it like just put them 1 inch apart, right? We're going to put 2 plumb bobs 1 inch apart. And as we go higher up, those are going to diverge, right?
Yeah, they should.
They should, right? So how does this make, so if we did this in real life, you think that would comport? Like now, if I'm going to be, like how far away, how far, at 100 feet high, how far are they diverging? Isn't there math?
Proper perpendicular, and then from that take a solid object and run it as high as you can possibly run it, and you would be able to sort of see your divergence and your plumb bobs using that method. But using plumb bobs at high elevation doesn't work.
problem-
Because, there's atmosphere, air, all that stuff.
We'll do it in a vacuum. We'll do it in. I don't care
Yeah,
where we have to do it. We'll do it in a vacuum, dude. The point is, as we bring these up, the plumb bobs are going to converge closer together if we stay the same distance apart.
Yeah, you could do this, and you could do this in atmosphere as long as you had a strong enough string with a heavy enough weight. I feel like there'd be no problem on a day with very little wind, as long as your plumb bob, like if you had a plumb bob that weighed, the piece on the bottom weighed like 1,000 pounds. If you had some paracord 1100 and you have 1,000 pound weight on the bottom, I feel like a slight breeze may not really even affect that.
Yeah, but I don't even know why you would.
How does an elevator work then? What is what I'm getting at here? What are you guys talking about? Elevators wouldn't work if plumb bobs diverge.
Why not?
Because the two walls of the elevator would have to come together as they go down towards the center of the earth.
Okay, but you can build the walls to not do that.
Do they? Is that what they do when they build elevators? They're like, oh, let's make sure we make these at this certain angle, and we make the walls expand. The walls expand and contract in an elevator as you're going up and down.
But you wouldn't really need to, because the divergence is so minimal that you really don't need to You really don't need to have that factored in when you're building an elevator. Most elevators cap out at 30 stories, and after that, they have a second elevator to bring you up higher. So really, it wouldn't really apply in reality.
Hey, actually, you want to hear a funny little thing? If you had a rope that went all the way around the Earth, okay, a rope that went all the way around the Earth, like a circumference, and you rose it up by 1 meter, do you know how much bigger the rope would need to be? It's pretty simple. It would need to be
No,
was it
the Lorentz contraction would shrink it.
2 pi meters big, so it's about 6 meters longer. And so if you have a building that's so you just have to divide the length of the building by the circumference of the Earth, and that would be how much the building would need to be bigger, right? So it's kind of
Yeah, that's the
minuscule.
problem, Tora. Tora, that's the problem is it's so minuscule. You have to go very high up and very far apart for it to even be noticeable.
Even if we
Well,
stick the plumb bobs 1 inch next to each other, how high up do I have to go before I measure more than 1 inch between the two tops?
Yeah, forget that.
The
Make
trick,
them
the
That
trick
means
is
you have to
the
go
trick.
even higher. The closer
Yeah,
they are, the higher you have to go with it.
exactly.
That's why you want to do them as far apart. You want to do them as far apart as possible. See, that's the problem with measuring in between them because you need something tangible to do it with, right? We're not doing reciprocal zenith angles when we just see stuff drop in the distance and say, "Oh, different." They're deviating.
Sure, man. You're gonna love my presentation, man.
I'm probably not gonna.
Hey, I got a quick
I think you might.
question. What if we use the salt flats and green lasers at a set distance apart, and someone with the capability of telling us if they're parallel or if they're diverging? That would work, right?
No, honestly, the best way to do this sort of thing, I've already saw. Jeremy's not gonna like this, but if you use, so I had an idea of using precision GPS to get centimeter precision. If you have like two twin cities or something, they can be further apart. But if you make them 100 miles apart and measure all 8 points on the building, so you can actually construct a rectangular prism, and you can compare how much those buildings are tilting away from each other by doing that precision measurement. That'd be the best way to do it, I think.
Yeah, I think we should use GPS
That is
that already has a
horrible.
built-in geoid model. I think we should do that. Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't have a built-in geoid
That would
model.
be an absolutely ridiculous method to use.
Talking about. It converts to a geoid model. It doesn't. It actually gives you XYZ positions.
Bro, we're not using anything that has refraction in it. We need something tangible. We're not messing or playing games with your refraction nonsense anymore. We're done.
You're the only person in the world. Well, then you're gonna hate my presentation because it's actually GPS based. And now that you've segued into it, I'm gonna get right into it. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen.
Wait, real quick, Kojo, before you go there, can I just ask one more question? Is there math that I can do that if I put the plumb bobs 10 feet apart, how high up I will have to go before they start to converge together, that they won't be 10 feet apart at the bottom anymore?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll write it. I'll go right down and I'll post it. Just hold on.
Bro, me and Brandon did the math one night. They need to be like, I forget if it was 300 meters or yards or feet, but you got to have them 300 meters high and 300 meters apart. And the deviation from top to bottom was like a millimeter or two or something. It's like tremendous the height and distance you got to get to be able to measure anything.
Yeah, because the Earth is big.
Yeah, so it's 1
I think
degree.
it's doable though.
It's 1 degree per the 60 nautical miles, right? So that would be in between each mile, it would be 0.1 of a degree, correct?
Well, what were you and Brandon measuring? Were you guys measuring a arc distance between the two plumb bobs, or just a straight line distance?
No, Brandon did the math to see how high, because we were talking about measuring this. This is actually one of the doable measurements that could be done for probably relatively cheap. Because, like I said, you could do it outside if you have 1,000-pound plumb bob weight on the
I heard
bottom.
all of that. I asked a specific. Were you guys doing an arc length distance between the two plumb bobs, the tops of each one, the distance between each other, or a straight line distance?
Well, I don't know the math. I don't know what math he used, but according to the globe math, I'm sure Brandon was using the globe math. We were just running the numbers to see how far you need to be apart and how high you need to go. Exactly the things Tor is asking right now, and it's fairly tough to do. It's not impossible though. I think that's one of the most doable things that we could do is tangibly measure the plumb lines.
I think the guy on the ground would be the one measuring, though, right? I'm going to measure the plumb bobs converging together the higher I go. Is that what you're saying?
You got to take a measurement at the top and at the bottom.
Well, I'm going to start.
You got to have a measurement.
Yeah, if I start 10, we're going to start 10 feet off the ground, and the bottoms are going to be 10 feet away from each other. The tops are going to be 10 feet away from each other, or close to. Right? We're not going to be able to tell the difference. But now, as I bring the string up and the plumb bob just stays where it is on the ground, they would slowly converge together.
No,
So we would
diverge.
No, they would converge. If I
No, they
take
would diverge.
the plumb bobs, the strings, as I go up, the bob itself has to converge together.
If you start 10 feet apart and you continue your two plumb bobs 10 feet apart, well, they're still technically diverging, but closer to the surface, they would be closer together. I guess is what you're trying to say, but that they're still diverging.
Yeah, that's the easy way to measure
Yeah,
it,
the
though. If it's a
bottoms.
curved surface, we will be able to measure the rate at which they converge.
Yo, the bottoms aren't going to converge. The tops are going to start to diverge. If you got them 10 feet above and you go up, there's not going to be any more convergence. There's only going to be divergence.
I'm going to leave the tops 10 feet apart the whole way up.
No, listen. Jeremy's right. If it were a globe, put two plumb bobs, let's say 6 inches apart, it would be 6 inches at the base on the Earth. But as you went upwards, say a few hundred meters, they should start bulging outward.
Yes, I understand. That's
Divergence,
measuring
yeah.
the tops. I'm talking about we're going to measure the plumb bobs. We're going to keep the tops parallel. We're going to keep the tops 10 feet apart the whole time we go up. And as we go up, the globe necessitates that the plumb bobs will converge together because
You're right. You're right. I didn't realize. You're right. I didn't realize what we were doing. You're right.
So
Yeah,
now
but that's
I feel like
it's
this
still
is a
technically
very
wrong.
easy one.
It's still technically wrong because they're diverging from the center point. So they would still be pointing towards the center. So the fact that you're 10 feet away from yourself at, I don't know, let's say 300 meters, is still concludes that they're diverging. They're not converging. They're diverging from the center point.
Yes, I agree. They're diverging.
Right.
I get it. But I'm going to measure the
Tor is
convergence.
exactly right, though. Yeah, Tor is exactly right. I didn't realize what we were doing in this thing. And yes, if you kept the tops the same distance apart as you raised them up, then yes, the bottoms would start to converge the higher you went. Absolutely, Tor. You're right.
Yeah, I got an easy
If
one.
it's a
It's like
globe.
two guys, sitting in a helicopter, and we both hang the plumb bob out the side the same distance. As we go up higher, the plumb bob is going to eventually be directly under the helicopter.
Can't
Well,
do that.
I hope you.
I don't
hope
know
you
if you want to.
You know how much
I don't
wind
know
the
if you want a helicopter anywhere near the.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want, dude. We were trying to go out on a day where there's like no wind. Like you definitely don't want a helicopter anywhere near none of this.
It's
Hey,
just
side.
painting the
stuff.
picture so you understand what I'm getting at. That's all. I'm just trying to paint the picture.
Here's an idea, Tora. Tora, here's my idea. You get a cliff face, right? I don't know how high and how long the straightest length and distance you can get. You could measure them on the side, on the top of the cliff easily with something tangible by just making marks or whatever, or pulling a string, whatever. And then you could also measure them on the bottom easily, wherever they hit the water or ground. And you just have like 1,000 pound, you get some like paracord 1100 or something, and you get 1,000 pound weight day where there's low wind, maybe. I don't know. You could encase the bottom of the, you could also encase the bottom of the, like build like a little shelter, a roofless shelter around the bottoms where the plumb bobs are for any wind.
Yeah, this sounds more doable of a measurement than anything that I've ever heard.
Oh, dude, I already hooked it up, man, in the chat. I got you the formula that you would need, and I got you what the deviation would be after 10,000 feet. Looks like it's pretty insignificant, but I wouldn't worry about that so much. I'd still do it. But yeah, it looks like 9 10,000ths of or 9 was it 9 10,000ths? Yeah, 9 10,000ths of the 10,000ths? No, 9,000. Sorry, 9,000ths of an inch after 10,000 feet.
What was that? With an inch apart?
No,
Was
with
that
a
with
foot
an inch apart?
With 1 foot apart. If you have two plumb bobs 1 foot apart.
Yeah, dude, you got to
and
go out farther. Yeah, you got to go out farther.
Yeah, so we by that measurement, in order to get 9 inches, we would have to go out 1,000 feet apart. Is what you're saying?
No. Hold on. Let me do that now.
No.
When Kosho's mom wants 9 inches, she just comes by the house, you know.
You got to see what you're doing, Dicelo. You got to get the distance
Iceland.
apart. It's got to be like to do anything reasonable. The distance apart on the top has got to be like, or the distance for the plumb bobs on the bottom or whatever has got to be like hundreds of feet, at least.
Are you bringing up Dicelo?
Does she come by and see your brother? I mean, I don't get what you're getting at.
Listen, I got a presentation coming up, man. I'm gonna do the math for the different distance now, but then I got a presentation. If Rakia's back, I got to show him the presentation.
I would say the plumb bob thing is damn near impossible. Knowing what I've known and the use of plumb bobs I've done, the height and the variables you'd have to take out, and the insignificant measurements that you would have to take, like you'd have to go way up, and you're not doing that. So it's a tough.
It's only a few hundred meters. No, it's only a few hundred meters and a few hundred meters apart. Height and distance, you get a few hundred meters in both ways, and you're good.
Hang something 50 feet from a string and see how much movement you get with what you call no wind. And then tell me you're going to come. I don't think this.
The problem is, the problem with what you're doing is you're not using a heavy enough plumb bob. What do you got? Some little couple pounds, couple ounces? I'm talking about getting 1,000-pound plumb bob, bro.
1,000-pound plumb bob, which you'd have to manufacture near a cliff and then hang it. Yikes.
We don't got to What's up? Bro, all you gotta do is get 1,000 pounds. We could probably get one on eBay or something.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not a problem. The thing is, like, wouldn't there be less variance if you had a heavier plumb bob? Rakia, you be agreeing to crazy shit. I don't even consider variance.
Nobody heard a goddamn thing you said, dude. Yeah, you understand that? Nobody heard what you said.
We can't even get Jeremy's mic to work in a building. We're going to hang a 1,000-pound plumb bob and then measure the bottom and how many meters up across. Yeah, it's I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't think we've thought it through. Leave me out of this one. Just show me that you did it. To that
Is this playtime again? Are we in romper room again?
You could get like a modified wrecking ball.
And now the magic mirror, boys and girls.
Yeah. Get some cranes, a modified wrecking ball, put them
and then get a permit.
40,000 feet in the air.
Yeah. Tough one.
Y'all, I popped on late I was imagining what y'all were talking about, and I envisioned it incorrectly. But in doing so, I thought of a pretty good experiment where we go back to the salt flats, use a plumb bob, or you make sure that a laser is pointing straight up, and you have, because like if you think about boats disappearing over the curved water, like at 3 miles or in between 3 and 4 miles, and you have the salt flats and you have these green lasers shooting straight up, it wouldn't be but 4 miles, and the people wouldn't even be able to see each other. And if you could get somebody out to look, are these lasers parallel or are they diverging because of curvature of the earth or no curvature? You could do a series of lasers going straight up at 3 miles or 4 miles apart and have somebody with, I don't know, the best way that you could pick up the green lasers.
Yo, this is
going
good.
along the side and see
This is good.
if all parallel.
We actually talked about using lasers before, but now you're dealing with some kind of optical thing. But in their model, there should be no up and down refraction. I'm guessing if we measured them being parallel, they would just say it's refraction, but who knows? But that is a good one. Yeah, laser straight up, bro. I like where your head's at.
Because in my heart and mind, and I'm just being honest, I think every body of water, like every pool, every lake on the planet or on the Earth, the plane, that was a habit. Sorry, is the same angle. So if I'm swimming in a pool in Colorado, yeah, it's at 5,000 feet elevation. In Texas, I'm at 800 feet elevation. If I'm in a pool, it's the same angle. And the laser idea is just turning. It's like not bodies of water at rest. It's straight up. What is straight up away from the ground at different places, and we should be able to find out if those are parallel or they should diverge pretty hardcore if we're on the Earth 25,000 meters in circumference, right?
You're saying you believe that all
I mean, how far away you?
are parallel to the
Well,
plane of the horizon?
yeah, I think that
Hold on, man.
You hold on.
I want to answer that real quick. I think that every body of
All
water
right.
that comes to rest and is level is the same angle. Like anytime I've ever swam, I've swam on the same angle of water that's at rest.
Zero?
Yeah.
The angle being 0?
So you're saying we could get these? Hold on, no tanks. You're saying get these lasers, shoot them straight up, and then what? How far away are we looking at these things?
Well, what Tora was saying was really making my mind turn, because if you have a laser that's use a plumb bob to make sure, and it can be a heavy one, to make sure that the green laser is pointing directly away from, pulling straight to the Earth. And if you had one at 4 or 5 miles away, and you had somebody like 6 or 7 miles away with infrared, telescope, and they could zoom in, they should be able to visually see where the lasers are pointing, like down towards each other or away from each other because of curvature. And like if you could map this out and do, 3, 6, 9, 12, have lasers at those distances and compare the tops, like to the, how hard would it be to find out if you're just making parallel lasers or if you're going around a ball? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're saying do plumb bobs with lasers, like so. Put it in the elevator, point the plumb bobs at at the ground, and watch them diverge from each other as you go up in the elevator or up in elevation.
No, you would just look at them from far away. You just look at them from far away and see, it looks like they either are or aren't. This is kind of like an optical thing, but it's pretty solid for an optical thing. We actually kicked this around the office a little while ago, a few months, six months or a year ago.
You're gonna be able to tell if a laser is diverging at a distance due to actual divergence, not optical. I don't think so.
Once again, Jeremy's right.
Well, that's how
If you look at them from far away, you can see that they would diverge. Let's say lasers that shoot up to the cloud. How high are the clouds? Shoot up to the clouds, you can see the lasers go right up to the clouds. So let's say from 5 miles maybe. You could definitely see a divergence if it was.
Hold on, like in my field of view. Hold on, in my field of view, how far to the left and right can I see? That's where you would put the laser beam, so you can get it all in one shot, right? And then they would be able to be miles and miles apart. You can get them. I don't know. Can I see 69 miles left to right if I get up high enough?
Way too many problems in this scenario, right? So you're talking about optically viewing them over distance. Then you have beam divergence that's taking place within the lasers. So any deviation that you're going to have is probably going to be eaten up by the beam divergence, meaning you're not going to be able to actually lay a measure to the deviation if there was one as they continue to go upward, because you have beam divergence for each laser.
I have a laser that I play with in the backyard, and you can't use a laser. I'm just telling you.
That's a good point. That's
You
probably
guys-
why we didn't go forward with the laser.
What if you shoot 2 lasers each at each other from each end to help get rid of that beam divergence?
You can't get rid of it, even with a what's it called, a compensator? No, that's not it.
Well,
What's the name of the thing
you
they put on the thing so they don't diverge as much?
Let me ask this: is there anything that can tell you? I understand if you're just trying to visualize an eyeball, if it looks like it's parallel or diverging, that's too complicated. But is there a mechanical or a computer that can tell you at the bottom I can tell that this one is 4 miles, and at 10,000 feet or 5,000 feet or whatever, they're more than 4 miles, like 4.1 miles. If it's
Yeah,
diverging that
GPS
far.
does that. That was the test I said. Go to the bottom of a building, you can measure that's plumb, go to the top and take points, and then go to a building that's
Yeah, but the problem is though that
How is Jeremy lagging but clipping at the same time? This is space time. I'm lost.
Well, the problem with GPS is that it uses an Earth-centered coordinate system, so you're going to have that factor. So
The problem is that it uses an Earth-centered
hold on
coordinate
real
system.
quick though. The problem with JT's thing is exactly what Napalm said. You're going to have beam divergence from the top to the bottom, like the beam just diverges. So it's an issue.
Okay, well, what about going back to physical and like what somebody was saying with helicopters? If you had a helicopter that was holding down a 500-pound weight and it was a strong cable that held it, I mean, it's a physical freaking thing hanging, and the helicopters were 10 miles apart. You could measure the cable at the ground and then follow the cable up physically somehow and measure, 500 feet up, and it should be pushing away from each other, right?
Bro, guys, forget the helicopters. We need to do this with as little wind as possible. Like, we don't want any wind. We want to go on like a windless day for this.
I'm not a flat earther right now.
Ditto.
X me out of the plumb bob helicopter deal or side of the mountain or whatever.
Rakia is afraid of heights.
I just think the point of it is that the plumb bobs, as you took the strings up at the same
On a side
distance,
note,
would have to come together.
Yeah,
Well,
you're right in
if-
theory.
Well, I mean, something has to. So if none of this happens, right? None of it happens, but it's just a matter of how you're measuring vertical in reality versus in the ridiculous model. Like two, I think it was before, like two sides of the elevator. If you're making it vertical, then which side of the elevator is actually vertical and which one is bent inward toward toward the other. So it would be I believe it would be diverging. So like as you went to the so it would have to cross somewhere in the air and then diverge at the surface. The whole thing's ridiculous, but yeah. So you would be crushing, like if you put a bar up at the top of your elevator. As you went up higher, it would crush. Yeah, it would be diverging at the surface. If you stayed at 10 feet, like somebody proposed earlier, as you went up in elevation, I'm pretty sure it would diverge at the ground. I know Jeremy had his unanimous "you're right" moment, but I'm not
How
sure
far
if
apart do you want to put the plumb bobs?
I want to put them right next to each other.
It would make more sense to put them so you can measure some curvature, if there is some, right? Next to each other would be much curvature.
There's no curvature.
The point, you have to put them, let's say 8 blocks away at least.
Yeah, I mean it's the same principle. It's the same idea as okay, if I'm at the equator and I'm walking in a straight line, two people are 5 feet apart from each other, and if we want to go just walk south, right? Are we converging or what's going on there?
here's
On a
another
globe, we'd
good
be
one.
converging. A straight line would be
Can you
converging.
guys
Yeah.
hear me?
So that would, yeah.
Okay, here's a good one.
Jeremy, you're right in the middle of people talking. Like you just jump right in. You got a good one?
I don't want to interrupt. It sounds quiet. Check the chat. I just dropped a laser video, and tell me what you think's going on here.
All right, I got a good idea.
Because
Right, you ready for it? I got this great idea.
No thanks. That wasn't Jeremy, but that was a good one. I think Jeremy just has a problem with this deal.
I was just kidding, Boston. Good.
No, I was just saying, check the chat and tell me what you think's going on with these lasers, because these dudes are trying to cross them, and they can cross them down low, and when they go higher, they can't cross, and they think they're hitting maybe the azimuthal grid of vision or the firmament, or the lasers just can't push light any farther. So check that out. It's really interesting.
They're probably actually crossing, but the way you view them at distance, they appear not to be crossing. Like it gets really weird, man. When you look through more and more atmosphere, just do the pencil in the cup of water. I like the arrow on a piece of paper. Push it behind a glass of water and
Never
watch it
crossed the stream.
change direction. Or maybe it's Ghostbusters and the streams can't cross. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody will watch it. It's short, and I don't know what's going on.
Just for fun, though, get you a glass of water, draw you an arrow, like, with a pencil or whatever on a piece of paper, make it thick, and then run it behind the glass and view it through the water. It'll actually change direction without being distorted.
Oh, wow. I'll check that out.
What about with a square glass?
I've done it with different shapes. I think it's more distortion on some, but it's been a while. But I have a video on my. I don't push my YouTube, but I actually have a video of this on YouTube. But do it yourself. It's pretty freaky because it's a foot away or arm's length away that this is happening.
These look like lightsabers. This is Star Wars.
Yeah, Luke, I'm your father.
Yeah, you need a red lightsaber for that. These are blue. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi happening right here.
Anyways, fellas, it's time for the presentation. It's a very big
Hold
deal.
on, real quick. If anyone wants in on the plumb bobs from helicopters deal, send Rocky an email. He's heading this up.
Yeah, count me out.
After we do that, he's gonna jump out of one with an auto level and aim it at the stars.
Well, I'm gonna have the helicopter after I do the plumb bob drop me off on top of a mountain and use my auto level to view the position of a star.
I got one more question. If two people parachuted from miles apart but could tell how far apart they were from each other and they were falling straight to the ground, wouldn't they drastically come towards each other if they were falling to the center of a ball Earth?
Oh. I just went over this earlier. I gave you the divergence from 10,000 feet. It's minuscule. It's not something that's easily measurable.
Yeah, I was just guessing if the people were 100 miles apart and jumping out of a plane from as high as you can, and they were tracked. Did they fall parallel to each other, or did they fall towards each other? Because if they were that far apart, and it was a ball Earth, they would have to come together.
If every single claim turns into it's there, but the measurement is so small that you can't even measure that it's there, is it really there then?
That's what Kosho said. He said
The trick is to not pick those measurements. That's it.
Kosho,
That's the trick.
You said at 1,000 feet, it's 1/9 of an inch. So you said
No, if you have two plumb bobs that are 1 foot apart, and you raise them to 10,000 feet, the divergence is going to be 9/10,000th of an inch. So that does scale up the further apart you move.
so no curve.
But you still need to be fairly far away. I think I measured after 60
But
miles or 100
that's
after
not
about
proof
100
that
miles. At about 100 miles at about 500 feet, I think the divergence is like 12 feet or something. So that's a useful
Joshua, doesn't that prove
measurement.
flat Earth that there's no divergence?
No. What we're describing is the expected divergence on a globe. So
like, Joshua, how high is like the average cloud, like where you live? Can you shine it like right up into a cloud, find a cloud, that you can see it? That's the point of it. You can see it in the cloud, those lasers. And you should be able to see it diverging, no? And how high would that be?
you answered your own question. Godric, I like you. Don't make me have to
Guys,
kill
the
you.
plumb bob thing. Listen, please don't threaten people.
I didn't threaten him. I said I like him.
Those lives. The plumb bob thing, it's got to be measured. I thought you said you were going to go to his house and do something. Listen, it's not important. The point is, the plumb bob thing, it's got to be measured tangibly. Everyone knows what that means. Not optical. Not optical. It's got to be measured tangibly at the top and the bottom. Maybe. I don't know. That would be the best if we could do it
But
tangibly.
there should be refraction going straight up. Should there, Joshua?
All right. Well, I'll email Rocky
There's beam
about it.
divergence. You guys don't listen. Send Rocky an email and he'll sort this all out.
It's time for my presentation, dude, because I've it's been a long time coming.
Does Jace want to see your presentation?
What are
Or is it just...
you presenting, Joshua? Is this one about body count?
As long as it's anything except GPS, anything but GPS related stuff. Go ahead.
All good points. But what this is what you said before about I forgot I had these measurements too. That's just crazy. But yeah, the reason you guys were talking about reciprocal zenith angles is because you want to talk about drop from horizontal. So excuse me for just, if you just allow me 3 minutes, I'm going to post a few pictures and describe them to you, okay? And I promise you, some of you might even have to change your pants afterwards. Because it's pretty good. Okay, so first,
I'm changing my pants right now.
Great. We might want to get another pair though too. So, but here's the first picture. So I have 2 friends. One of them is named Bacon, and the other one's named Jesse. Okay, and I noticed one day that their locations, the great circle or the straight path between their 2 positions, I sit right in the middle of it. If you see, there's Texas is on that line. So in a straight path between Jesse and Bacon, I'm on that straight line. And so I had the idea one day, a few months ago, to have them go to some place that's not their home and give me their GPS positions. They didn't have to be precise because this is such a great distance. This distance is so great that the precision could be off by a few meters or whatever. And even still, what I'd be looking for would far exceed whatever error it would be. So let me give you an example of the data that was collected.
Let's affirm the consequence together, class.
That's right. So
Yeah,
here's
no,
an
let's all
example.
affirm the
So some of
consequence.
you guys might not be familiar with how this data is collected. Here's an example. Down below, or there's a list of the satellites that can collect them. Down below is an example of one measurement. And so let's call them satellites. So let's say C22, G10, G25. These are just different places where the signal's coming from. And right next to those are distances in meters from that location. And what those do is those collectively are used to, collect the position. At the very top is an approximate position of XYZ. Okay, so I have this for me, for Bacon, and for Jesse. So these are the XYZ, those numbers at the top. Okay, this is where it gets kind of interesting. Okay, because what I also did just now, though, while you guys were talking about plumb bobs, is I plotted them. Okay, so there's Jesse's plot at the top, and there's Bacon's plot at the bottom.
Where do X, Y, and Z
Okay.
meet?
Where do X, Y, and Z meet? At those positions, at those points. What do you mean? You mean like where's the origin point?
Yeah.
That we'll get to that at Exhibit E. But here, so Exhibit B. So this is a line that connects those 2 points. So as I told you, I sit on that line. If you connect the 2 points between Bacon and Jesse, then that the straight line that connects them, I'm sitting on it. Okay. But if you look here, my point plotted doesn't sit on that line. Okay, even though when you plot the 2 points in 3D space, the straight line, it says that I should be on that line. I'm not. Okay, and there's probably a reason for that. And let's look here. Here is because the origin point of all those points of the XYZ grid defines a sphere that all 3 of us happen to sit on. All 3 of us all sit on the surface of that sphere. And that line that shows the distance between me and the line that connects them is about 1.6 million meters long. So, in conclusion, the line that connects these 2 fools that I should be on, the horizontal, which would be in the middle, I'm actually 1.6 million meters away from it. So, that would be a drop from horizontal. And that's my
Okay, let me start. Thank you, Coach. Let me
Sure,
start.
mean,
So,
you're consequent.
why is that line need to bend like in an arc instead of being straight? It's bending to the right, am I right?
Wait, which line? The line that connects the 3 of us?
The
Why is
first
it an
picture.
arc?
The first picture.
Oh, because Google Maps. That's just Google Maps uses like a real, in data. So
Because Google Maps
if you
uses
make
a corrupt satellite system that reifies the globe. Is that why?
no,
What do we have to
like
do, Coach, to get that line bending the other way? You see how it's bending to the east? What if we want to bend to the west? What do we need to do to get it to do that?
it wouldn't. It's not
It would never
bending to
bend
the
to the
east, west,
west.
or west. No, it's not bending. It looks like it's
It's
bending.
bending in the middle towards the east.
It looks like it's bending because it's on a distorted, flat projection. But it's
But
actually
what
a
do we
great
have to
circle
do
line.
to get it to bend to the west? I'm asking you a question.
It
You have
doesn't.
it
It
bending
doesn't.
to the east.
It doesn't do that. That's what I'm saying. Like a great circle between those 2 positions crosses that line that's created there from Brazil to Washington. That's the actual great circle path. So it doesn't bend any other direction. That's actually a straight path between those 2 points.
Let's talk about a great circle path.
Yeah, great circle path is the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a curved surface.
Wait,
Does
so
this line? Well, one more question. Does this line include depth, or is it just flat across, like a plane?
Does that line
Is it
include depth? No. It's a as the crow flies line.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. But like I said, it's important to understand that because that line is the shortest path between the 2 of them, you would expect that when you connect those points, their 2 points in 3D space, the shortest path between the 2 of them, I should be on that line as well. However, the shortest distance between those 2 points in 3D space intersects the sphere. So, for that reason,
On
that
the
line that
surface.
connects them, I have a distance from them. So
Okay. On the surface,
for
you're
for
saying.
most people
Only.
for most people this is direct evidence, and dare I say,
Oh, on the surface. You're saying that's the shortest on the surface.
yeah, it's the shortest along the surface. That's right.
Okay, good. So not a globe. Okay,
So
cool.
why does it go through the surface if that's the shortest distance between the 2 on the surface?
Because that defines a curve. So on a curved surface, the shortest distance in 3D space would be a chord line that intersects the sphere, and the
Mm-hmm.
arc distance would be the line that crosses or goes over the sphere.
Yep.
I've drawn
So
both those lines in that final picture.
when it calculated the core, it gave you the chord distance for the distance between those places when you punched them in.
Well, no, I didn't even consider the sphere when I connected those 2. I just plotted those 2 points and connected them. So
the
if you have
surface,
if you have 2 points in a 3D or 2D grid or any kind of grid, you have 2 points. You can just connect those with a straight line, and
So
that
that's
would
a
be the
great,
shortest distance
and
between
that's
them.
a great circle. You're saying?
No.
Route.
That would be a chord. That would be a chord line.
Okay.
That's not in relationship to the great circle.
Okay. The picture that you're referencing, the original picture, is a great circle, which is the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a globe. Who
That's
takes
right.
those routes? Who takes a great circle route?
A lot of pilots do, or they
Oh, okay. So
attempt
not on the
to.
surface. So not on the
A lot of
surface
birds
of a
do.
globe. Yeah.
No, hold on a second. No takes.
Boats
Hold
do.
on. I don't know why you added that last part, but it's the shortest path on the distance. It's the shortest distance path on the surface of a sphere. That's
Yeah.
true. When you throw moving in there, that's not
Well, no, he
correct
just left. He
anymore.
left the surface
Once
and
you
he went to an airplane. So therefore, it's not the. So there's no reason to take a great circle route as the shortest distance on us because you're no longer on the surface. So I appreciate you conceding
no,
that it's
because
not the
there's
shortest distance.
well, it's not the shortest distance when it starts moving, and when it's still, yes, it would be the shortest distance.
On the surface.
But once you start moving above it, yeah. But once you start moving above it, though, it no longer becomes the shortest distance.
Right. So a circle. So a great circle
Because
route
there's
is
now
not
the Coriolis.
a great circle route is not the shortest distance. The shortest distance in an airplane to travel. Nobody should be traveling a great circle route when they're not on the surface of the sphere. I appreciate you conceding, Kosho. Thank you for your presentation.
Kosho said the birds fly a great circle route, proving the globe. Awesome, Kosho. Awesome. I like that. The birds prove a globe.
Anyways, what's your point of all this, Kosho? GPS measured it was a globe.
Yeah,
I think he's saying the line's bending, that therefore curve.
His point is that GPS uses
Yeah.
an Earth-centered coordinate system based on the center of the Earth and then plots it based on that. That's his point. He just wanted to affirm the consequent real
He's body bagging, toe tagging somebody. I don't know. Himself? I'm not sure.
Yeah, if he's using GPS, that's a corrupted 3-5 globe.
He just made an initial contradictory statement that on the surface of a sphere, the shortest distance would be a great circle route. Therefore, once you leave the surface, it's not the shortest distance. So who's using that? What kind of retards are having us fly great circle routes not on the surface of a globe? Why don't they just fly in a chord?
Well, to be fair, if you're talking about the distance between Brazil and California, going up in a plane is basically the same as being on the ground.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth, flat globe. Yeah, no dimensions.
Yeah, well, you guys got it. I've done my part.
Wait, Kosho, before you go, how much curve did you measure, by the way?
As I said, so if you look at the last picture, the one with the actual circle on there, or whatever. Actually, I have a better picture. I'll post. Hold on. I never
There's a
posted
number.
exhibit.
There's a number, Kosho. It's science, math, right? What's the number of the curve? What did you
Well,
measure?
that's what I'm trying to say. My distance. So even though I'm supposed to be on that line, I'm 1.6 million meters away from that line. So
1,000,006 meters of curve.
Hold on, real quick, Godric. Hold on a
1.6
second.
million meters away from
Hold
that
on,
line.
guys. You're saying you're 1.6 meters away from the shortest distance of the chord.
1.6 million, yeah.
You are 1.6 million meters away from a chord line on Earth. Are you sure you did this math right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, how many meters can you go down?
I think you did a good job, Coach. I like it.
Thank you. No thanks.
Hold on.
Yeah,
How many meters can you go down? Guys, hold on, man. How many meters can you go down? Hold on, Kosho. How many meters can you go down before you're at the center or pop out of the other side? Let's say how many meters you can go down before you pop out of the other side of the Earth.
Well, not to pop out the other side, but let's just say go down to the center, because that would be the maximum distance from the chord. The maximum distance from the chord.
Okay.
Yeah, 6.7 million meters.
6.7 million meters.
Yeah.
To the center of Earth.
I think that's right? 6.7, or is it 6.3?
I thought it was
6.3. Sorry, 6.3.
Hold on.
It's 39.59 from the surface to the middle in miles.
Yeah, he's right when you transfer it to meters.
All right,
Meters,
6
yes.
million. You're right. All right, I just had to check you. Listen, it wouldn't have been the first time Kosho gave us some fucked up math. I just had to check him real quick. It's all good.
I had to check my stuff before I wrecked myself, man. You guys gave me a lot of time to do that. You guys were going on about the thing for a long time. I had time to make these pictures. And...
I could tell by the presentation that it was done well and has accurate information. This is a good presentation.
So, but we're at 1.6 million meters. That's the diversion.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Kosho for presenting this, even though he's a Glober. It's all good, bro. Thanks.
I gotta say, Napalm's criticisms are. Napalm's criticisms are somewhat sound or somewhat valid, and I just have to say that. Well, okay, I don't know. They're never mind. Forget I said anything.
Wait, Kosho is a Glober? Since when?
Wait, so if you punch in 2 coordinates
Now hold on,
GPS
Tora.
system.
Okay.
Holy
Tora,
shit, Jeremy.
Hold on 1 second. I want to hear how No Tanks. I want to hear how No Tanks' criticism is valid.
I said napalm.
I want to hear how Napalm's criticism is valid, please, if you would.
I used the wrong word. Eating chili right now, dude. Okay.
Nah.
Give me. I'm not gonna be saying things correctly. So give me a second.
I really like the graphs that you produce. They look high quality, and I might ask you for help in a little while figuring something out.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I was.
All right, but
I was about to ask Bacon for help.
Hold on, but let Tora go. I think I cut him off. Go ahead, Tora.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when you type in 2 points on Earth into GPS, the distance it gives you is the chord length. It doesn't give you the great circle.
No, I gotta be precise in what I did. So, if you go back to the first picture I posted, or the second picture I posted with all the numbers on it, that's an example. That's like actually the beginning of the GPS data. But at the very top, there was 3 points in XYZ. So it's not longitude and latitude. It's like that gets converted to longitude and latitude. But that XYZ is what I plotted. So I just took a 3D grid and I plot those 3 points. And that was, I think, Jesse's or Bacon. Where was it? No, that was mine. Who's it? That was somebody's. I don't know whose it was. I think it was Bacon. So it doesn't matter though. And I just plotted that as a point. And I did that for the 3 of us. But because I didn't reference the ball or longitude and latitude, I referenced these points in this 3D grid. All I had to do was connect those points because the shortest path in 3D space between 2 points is a straight line.
So if you turn that image into another way, wouldn't it look like a straight line?
Yeah. Wait, which
yeah,
image?
if you turn that graph.
The Google.
Why did you
one?
approach the graph in that direction to draw the line between the 2?
No, it's a straight line. It is a straight line.
Okay, it's the shortest distance between those 2 lines.
Yeah, I'm not
in
sure which
3D
line.
space.
Yeah, between the 2 points. Yeah, that first line that I posted. Yeah, that first line. Yeah, it's the shortest distance between them, and it connects Jesse's and Bacon's. It connects Washington and Brazil, and
Okay.
the other
I
point
got it.
was Texas.
I understand what you're saying now. I was confused because when you put models of 3D space on 2D, it kind of you lose the depth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I was actually deciding how to orient it and stuff, but yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Gonna throw my thought out there.
Please.
All right, so check this out. If the geometric size of the Earth, the planet, the ball Earth, every 69 miles it changes 1 degree, so that you get the 360-degree circle to go all the way around. Just imagine 2 helicopters 69 miles apart, and we know that they're 69 miles apart. And if it's a Chinook, like a heavy lift helicopter, it can fly up to 20,000 feet. Hold on, babe. Hold on. So at 20,000 feet, they have to go farther apart. And my question is, how far apart are they going if they took off at a 1 degree difference. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, that, like I said, I at the top of my head, because I was going to do that with two buildings that were 60 miles apart, and so like the helicopters were 60 miles apart per se. Like I said, I'm pretty on the top of my head. I think it was after 500 feet, they would be about 12 feet apart. It could be 12 inches though. So don't quote me on that. It's either 12 inches or 12 feet.
Sorry, my kid took my headphones. So you said two buildings 60 miles apart and then it cut off.
Well, like I said, I did it comparing two buildings that were 60 miles apart. So the base and the top of the building, um, they would have a divergence at that distance of about, it was either 12 feet or 12 inches. So I got to do the math again.
Okay, so it's not much, but I was kind of like postulating a two-way test where the helicopters, like some kind of way of measuring the actual physical distance between them on the ground hovering, like right when they took off, and then at 20,000 feet, if they separated by a tiny bit, and then you could also drop like a 50-pound sphere, like a very heavy, and the two spheres could track each other and know if they were falling, coming towards each other. So you could test it on the way up and on the way down physically, and just do away with refraction.
Well, the way I would recommend doing that, Jeremy would say you're not allowed to do that. So, I mean, Rakia said it too, though, that you would use GPS to do that, and that's how I would do it.
He asked to get away from refraction. He said, JT, you want to you don't want to use refraction with any of this, right? You're trying to get away from refraction.
Well, I'm just thinking, and I'm thinking if you could do maybe 3 helicopters, 69 miles in between all 3 of them, and somehow figure out physically their distance apart at the surface, and when they all go to 20,000 feet, they have to separate if they're raising up away
Right.
from a ball.
JT.
But, yeah.
JT, when you say physically, do you mean with refraction, or do you want to use something that has nothing to do with refraction?
Yeah, I'm not trying to do any optical stuff. I want to know in physical reality, if you took a tape measure between the helicopters just before they took off, if it is just 12 feet, like I want to know at 20,000 feet, do they have to each move 12 feet apart from each other? Because, you think about a satellite.
When you said optical, JT, when you said optical, you mean, you essentially mean no, you don't want to use anything that has refraction involved with it, or are you cool with using something that has refraction involved with it?
I'd rather avoid any kind of optical or an excuse where refraction is the reason. I want if we live on a ball planet, as you raise up the diameter from the Earth, it gets bigger and bigger. I want to try to measure that. I don't know how though. I'm just thinking out loud.
I mean, the moral is Jeremy thinks that that GPS, especially differential GPS, he thinks refraction is going to be a problem. And I assure you, with differential GPS, refraction is not a problem by any stretch of imagination. So.
Yeah,
I missed it. I was roboting. Just yes or no, JT. JT, yes or no? Are you cool using something that has to be? We have to use refraction calculations. Are you cool with using something like that? Yes or no, please.
With the daydream I've got today, I'd like to do it all ways possible, with and without refraction, just to get as many answers as you can looking at this problem.
Bro, just oh my, all right.
And maybe you can help me, because I don't know. Is there any device or technology available to us that, like beacons, tracking beacons, that's not GPS, but it knows I'm here and I'm right here and I'm traveling away from the other device? I don't know if it would. I guess if you use laser, it would have to be refraction could jack with it, but Is it GPS that tells helicopters where they're at if they were communicating with each other? Or they're like, we are 60 miles apart from each other. It's GPS. There's no other way to tell how far a helicopter is apart in the air, right?
You use like radars and stuff, but GPS would be by far the best way. Yeah.
Right, but the fight between flat and globe is the GPS belongs to the military, and they won't let us look at the code, and they could cheat and fake it.
Yeah, they will.
Radar, you can't say that radar is refracting, can you?
So the GPS L1 code, yeah, I could break it down. It's zeros and ones. I could break it down for you, exactly what's sent to you and exactly what each part of the code means, because it's all the code is encrypted in the message, and it's not.
Your boy Wang showed you how it works.
Well, Wayne helps me out, but yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. Tell you the truth, I watched this guy, Michael Van Beason. He's a YouTuber. He's got a bunch of great videos. He has a whole series on GPS, like 100 videos on GPS, and he breaks down how it works and how each part of the code, what it means, and it's the signal that's being sent to you is being sent from the cesium clock. There's a cesium clock and there's another clock, and they have a specific rate at which they send a signal, and each part of that signal, like the zeros and ones and all that kind of stuff, it's transmitted in that code. And so when you receive that code, when you receive that signal, the information is encrypted in there, and it's actually decryptable by anybody. There's a military code as well, but the L1 code is the one your phone uses or whatever. You don't have to.
So you're saying the military has a secret satellite GPS code that they don't let no one know about?
Well, no, there's an L2 code as well, and there's an L5 code. But the point it doesn't matter though. The point is that the L1.
So we
band,
do have
L1
access.
band.
You're saying we do. Hold on. You're saying we do have access to the military one.
No, we not exactly. No, there's different bands. We do have access to use them, but I'm not exactly sure. I don't know how to break them down. I know how to break down the L1 code,
And is it
L1 band, and that all you need is the L1 band. So the L1 band is all I
Alright,
use
man,
for this
alright.
measurement.
Okay, but is it not true during Desert Storm they spoofed, or whatever the word is, Saddam's GPS to give him wrong positions?
Yeah, you can spoof GPS. You can spoof any signal. Yeah. So what?
Okay, so it's possible. It is possible that there could be some foul play at hand.
On a level that affects everybody? No. That doesn't make any sense.
Why not? We just went through the Desert Storm thing. I thought
The same measurements I showed you, the same measurements I just showed you that came from Bacon, me and you could take measurements right now at this moment, and we can see that we're getting messages from the same signal, from the same emitter or whatever. It's coming from the same source, and we can see what distances it's giving for each of us, and we would find that it actually corresponds to what our distances are from each other. So if they're spoofing both of us, they're doing it in such a way that gives us the information that would be accurate anyways. That's what I don't get what your point is.
my point is they have the capability to make you think you are wherever you are, wherever they want you to think you are. Which obviously they can do because they've done it to Saddam during Desert Storm, right?
Yeah, they can do that. However, when we use it, like I just said, if we were to use it now, or when you use it to drive anywhere, if they were using it to spoof you, why would it be spoofing you to give you accurate information? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so that it is possible to fake this, and also they are accounting for refraction. There is refraction involved with this, is there not?
There's errors involved in it, and I posted a picture that I made for you years ago, explaining to you how the corrections are made with differential
Specifically,
GPS. That doesn't matter. They don't specify refraction. Anything that's causing it to be an error, what they do with differential GPS is they have a base station where they know exactly where that base station is. They get a reading of the GPS position of that base station, and they take whatever error that is and they apply it to their measurement, their rover measurement. So a measurement from your phone or whatever, and you just apply that same error, and that's gonna allow you to correct for any kinds of errors, including refraction. This is what gives them centimeter accuracy. I'm gonna get some more chili.
Okay, I'm still thinking about all this stuff. Like, if two helicopters took off and they were 6,225 miles apart, they would be rising up at 90-degree angles different than each other. And if it was 12,450 miles, they would be rising up 180 degrees away from each other. I'm just trying to figure out how to figure out if these guys, when they rise up, can know if they're rising up parallel to each other and not at a 90-degree angle at 6,000 miles. But there's no way to track these two items going up to 20,000 feet without GPS, right?
Yeah, there's no way to tangibly measure that. You can use radar.
I'd like to know what the separation is at 20,000 feet if they were 69 miles apart, because if it was more than 12 feet, they could, and I know I'm thinking just crazy outside the box, but somehow if you could string something physical between the helicopters at 20,000 feet, when they came down, there'd be a lot of slack in the string if they could come straight down and not deviate off course, because they'd be coming down to a closer together point. But I know things stretch and that won't work and it won't be accurate enough. But I've enjoyed today's mind bending exercise. Thanks for letting me chat about some weird stuff.
No doubt. Everyone should be thinking about how do we measure something tangibly, either water dropping or something. Rocky has got a decent way. His shit's kind of optical though, so that's probably why he was off a little bit. There probably is still a little bit of refraction even in the short measurements, and over time that probably accrues. All right, good talk, guys. What else we got?
It cracks me up because if we live on a ball, you should be able to pretty much easily nail it down. But it's a lot harder. Somehow it's a lot harder than it seems.
Yeah, but that's what makes this fun. If it was easy, it wouldn't be fun.
Right. I was struggling the whole time because I just got my eyes dilated for my 2-year after LASIK check to make sure everything's good. So like blurry as heck. I'm trying to think and write numbers, and yeah, this was a fun challenge.
I'm gonna post a picture for you. Oh no, for Torres. Who's gonna ask me? Somebody asked me what was the distance between Jesse and Bacon. I'm gonna post it. Hold on.
Yeah, I was trying to read the thing up there, but I forgot what you said. Which numbers were the meters apart?
Here's
Because
a
like
picture.
you're placing yourself with latitude and longitude in that free space, right?
No. Wait, what do you mean? No. Well, X,
You
Y,
use
Z.
you use their latitude and longitude numbers to get those placements, right?
Well, no, not quite. The GPS determines, like I posted in that picture with all the numbers. It determines the XYZ position, and then your computer, your phone, or your GPS system, whatever, will convert those three numbers into latitude and longitude and elevation. But you start off with those three numbers. And I just use those three numbers. But yeah. So I posted the numbers I posted just now. Those are I think those are in kilometers. So they're 9. The chord line is 9.4 thousand kilometers, and the arc length is 10.6 thousand kilometers.
All right, got it. Thank you.
I'm telling you right now, here's the setup. You get a cliff that's fairly straight and pretty high. You hang 2 plumb lines off them. You use 1100 paracord. You get 1,000-pound weight on the bottom. You get a day where there's not a lot of wind. You can build a little encompass the actual plumb bob, so that that's not even getting affected by wind. Maybe, you know what I mean. Just leave a little hole in the top, like a soda straw in a cup, and the plumb bob's coming out the top. Then you measure the distance on the bottom and the top, and you can do it tangibly because you have access to that area. You can walk along the top of the cliff and the bottom.
I don't know. You don't need to do it. I mean, these are all cool, like fun, like adventurous ideas. All you got to do is establish a horizontal, perpendicular to vertical, and continue that straight line segment. And then you get to the other end, and you put up a plumb bob at the other end, and it's perpendicular to horizontal, and it's a done deal. And it's done every day. But I appreciate all the fun ideas.
Is that pretty similar to Mullen's force the line experiment that he was wanting to do?
Hold on, Kosho, real quick. How much drop in level? Sorry, how much drop from horizontal is there over 50 meters?
You used the curve calculator, I don't know.
Just do it up real
50
quick.
meters?
What is it?
Oh my god. 50 meters distance. What is it? God damn it. Is it 10 inches per mile squared? It's 50 meter. Oh, god damn it. Give me a second.
I'm eating chili here.
I'm trying to, yeah.
Did you have some bad Chinese food last night?
My girlfriend made chili.
Hold on, because I got a way to tangibly make the horizontal line. It depends on how much drop there is over 50 meters.
Is your chili hot or is it hot, or is it just warm?
It's hot.
Depends on how fast
and
you
it's
view it
hot.
from. It depends on your frame of reference when you're viewing it, because it may have more kinetic energy, which would equal more thermal energy, which means it's hotter depending on which reference frame you're in.
Oh,
We're
right.
gonna get to the fucking bottom of that. You think that's over with, Kosho?
Yeah, that's right. You're right, man. That
You
makes
think
sense.
I forgot about that? You think I forgot about that?
Scared. Yeah, you're scaring me, dude.
Well, you should be scared.
you-
You still got them body bags. You're gonna need at least one of them.
Jeremy, can you maybe also give me some mathematical equation to that? It sounds very interesting.
What's up? Hold
Can you
on,
give me-
Kosho. How much drop is there over 50 meters?
It drops. Looks
He's
like a
eating
100th of an
chili.
inch.
100th of an inch. Is that measurable? Is that tangibly measurable?
I mean, with a micrometer. Sure.
You could measure that. If I had a line and then water under that, would that be measurable?
Probably not. Because of, what do you call it? Surface tension? Meniscus or whatever it's called.
Yeah, but the surface tension would have to be curving. No? Surface tension causes the surface tension to be horizontal?
No, the surface
Hey, what-
tension would cause an error, and you're looking for something within a point,
What?
a 100th of an inch. So the
What
meniscus
happens-
might cause that error.
What happens if you break the surface tension? Is the water still curving?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean.
Can you do it so? Can you do it so you can't get rid of surface tension? It's just always there. There's no way around it.
I don't think that you would want to use water to measure a hundredth of an inch difference.
Well, they make water levels with micrometers on it.
Do they? I didn't know that. Well, either way, this margin of error, the meniscus, would cause an error in your measurement, and you're looking for something within a hundredth of an inch.
And the water level with the micrometer on it?
Yeah.
You couldn't read it off the same meniscus point every time?
I don't know, man. I listen, man. I wouldn't use water. I'm not an expert.
All right, you wanna move on to the
just do reciprocal
It's always the deal breaker. It's an amazing coincidence.
Just do reciprocal zenith angles. Forget about the water.
We already did that. We're not doing that nonsense.
Yeah.
Zanuck, let me ask you a question, Zanuck, real quick. If I have more kinetic energy in an object, say I have two objects, one has more kinetic energy. Does that one with more kinetic energy have more? Is it hotter?
No. Why would it? Kinetic energy has nothing to do with the temperature of an object.
Kinetic energy has nothing to do with thermal energy.
No.
Are you sure about that? Or you are not the guy to ask about this. Never mind.
I am the guy to ask about it because you're conflating.
No,
the
you're
kinetic
not
energy.
the guy to ask. I already
are you
know.
talking? Wait, we got to be clear. Are you talking about the kinetic energy of the atoms and molecules that make up the object, or the object itself, related to another object in a different reference frame or in the same reference frame?
You ain't the guy to talk to about this.
Yes, I am. I am probably the only guy to talk to. So if we have, if I drop a rock and it develops kinetic energy as it falls, it increases. The temperature of the object does not increase. It'll hit the ground, and that kinetic energy will effectively be released in the form of heat and temperature and noise. But along its path, with respect to the ground, the temperature of that object did not change. So heat had nothing to do with it. But the kinetic energy of objects that are hotter than others have higher kinetic energy of the molecules, because that's what temperature is. It's the average speed of these molecules, whether they're in an object or around an object. It could be air too. So yes, I am going to ask about this, and you're not getting it. You're conflating several different concepts into one question, and that's a problem.
No, you just told me kinetic energy has nothing to do with thermal energy. You're definitely not the guy to talk
in the context for which I said, yes. If I drop an object, it does not increase temperature, even though it's got kinetic energy that increases. The temperature of the object does not change. So what are you talking about? What is your real question? And then maybe we'll get somewhere.
The real question is for a guy that knows what he's talking about, not for you.
I know what I'm talking about. No one can dispute what I've said. If I drop an object, does the temperature of the object go up as it falls? Even though the kinetic energy increases? No, it does not.
But Zanuck, I think the problem is that this was part of a conversation. This is part of a conversation in which we were talking about in different reference frames. We're not talking about from the same. We're not talking about it's from the reference frame of the material.
That object in any reference frame is not changing its temperature, even though the kinetic energy with respect to either reference frame would be different. Regardless of the kinetic energy from any reference frame, that object's temperature did not change.
Let me ask you this question. This isn't the real question. This is a goofy question. Can the Earth be two different temperatures simultaneously at the same time? As a whole?
Temperature
not like, oh, you're in Alaska, I'm in Hawaii. Like,
well, you're talking the average temperature of the entire Earth? Average temperature
could it be two different temperatures?
Could
it be two different temperatures simultaneously? Can an object be two different temperatures simultaneously?
No, because the temperature is the speed at which these molecules are oscillating.
Maybe you're the guy to talk to about this.
The temperature is what? The temperature is.
You should have heard the crazy conversation we had last night. I got to go back in the Faraday cage.
I heard one of the conversations, and there was something mentioning temperature and kinetic energy, and they're not related. of an object, that is. The temperature is the speed at which these molecules are oscillating. The kinetic energy can be related to the heat. The heat is the average velocity.
You're just saying words. Listen to me.
It's not
If
words.
we view a molecule, if I'm standing still viewing a molecule, it's going one speed. But then if I'm moving 1,000,000 miles an hour away from it, is the molecule going the same speed?
Same speed. No, if you have a molecule moving away from you, and then you move away even faster, it would be going faster. But its temperature is related to its average speed with respect to that observer. So if you are moving away from it, that temperature would be higher if it's oscillating. And when
Do you understand that kinetic energy is? Do you understand that kinetic energy is reference frame based?
Of course.
Okay, but you're still but you think thermal energy? You think thermal energy and kinetic energy are not?
Heat is not temperature. Temperature is not heat. They're related. And do you know how they're related? You know what temperature, the difference between temperature and heat is? If I have a ball and I drop it, it increases kinetic energy as it accelerates. Does it not? But if you had a thermometer on it, would it change its reading? No. No matter how fast it went, it would not change its temperature. You're conflating and confusing the thermal energy, the kinetic energy, the heat, and the temperature all in one question. It's quite uncanny.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, tell me why you're not. Because you're saying
I missed the part.
If I have a ball moving away from me at 1,000 miles an hour, and then I start moving away from it at 10,000 miles an hour, is the temperature of that ball any different?
I would agree that no, it's not different. I don't think things can be two different temperatures simultaneously. However, kinetic energy and thermal energy are directly related. And if I were to stand still, the molecule inside the ball would be going at 1,000,000 miles an hour as Earth moved away from me through the universe, giving it a bigger speed, giving it more kinetic energy, right?
With respect to the Earth, it would have more kinetic energy. Yes. Doesn't mean it's hotter.
God. If it has more kinetic energy.
What is heat? First of all, what is heat? What is heat? Why don't you tell me what heat is, first of all? Because I have a quick question for you.
It's how fast the molecules are moving.
No, not really. No. Like I said, I've just given you an example of two ice balls moving in opposite directions. Are they hotter or colder versus the observer watching them travel away from me versus if you're on an ice ball looking at the other ice ball? Are there any temperature differences? No. What
here's the definition. Hold on, here's the definition.
Real quick.
Xanax.
It's a simple question.
Real quick.
It's a simple question.
Come on, bro.
Real quick. It's a simple question.
I'm going to give you an actual dictionary definition. Hold on a second. Heat, the quality of being hot, high temperature. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but the definition from where is
physics.
This? Hold on.
Go ahead. Please
I don't know what.
Physics definition isn't about temperature.
Well, why don't you give us the physics definition? Read the physics definition. Go ahead.
When thermodynamics, the heat is going to be related to the average kinetic energy in an oscillating molecule or body.
Bro, just give us the physics definition of heat.
I just told you, it's the average kinetic energy.
No, read it. Dude, I don't want your definition in your head. Read one.
The thermal energy is the kinetic
definition.
I'm giving you the definition here. Thermal energy is the kinetic energy of a vibrating and colliding atoms in a substance. Can you hear me? Did you hear that? So this collisions which causes the heat. Then you releases this electromagnetic radiation. Something that's not colliding is not going to develop any heat. So the colliding atoms in a substance and the speed at which those collisions occur is the heat. A glowing hot metal bar showing incandescence is the emission of light based on these collisions and the speed at which these collisions occur. If you don't have collisions, there is no temperature changes. There's no heat that's created. You're conflating kinetic
All right, well,
energy with collisions.
like, hold, just okay, just hold on.
You understand that?
There can be two different temperatures at the same time, depending on the reference frame.
No, they're collisions of the object that create the heat in it that radiates out in the form of electromagnetic radiation.
Okay, so you would agree that no matter where you are, Earth is always going to be the same temperature, right?
The average temperature of the entire Earth is whatever that average temperature is. It doesn't matter where you look at it from, because it has to do with the collisions of the atom.
We're on the same page. We're on the same page then.
Temperature is that temperature is that temperature is the measure. Every time I talk, you guys are talking.
You might want to talk to Coach and Jay though, because
no, I don't have to talk to them. They know this. You're conflating the collisions with the velocities of objects.
Man, they were trying to tell me last night.
Forget about what anybody was saying. Hey,
they were trying
you missed
to tell me
my
last night.
Presentation. I turned the whole room into globers.
You didn't.
I turned the whole room into globers. Half the people in there were like, "Oh wow, it was a fantastic presentation."
That didn't even happen.
I never seen like that absolutely happened. No, Tanks is right here. He said himself. That's what happened.
We don't listen to no tanks. Come on, man, you know that. But wouldn't movement alone generate temperature?
No, has to be collisions. There has to be a release of the kinetic energy in the form of heat, and the heat is in the form of electromagnetic radiation. This happens when they collide. You're conflating just a raw measure of kinetic energy, which is 1/2 mv squared. But you also have to have a collision of these particles, and that heat is the average kinetic energy of a system's particles. That's the
average. How fast
average.
are these particles moving?
Extremely fast.
And there's no friction. There's no heat generated for the movement. I mean, I'm just new to this.
No, it's moving. That you're conflating now movement with
kinetic energy is reference frame based.
No,
kinetic energy is reference frame based. So it depends on where you are. It depends on where you're looking at it from, Rakia.
Again, you have an object that is moving through air. You're gonna have collision with the air. That'll create temperature as well, but it has nothing to do with the object itself. If it's moving through a vacuum, there is no heat created by an object, no matter how fast it goes.
Well, y'all call it a vacuum, but even in your model, it's not a true vacuum. It's just called a vacuum, but there will be friction, right?
But that's not the object. The object is, you're talking about another object. So we're talking about this relative position again, where it hits something
that's moving. Or are you saying
we're talking about
moving?
Before it hits something, there is no kinetic energy that determines that object's temperature, only within itself.
What type of energy is created just by the movement?
None.
No energy created by a moving object through another medium, like through a medium? That's not true.
Kinetic energy is completely useless until it's applied to something. If you have kinetic energy of an object, no temperature, nothing changes until it hits something, whether it be an air molecule or a wall. This is basic physics 101. There's no debating this.
Well, maybe we're talking about something.
If the object itself has a temperature, that means there are collisions going on in the object. That speed at which the collisions occur is its temperature. The average kinetic energy of the entire system is heat. You guys are really off the rails in this one. I don't know what. No, I heard a little bit of No Tanks yesterday. I didn't jump in. I was busy, but I mean, I heard him talking about kinetic energy and heat, and I was like, "What are you guys talking about?" And then now it's still being talked about incorrectly. Maybe Kosho got a.
I was right. Jeremy's in an uncanny jam right now. You can't get out of it.
He's conflating the kinetic energy, the average kinetic energy which is the temperature. That's the temperature. Got to get it straight. And the heat released in form of electromagnetic radiation is dependent upon these collisions in an object. If there's no collisions, there's no heat.
I'm not in a. Okay, first of all, I'm not in a jam. All right. You guys are in a jam because you guys said the Earth could be two different temperatures at the same time, depending on which reference frame you view it from. All right.
Well, you're in an uncanny jam, is what I said, and you are in an uncanny jam. Xanax said it himself.
I'm
and he
about
agreed when
to
I
put
said
you
it.
in your pajama jammy jams and put you to bed. Okay.
All right, man. Xanax, you really did miss it though. I had this presentation a couple of minutes ago. I don't know. It was weird. I predict. I was like, you guys had to change your pants, and then some of them they did. They were like, wow, okay. I never seen it like that before. It's basically a globe. I said, yeah, it is a globe. Yeah, that's what I showed them.
I had a gay guy hit on me after the presentation. I didn't turn gay like you predicted, but
I did predict that too. Yeah. We were talking about drop from horizontal and that whole thing. Yada yada yada. It's interesting. I'll tell you, Xanax. It's interesting because Jesse in Washington and Bacon in Brazil. I noticed one day that their Great Circle path. My position in Texas is on that Great Circle path. So there's a Great Circle between the three of us. You see? So it's kind of interesting. So I used that to create to connect the points between Jesse and Bacon using GPS, using the XYZ GPS coordinates, connecting their line, which I should sit on. And then instead, I have a great distance from that line, even though I should sit directly on it, which is directly measuring a straight line and the curve from that in reference to that. I was 1.6 million meters away from that line. So it's a fairly rotund.
here's something maybe we could use Kosho and Zanuck on, right, to settle, I guess, a dispute amongst Glovers who can't come to a consensus, right? Following a line of latitude will bring you to the equator. True or false?
False. Unless you're
Yeah.
already on the equator.
Anything?
With that, following a line of latitude, we'll hit the equator. No, false.
Not unless you're already on it.
Yep. You can start
Not
out
that
any
interesting.
latitude line and go that direction of the latitude. You can go due west or due east on any latitude line and eventually hit the equator, because that'll be a great circle route that'll intersect the equator, because that's what they would do.
Every great circle route intersects the equator, or either is the equator. So it's either the equator or it will intersect the equator. Always.
Yep. It's not possible to not hit the equator if you have a great circle route. Can you think of a way you can draw a great circle on a sphere where it doesn't intersect the equator? Go ahead, find me one. Yeah, see that right there shuts them up.
He's probably finding it. Actually, to be fair, I won't say it.
To be fair,
Wait, were you talking to me that whole time, Zanuck?
He's eating chili, guys.
I had 2 bowls already. I'm done. Man, I'm getting kind of fat, dude. I need to go see your personal trainer, Xanax.
You should start spinning, man.
If I was spinning right now, I think I would puke because I had so much chili.
You are spinning right now. You're living on a spinning ball into the space while flying from the never expanding universe.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, you got me there. See, I told you, Xanax. I turned him into Globers in just one presentation.
Unbelievable. Good job.
Clay just proved it.
My airplane always flies over the globe.
I'm just kidding. Truth is, dude, if that happened, If that happened, if I had evidence to prove the globe undeniably, which I actually just did, but if I actually had it in a way that could present it, I wouldn't even do it, dude, because it would upset Zanuck and it would upset myself if this community disappeared.
You're saying if you had a way to present the world the truth, you wouldn't because you like to have fun and play with us?
Yeah, that's what I said.
What
Like
that
I said,
is that
I mean,
that
that's
is
what it sounded like.
yeah, that's an admittance. What you're hearing there, Jeremy, is that he has seen, understood, and digested proof that level is horizontal, but he refuses to accept it because it's more fun to pretend the Earth is a globe.
I guess you could say that too, although it would be wildly inaccurate and a little bit psychotic, but you could say that. No, I mean, I'm just like I'm not trying to toot my horn, but GPS, with precision GPS, I can do a million things to prove it. The thing I just showed you is not even precision GPS, and I would say that I wouldn't use the word proof, but colloquially, I just proved it to you. So,
I want to
I don't
make
know
sure
what
that
else.
these guys have understood before we move on about the heat and temperature. This is a common misconception in physics of people that argue, and I think they're caught up on this velocity aspect. I'm amazed that Jace was in there validating this
Now listen, let
because
me give you let me just tell you, it was me, dude. Okay? I got it wrong. All right?
right.
I got it wrong yesterday. I was asking about a particle uh, at absolute zero on Earth. If viewed from someplace off of the planet, would the temperature actually not be absolute zero anymore? Uh,
Think
right?
about
And
how about this? A good way to think about it is if I had a huge ball and I measured the heat of this ball, I'd be taking the average, the total kinetic energy of this ball. That'd be the heat. And the bigger the ball, the more heat it would have, right? But I can make a real small ball that has a lot less heat, right? A lot less total kinetic energy. But I can have little molecules oscillating very quickly, and it can be very, very hot, extremely hot, red hot, white hot. But it have a lot less heat than the big ball because we're talking about the average kinetic energy of the molecules in it. Just
We're
the
talking
average.
about a transfer of something, right?
Yeah. Well, heat is
Hold on,
what
real quick,
moves from hot.
Zanuck, real quick, please. How do we measure heat? What's the units?
Joules.
Joules measures heat.
diamonds, yeah,
Joule. Yeah.
diamonds, crystals, rubies, any kind of jewel.
Yeah. Joules. Joules is a unit measure of energy. Heat is energy. Heat is a form of energy. Specifically, heat is the total kinetic energy of the molecules in an object. So if you had the globe, the Earth, versus a baseball, they could be the same temperature, but one would have a lot more heat than the other, right? A lot more energy. But the temperature would be this oscillations, the collisions of the molecules inside the object, the surface of the object. But average velocity would be its temperature. And its temperature is its ability to transfer heat.
Golly.
So is
So
that
how
what
fast?
Cavendish did? Like he took like two cold balls and hung them on a string
You'd
to cause
suck
the
as a
effect?
teacher.
This is not that complicated.
Yeah,
The thing
but
is,
the way you put it is.
I don't think I
Transfer of
did.
heat is what again? Transfer of heat is what?
Temperature is its ability to transfer. It changes its ability to transfer heat. Heat is its total kinetic energy. Total, cumulative, like total amount of energy is the heat.
Okay, so then in this
Kinetic energy
statement, go ahead, Jeremy.
range. And so if we're looking at something from a different reference range, it's going to have more kinetic energy.
No, you keep on conflating the motion of the object with the molecules' collisions internal to the object.
Yeah, but I think what Jeremy's asking what makes sense. It's in two different reference frames. The total amount of heat could be different.
No,
Yeah, you just said that though. You said total amount of heat. You said the total amount of heat.
He
So
might have misspoke, Kosho.
No,
Is his
No,
he doesn't
normal
know
no.
what he's saying.
I said the total kinetic energy of an object is its heat. Doesn't
oh,
matter
that's what I mean.
whether.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
The total kinetic energy. So, but the kinetic energy would be different though. The total kinetic energy of a moving body is different than the total kinetic energy of a stationary body, though.
No, you're talking about the kinetic energy. No, we're not talking. See, that's the conflation right there. We're talking about you can't conflate the molecule's velocities internal to the object to its velocity with respect to other objects. We're talking about internal this one object. So, with respect to other molecules, how fast are these molecules moving? What's the total kinetic energy of all the molecules inside that object? That's the only. Think of it as you want to think of that as a frame. You could think of it that way, but it's not correct. But I mean, maybe mentally you could think of it that way. Objects are moving around inside. Like there's a guy inside this ball, or like the motorcycle inside the circus ball that runs the motorcycle around in circles. He's got a velocity, right? Doesn't matter whether he's moving on the back of a truck or put him on an airplane. The temperature of that ball with the motorcycle inside of it, if you want to think of that as a molecule, is given. How fast that motor doesn't matter how fast the ball is going. It doesn't change the motorcycle speed. Doesn't change the temperature of that ball.
Bullshit.
So the total kinetic energy of a stationary baseball and the total kinetic energy of a moving baseball are the same.
Of the ball itself, yes. Throwing the ball doesn't make any more kinetic energy of the ball itself. Now it has the kinetic energy of all its molecules plus the kinetic energy of the entire ball, which is moving through space. But it's not colliding with anything. So it's not, hold on, it's not, the key thing is not colliding with anything. So there's no heat. It's going to be released based on its motion. It has potential
colliding
energy.
with particles in the air. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, then, yeah, those are collisions. You can count those. That's not what we're talking about at all. We're not talking about that at all.
I'm sorry.
Talking about only objects' motion with respect to other motion of the particles inside the ball that are colliding.
Okay, well then I was talking about something else because anytime you have movement, you have heat being produced, right?
No.
Huh.
I mean, there could be, but not necessarily. There's no requirement of something moving in heat. Move something in a vacuum, there's no heat generated by that motion.
Where's this vacuum again? Because there is no vacuum even in your model. It's just something you call
That's
a
non sequitur. It's a complete non sequitur. If
No,
there
it's not.
are particles,
It's
if there's
fact.
not a complete vacuum, then there will be heat created by any collision that has occurred.
You can't name a complete vacuum.
It's a non sequitur because we're not talking about whether there's collisions or not. We're saying if there's no collisions, then there's heat created of motion in air. Yes.
Thank you. That's what I've said several times. You
But
keep
that's not what
talking
we're
about a
talking about.
vacuum that doesn't exist.
We're not talking about that. He's talking kinetic energy.
I'm not talking about fantasy.
Motion creates more kinetic energy, which creates heat.
We're
Only
talking
if it's
about
hitting air.
reality here, right?
Oh God! You see, Kosho, this is why it's so hard to talk to.
No, I'm just asking. Are we talking about reality? Like even in space, you have movement in a medium. There is no true vacuum. Oh my God.
There's distance between. No, that's incorrect because in space you would have maybe 100 meters between.
Doesn't matter the distance.
Between
That
atoms. Hold on.
the heat
You want to move
exchange.
maybe make 100 meter dash in space. You don't hit another particle. None. Zero. There might be 100 meters between particles. So
you're going to
particles
fantasy
is a
again.
pure vacuum.
If something could go and move just 100 meters in space, it wouldn't produce any more heat when it collides with that 100-meter particle. You're in fantasy again.
It wouldn't create any heat until it collided with that particle. So before it made the collision, is what we're talking about. There'd be no collision. There'd be no heat generated by virtue of its motion alone. But yes, reality is there's particles that it hits, and because it hits particles, there'll be some heat generated.
Thank you. Let's stick to reality, please. There's always
we are sticking to reality.
Yeah, there's always heat. There's never the situation you just claimed.
But we're not talking about whether there is or isn't. We're talking about the science and the.
No, we're talking about reality, science in reality, where there are collisions when there's movement. That's why there's heat produced.
You can't create a scenario where I have a total kinetic energy of an object, meaning its heat, the total kinetic energy, and then relate that to motion. They're not correlated. You'd only be able to correlate it with knowing the medium and saying how much heat will be generated by virtue of its motion, which is independent of the object's average kinetic energy.
All right, but Zanuck, why is kinetic energy? Why is kinetic energy reference frame dependent?
Because it
Xanac.
has a key term called velocity, v, and it's squared, 1/2 mv squared. So the faster you go, the higher the kinetic energy, and its respect with motion is always going to be with respect to something else. So wherever you're moving from will determine the kinetic energy of that object with respect to the observer. It doesn't have anything to do with the temperature or heat, unless you're hitting something like Rakia said.
Which you always are.
Sure,
in
you always
reality.
are. So in air, the
Well,
temperature.
Kosho, does this line up with what J Ace was saying last night?
No.
Kosho?
Huh? Hold on,
Absolutely not.
I'm getting some more chili, dude. Give me a second.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know.
I'll answer for Kosho. No, it doesn't.
Right.
That's why we thought it was all ridiculous.
Listen, man, I gotta be honest with you. I'm the guy in here. I'm the guy in here who made the mistakes. Okay, I made the mistakes. Okay.
Don't try to be Jace's fall guy, all right? You're not his backup dancer. Okay, we heard what Jay said.
What is backup dancer?
Xanac is correct in what he's saying.
Thank you.
Apparently, I'm your backup
Xanac
dancer,
is
Jace.
the citation.
You know that shit was all recorded last night, right, Jace?
I'm sure
Like
you
this and
misunderstood what
last
Jace
night
is
is all
saying.
recorded. I'm gonna chop this up
I'm sure
so
you
we can
misunderstood what
clearly hear
Jace was saying.
what got said.
Jace is the most calm, clear guy speaking here. Always is, and I'm sure you got it backward. Play it back from last night, which I'm going to do. I bet you get it wrong. I was guessing you got it wrong.
You should take an example, Xanac.
No, you made an important distinction, Xanac, that I didn't make yesterday. That the kinetic, when you're talking about heat and temperature, you're talking about the kinetic energy contained within an object, right? I didn't make that distinction yesterday, so things got kind of muddied.
That's where that came from.
That's his way of saying he was wrong, and he actually admitted it, which was great. And now he's admitting it again. But he is admitting that he was wrong in what he said. I mean, we even
No, I was
called
just
him
trying
out
to put
on
it
it.
in really
If we were taking tallies,
Let's clarify.
if we were taking tallies for how many
Now
times
he's going to
people
say
were
he
wrong.
wasn't wrong when he admitted yesterday he was wrong?
Yeah, because none of you guys said that either, right? I was just going with the situation that you guys were providing me. I just gave insight on it. There isn't a right or wrong.
That's bullshit, man. You gave your educated point proving us wrong, trying to prove us wrong, and we called you out on it and tried to clarify it 2 or 3 times, and then you finally let us clarify it, and then you said, well, it's this way. And we were cool with it. We even said, man, thanks for doing that.
You guys certainly did not say
You have a
what
bad
Xanac
memory.
said. I'm sorry, but you guys certainly did not say what Xanac said. Right, so I was
I
just
didn't say we
giving
did. I said we called you out on what you were saying was wrong. I never said we said anything what Xanac said.
Okay, so you guys definitely did not say what Xanac said, which is the correct thing.
Awesome.
Right?
So you were wrong?
About absolute correctness. But you gave scenarios, or you gave one situation, and I gave the potentialities for it. Nobody's really wrong in that case. We were all just talking about the context in the wrong manner.
That's a good way to call it. We call that crawfishing where I'm from.
Hey, Rakia, if I had a really big basketball and then a little golf ball, and one was kind of lukewarm but really big, and the golf ball was really hot, which one would have more heat? Or could they possibly have the same amount of heat?
Yeah.
So one white hot on the ground, little golf ball could be the same temperature, same heat, same total kinetic energy as a basketball that was kind of just warm.
Yeah, just different temperatures.
Yeah, so that you're kind of getting it.
No, I got it. That's how I know when you're saying something that's bullshit.
That's not bullshit. Nothing I say was bullshit. I'm just trying to
maybe it was just not very
clarify to have you
what
get
I
some
call
clarification on what the difference between temperature and the heat is. And so now you got it. A big
No, I've
huge
had
ball
it.
that's warm. If you
the total heat might be the same as a real hot golf ball, which is small. The temperature on the
let you in
surface of
on
the
a
golf
little
ball is
secret.
higher, and the temperature on the surface of the big basketball or big ball is lower. But the
Yeah, let
heat
me let
could
you
be
on a
the
little
same.
secret real
So if
quick.
you understand that, then you take it to the next step. What happens when I start invoking motion, these two objects? And you
Right.
keep on fixating like, well, you got to hit something. It's reality.
Well,
That's
because it is
fine.
reality. It always
That's
hits.
fine. I have no problem with your.
Yeah. So good. I was right the whole time. So the little secret is yesterday when I called out Jace and Jeremy called out Jace, it's because we got it and we knew what he was saying was wrong, and he actually admitted that he was wrong. That's it. That's reality. I'm sorry. That's just reality of it. We get it. It's
Okay, good.
not rocket surgery.
Rocket surgery? Rocket surgery?
The problem is you don't.
Yeah, right. Keep on that
Go
fact
ahead,
that you think
Xanax.
everyone you
Go ahead.
talk to besides yourself is stupid. Good luck with that one.
Dude, he admitted that he was wrong. Honestly, yesterday,
Yeah, he admitted
what
that he
happened
was
was
wrong.
I asked a question to Jace because I was for a second I was in the same confusion, and I asked Jason. He said it was a good question, and it was possible that in the way I asked it, like we were just thinking about it for the first time in a weird way. Zanuck did clear up what we'd said, and possibly what we were talking about may have confused the point. And so Jeremy was like, you can, two different temperatures from two different things, and we were talking about it. But what Zanuck said, it's perfectly cleared up. So if I had asked it yesterday, and Zanuck had said that, that would have made perfect sense.
All right,
But
can you repeat what he said?
what
Repeat
you
it.
guys responded to, what you guys were responding to wasn't correct. You were just saying that we were incorrect.
No, it is
So
correct. And just because Zanuck needs to come in and teach y'all doesn't mean that we didn't get it. It means y'all didn't get it.
but you guys didn't make any. You guys didn't say. All you guys were saying. All Jeremy was saying was the absurdity of what we were saying. So I mean, it's not like you guys were making any claims.
We were trying to clarify that in different reference frames, one object could have two different temperatures. Is what we were talking about, wasn't it? We
Yeah,
wasn't
but I
talking
mean,
about kinetic energy or heat or anything. It was temperature of an object from two different reference frames. Correct? If my memory
yeah.
serves.
Well, like we were saying, if you measure the temperature using something like color, which is what they actually do in space, the kinetic energy is actually going to affect what your temperature measurement is. So
Yeah.
which
All
is
right.
exactly what we're talking about.
Yep. So same object having two different temperatures due to its color because of reference frames.
I said measured. If you measure it using the color, which is like I said, what they often do, and before corrections are made, you can end up with two different temperature measurements. But it's only because you left out the
No,
redshift.
that's
Yeah.
because he was disagreeing with us until he said until the corrections were made, which was the key point you just said there. So he
You
admitted
gotta make
after he
corrections for
said that
redshift.
he was wrong and you have to make corrections and that they do this. But before
But
that, that wasn't what was going on. Two different temperatures of an object from two different reference frames being measured due to color.
But we both did say that as well, and he also said that you could just measure it using what do you say, an infrared thermometer, and look at the spectral absorption lines and measure it that way, and you get the same temperature no matter which frame you measure it from. He did say all that. But the part that's the part that Zenit cleared up was the part that we left out, or Jason left out. I admit that I was wrong from the get go, but I was the one asking the question. So
Hey, Kosho.
what's up, Bacon? Hey, sorry about posting your I posted your GPS information. Is that what you're
You
talking?
did?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I just want to say,
Yo.
yo,
You didn't take that GPS information from your house, did you?
yeah, from my
Okay.
dad. Yeah, where have you been?
Here, there, everywhere.
That's not true. You know what I learned?
Well, I don't know what you learned, but we all learned your exactly where you live on Earth. Can you go delete all that shit you posted, Kosho?
I didn't post his, man. I posted somebody else's. Oh, what did you learn, Bacon?
Space-time diagrams.
Oh yeah. Have you seen that? There's a space time little thing you can build. Dude, I was trying to build one in Blender where you
Space-time
can
what?
adjust it. It's like a space time. It's a what it's called. I saw this 2 minute physics. I think it was. He actually built one
Oh
like in
yeah,
real
yeah.
life. You know what I'm
That's
talking
the
about?
video where I learned, like, I understood the Lorentz transformation.
Right. Yeah. I was trying to make one in Blender though. I was trying to make a thing in Blender where you can do the transformations just like he has his in real life or whatever.
Oh,
But it's
it's
hard.
quite easy.
Okay.
Oh,
All right, go
no,
for
no,
it.
it's quite easy to do a Lorentz transformation on Blender. You just rotate the thing 45 degrees, then you scale in the x-axis by however much you want, and then you scale by 1 over that same amount in the y-axis, and then you rotate back 45 degrees, and that's a Lorentz transformation.
No, but I was trying to make it like he has his where it's like a dial where you can just like move it and the whole thing shifts. I guess it's just as easy too. You'd have to give me that equation again,
Well,
but
I did that online. I did an online version of that.
I didn't post your position. But I did post a graph that has your position on it and also Jesse's and also mine. You remember that thing I asked you to do a long time ago? I asked you to take your position and Jesse's position. Yeah, I put it on a graph, and it turns out because I was be on the Great Circle. You remember the whole thing. It turns out I'm 1.6 million meters away from that line. Right?
Exactly 1 point.
No, not exactly, dude. But yep, no, it's not exactly. Anyways, man.
Kosho.
Did you post or did you not post my coordinates? I don't.
Oh, don't worry about that. I did not. I deleted whatever I posted. I deleted.
Kosho
It
didn't give
wasn't.
us anything exact, trust me, except for the location of your house.
No, I posted coordinates. It wasn't yours though. I posted an example of the coordinates. The ones I posted weren't yours. Okay.
But he deleted them just in case, so it's all good.
I did delete whatever I posted. That's true. But it could have been Jesse's. Not 100% sure whose it was.
See, I see what you posted. I'm pretty sure those are my actual.
Huh? How can you see what I
Well,
posted?
I'm seeing an image where there's a Jesse line, a Jesse point, a Bacon point, a Kosho point, and there's a
Oh
line
yeah.
connecting both of them.
Yeah,
That seems
exactly.
to be around the right location.
Yeah, it is. It is the right location. Also, what I posted wasn't. It was the XYZ coordinates, and so
Mm-hmm.
just
It was
we'll
just
just
like
forget about it.
pinpoint location. That's all.
Well, it's not pinpoint. It doesn't matter. That's it. It was. It doesn't matter.
So Bacon, we're all coming over for dinner tonight. So if you could prepare, get cooking.
Okay, how many?
Well, since we all know your address, we're all coming over.
Here
No,
knows
that's
your
too much.
address, man. Nobody in here knows your address. Let's just make it clear. That's perfectly clear. Not a single person here knows your address.
Oh, you're
It wasn't
wrong.
your.
Yeah.
Forgetting about me.
I know that you live somewhere on this plane.
This is a trick question. He doesn't have an address.
I bet like if he told me where you live, Bacon, like I could just point my hand straight and then I could walk straight and then get there. I wouldn't have to adjust for curvature or anything.
I live under a bridge in Germany.
Nice.
Thank you.
I'll walk straight in that kitchen, take that food, and walk straight back.
Yeah.
Can you walk upside down?
Oh, hey, did you hear that thing that Nate was saying about the perfect mirror being pushed by photons bouncing on it?
What?
No, I'm asking Coach about the perfect mirror thing. If he knows about that.
Oh, kosher.
Oh, he's gone again. Never mind.
Ask me.
Okay, is a perfect mirror going to be pushed by photons?
Perfect
Kosho's
mirror.
lighting up, but he's.
I
can't use-
suppressed him. He has no ability to talk.
I was going to ask
No.
about
Okay, you can talk again. Kosher, you can talk again.
He's lagging out.
Oh shit! You know what? I'm not gone.
Kosher, you got to readjust the satellites.
Yeah, exactly, Kosher.
It doesn't work.
Your satellites are tripping, bro.
Shit.
Kosher, you got to go to the moon so we can get a good phone connection for you, just like Nixon had.
You gotta get that landline cable back. That high technology that has been destroyed.
Yeah, Kosher, head up to the moon and you'll have a good connection.
Yeah.
I only now noticed that character in Kosho's nickname is Phi.
We need
Never noticed
more
that.
undersea cables.
So, Bacon, what was your initial question about a mirror and what was that?
Oh, if a mirror would be pushed by photons, a perfect mirror. If a perfect mirror can be pushed by photons.
Can be pushed?
Yes, because like photons have momentum, and if you shine light into a mirror, you push it a little bit. But a non-perfect mirror absorbs some of the photons, and the question was if it didn't absorb any photons, if it was like a perfect mirror, if you would still do that. That's just a hypothetical question.
Another hypothetical, theoretical fantasy deal. It'll never happen. They
Yeah.
say you can have a perfect mirror with no absorption. That's where they first go wrong. Whether it
Oh,
would push it or not, I'm not sure, but
I'm not saying that it's possible to have a perfect mirror, but
right, they're just calling it a perfect mirror.
yeah, I'm just saying like if we apply the laws of physics we currently know to a perfect mirror, what would happen?
It would reflect.
Yeah, the only
That's
perfect
for sure.
mirror we have is
I mean,
sky.
what else
That's
do you
it.
want? That's it. It would just reflect. Would it move to a degree that you couldn't measure it and you could theoretically think it moved? Yeah, I guess, because that's basically what they teach. The theoretical part. But in reality, no. You can't
Yeah,
teach there's no perpetual motion and then teach things like this. Like,
Why
Oh,
not?
the sky is a perfect mirror, and it's photons pushing in a circle. I mean, it's proven perpetual motion up in the sky.
I actually think
That's
superfluid is perpetual
not what
motion.
that's not perpetual motion is inferring.
Professional motion.
Professional motion. That's not what perpetual motion is inferring.
Yeah, if you're just talking about something that moves forever, that there's no problem with the laws of physics there. The problem is to get more energy out of it that you put in it. That's where physics.
Well, even more specifically, it's not really more energy. It's being able to transfer energy without losses. So like a pendulum that swings back and forth forever. Or those magnetic V blocks.
You said something about a V-gate? You're a V-gate keeper, Zanuck. I already know.
That's right.
We've already had this discussion. You're a
and you still
V-gate
think and you know it makes. I know how you think, and it makes total sense. If it can just, all that energy just pops it up just a little bit, it comes back down, makes a U-turn, and just has enough energy to kind of get into the V-gate again. It'll continue to go up and down the hill forever. And that's a flaw in logic, because there's no way that that's possible due to the second law of thermodynamics, or first law of thermodynamics. You're cutting out again, Jeremy.
What the hell's going on?
You're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can hear you. Try
You
again.
have to say not possible due to current known physics.
You could say that.
Okay, thanks.
If you can describe with your imagination some type of exception, I'd be all ears. Everyone would. That's why it's a law. That's why the first law is a law. So is the second law.
I think everyone would. Well, some people are just gonna say, "No, I'm not gonna bother. That's just not possible." A lot of people would say that.
All right, and just
So, Bacon, did you say that if you shine light at a mirror, it will move the mirror?
Yeah, it will exert some force on it. Very tiny, but non-zero.
Where have you seen that documented?
Just learn that that's the current understanding. That's what will happen.
So you just sort of read like a claim of it. You didn't really see it done or have any.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that's what modern physics will tell you that would happen.
Okay. Well, they're saying it would happen based on their theories. Is there any evidence of that actually happening?
Don't know.
Okay. Well, you asserted it like it was true, so I thought maybe your discernment level would have already done that if you're going to assert it as true. But I guess
no, it was just a hypothetical. Like it was just a question. Like let's try to apply the modern physics. What modern physics would tell should happen here. Whether or not that's true, whether or not modern physics is correct, that's something like a separate question. Wasn't assuming it was true. I was just trying to figure out what modern physics tells you.
Yeah, but wouldn't you need that to be shown to be true to even have the hypothetical even be possible? Because if the whole thing is that the photon, you're claiming that it moves the mirror because of what they claim a photon is, and then you're saying if it's a perfect mirror, would it move it or not? But wouldn't the first part be required to be known physics before the hypothetical could even be hypothesized?
It is known physics now.
No, you can do hypotheticals with false physics, like
with false physics. Okay, so it's a false physics hypothetical.
Oh, no, I mean, it's a hypothetical regardless of the physics being true or false.
But
yeah, like the physics give you a set of rules, like chess. and then you want to see, well, what turns out if we get to this position? Well, what happens here? Whether or not those rules actually exist and apply is independent of what the answer is. Like the answer for whether or not this is a good move in chess depends on the rules of chess, whether or not those rules are correct or not. Just like Newtonian mechanics, like we know Newtonian mechanics is wrong, but we can still ask questions like, if Newtonian mechanics were true, what would happen in this case, or what would happen in that scenario? That doesn't depend on Newtonian mechanics being true or not.
But you do know solar sails. Solar sails are a real thing. Light can move. Can move
Is that a
things.
an actual solar sail?
Yes, that's what solar sails do.
Yeah, but the
Solar
question
sails.
is the light. Sorry, go ahead. Is the light itself actually moving an object, or is it the heat or other factors that is occurring in the medium?
Solar sail is a theoretical because we haven't made one yet.
So there's no evidence of photon actually pushing anything. Then does anyone have any evidence of that?
Yeah,
Because
Coffee posted a video just now, and I had just said solar sails. But other than those two things, there's probably more examples. Yeah.
But French Cat just said solar sails aren't a real thing.
I mean, they could
Yeah,
be
they
a real
absolutely are.
thing. They could be a real thing because it's possible to make a spacecraft move with a solar sail, but I don't think if we ever implemented one to actually check if it works. On paper, it should work.
I came up with an idea a few years ago using quasi-luminiferous light sources, analogous to the Crookes radiometer attached to the rocket, where you have essentially a paddle at the front of the rocket.
Crookes radiometer.
You're a robot, Jeremy. What'd you say?
yeah, he was roboting. You actually were roboting at the beginning too, Daiso. I don't know. Part of it cut out. Maybe not. I was well. Like it broke up to where like people might not have fully understood what you said. Is what I'm saying. Although it came through partly. I don't know if you want to try again.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but basically, mic check.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. So yeah, essentially it was analogous to the Crookes radiometer, where you'd use like a quasi-luminiferous light source pointed at a paddle, where both are fixed to the rocket, and the interaction between the paddle and the light source would generate movement due to the capacitance breach of the blue end spectrum of light.
Well, there's the solar sail, the Japanese one that they sent out 15 years ago.
Oh, so there was actually something that sent up. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. Solar sails are real. Plus the video that Coffee posted works. Plus Model Builder is doing something now with it.
Well, if we don't have any real photos of satellites in space, I'm darn sure we're not going to see one of a claimed Japanese solar sail in space, right?
There's a picture of a model of one.
We'll have that in the year 3047. That's when we'll have that.
Come on.
I'm talking about up in the medium they claim it's in is what I'm talking about.
How would you check if a photo is genuine, Geo?
Well, there's a lot of ways to do that.
Alright, so if I sent you a image of a satellite from space, how would you check if it's genuine?
Well, I mean, we can analyze it.
Yeah, but how would you analyze it?
You want to start that whole conversation in terms of all the different components of it?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a claimed photo of a satellite in space or of a solar sail in space that you wanted to analyze it?
Solar sail? No, I didn't know it existed till like a minute ago.
And now you believe. That was it. Just it's amazing.
No,
how
I
fast
know
you
that
can
something
believe.
like this exists.
How do you know? Because somebody said it.
No, there's a
Guys, we're
link
all
to one
ignoring.
being displayed.
We're all
And you
ignoring
believed?
Coffee's video. Coffee
That's
posted a
cool.
video of Action Lab doing this at his house.
Well, all you'd have to do, I guess, Gio, to show this guy something for him to believe in it is just tell him it's true, and he'll believe in it. So you're done. You met his burden. Good to go. So, like, you saw it, I guess, like, and you believed. And if I don't show it to you, is it now that you believe it's not there? Like, how does that work?
No, I thought that there was no prototype
Walk
of
me
a
through
solar sail, and
your belief
Kosho
system.
posted a project of one. So now I know that there's a project that was actually built, and it's just not on paper. So I know it exists because it's displayed in a case.
Okay, it exists in that picture. Okay, so we know. All right. Interesting. So pictures. That's what you asked. So you would need a picture of a satellite. And that's all it takes. So do you have pictures of the satellites
Guys, hold on. First,
in space
let's think about what we're
for you
saying
to
here.
know?
These people are building these things. You guys are saying they don't work. People are showing that they work. I mean, what are we really claiming here? That they use that so that light can't move stuff? Because if it can't move it, then why would they be building it? And why
Are
would
we
people
really
be making
claiming that
videos of
light
them
can't?
doing
Yeah.
it? There's a guy at his house doing it, dude.
Well, it's really just like your interpretation. It's not like light can't move stuff. Like we can shine lights on plants and then the plants grow. It's like, oh look, light moved the plant. Yeah, it just grew.
Yeah, we already know light can move things because of the crux radiometer, like Dyslow just said. But is it actually? That's not what the crux radiometer is doing. It has to do with the air differential pressure
Yeah.
inside the tube that's in a partial vacuum. We're talking about these photons. Are they actually pushing things?
Right. But that's
Now you took a picture of a
Dyslow,
model.
Dyslow brought up a crux radiometer.
I just come to make a point because I listened to the conversation. I worked in a satellite industry and I am a flat earther. So just to know, yeah, I used to see those satellites too, but I think they are not in space. Just to make that point. Thank you.
What information
Yeah.
from satellites have you worked with?
You'd have to define like where what the space, like where you think they are, or you think they're not
On balance.
in space.
On balance.
That's a cool claim.
No, Tanks, you're breaking up. Boy, everyone's breaking up.
Of course, they're in space. Like, they're above us, or to the left of us, or to the right of us.
Hold up, guys. I'm gonna change the position of the server real quick. It's just gonna be a second. Hold on. All right, it should be switched. Let's see if this one works better. Seems like everyone's breaking up.
You sound good.
Still robotic.
It's not gonna fix Jeremy's, but it just seemed like it was worth switching it up. See if it fixes it.
I was gonna ask you to do that a while ago, dude, because I think it said it in Australia or something. Last time I checked, or somewhere like that. Somewhere bizarre, dude. Anyways, here's a clip from Coffee's video. Sorry, go ahead.
What about Australia?
No, it looked like we were in Australia last time, and it was messing me up big time. But hey, real quickly.
Hold on, the server? No, the server's been on US East, and I just changed it to US West. It's never been Australia.
Okay. A couple weeks ago, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's never been Australia. But I mean, not this VC, not this particular VC. There's an option on Discord. there's an option on Discord where you can set it to just automatically select, which I've not had it on that. And then you can select like US Central, US East, US South, US West. And then there's like a bunch of other like India, Japan, Brazil, etc. So
I might be thinking of Jam's server then. But regardless, here's a clip from the freaking video. Okay, he shines a light on the scale. The light itself is putting pressure on the scale, causing it to read a number. See, that number's not 0 anymore. It's just from the light. He's a very strong light.
Dude, you have no idea. You could say the same thing about the crux radiometer by that standard. And what? Come on, Kosho. This is off.
Dude.
This is what.
Come on, dude. In what way could this be?
This
not
is
the light
just a
pushing
bad
it?
showing.
What could be happening if it's not the light pushing the scale?
The heat?
I don't know what could happen. Having the crux radiometer instead of pushing the thing.
As you said, that's to do with pressure. That's a totally different thing. That's with pressure inside of the air inside of that little chamber. It wouldn't work the same way outside of that. So in this example, we don't not worried about that. We're worried about a scale where it has to actually have things pushing on it for it to read something.
Okay, but you can't prove it's the pressure. All you can do is say I have the light. You can have it be an independent variable. Like no light, it doesn't move. Light, it moves. It must be pushing on the thing.
That's what he said. He said if you shine a light and it vibrates at a certain frequency, then it changes the medium around it and allows the scale to read a different pressure.
Yeah, I have an idea how to test that. I have built an interferometer, and I want to use it to measure the pushing effect of light, and by using some frequency in the light, I can determine if I will be able to do some harmonic on my object I want to push, and eliminate the heat, because it can be possibly the heat that push the object. So if we do some frequency things, and if we can have some harmonic, we can eliminate it, because it will not allow some frequency things to happen. It was clear?
Yeah, Kosho, how do you know you didn't just change the pressure of the air around the scale and now it's pressing down more on the scale because there's more pressure?
Wait, can we make sure we understood what Model Builder was just saying? Did everybody get that?
Did you understand it? Tell us what he said.
Yeah, he said there's a frequency that he's got a test that he can do to figure out that pressure for the
I will do
frequency,
it.
right?
I have done it. I want to do it, and yeah, the goal is to use frequency on the laser, on the pusher laser, to be able to eliminate the effect of the heat, because if I am able to apply some frequency and push things with a frequency and see in the interferometry some frequency shift occurring, I can guarantee it's the light and not the heat that is pushing my object.
I think Kosho has something to say in that regard.
You're saying it is the light. That it is the light that's pushing it, or not the light.
I want to check it, yeah. I want to do the experiment to do it, but it's not an easy task. I need to have some marble on the... I know it's not the good word, but don't mind if you don't understand me. It's not a big deal.
No. I can help. I get what you're saying, but I've been talking to you longer than most people, so it's a little easier for me. But you're doing good. You're doing fine. I think you're pretty clear to most people. It just you said that you think it will be the light. You said you can guarantee you think it will be the light, which kind of confirms with what you're saying. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Because on the experiment shown here, it can be like the heat. You heat the material, and it can be not the light directly that can push the object. For the vacuum on, maybe it's not so obvious, but I mean, using interferometry to check that will allow me to use low displacement object. I will be able to see like nanometers displacement. So
Cool.
if I go quickly on off on my laser, I should be able to enter to some resonance frequency on my pushed object.
Okay, so you're saying you are confirming that you would think it would be the light or wouldn't be the light?
I think what I accept as result. I think it may be the light. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it may be.
So, but so the other important thing he said just a minute ago is he used to work for a space agency. He doesn't think satellites are in space, and I don't know if you want to go into detail about why you think that is the case, but that's kind of interesting for any ballers in here.
Yeah.
Maybe after this conversation, though.
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit.
Go ahead. Continue with the light things.
Yeah, go ahead and respond to that. Did you
Well,
understand what he was saying,
thinks it would be the light. Yeah,
so
well,
he
he
was
said
kind
it
of,
once, and then you said it again, and then he repeated it again. So yeah, I did understand it, and
that's what you were saying. That's like it's confirming what you were saying.
he agrees it'd be the light. But Jeremy, with the regards to the scale, I think he was kind of right. I posted a picture where the guy says, actually, what's happening is same thing as the crux radiometer, but that's not important because he then does a different test in a vacuum chamber. Oh goddamn! Hold on. And he does it again. He does it in a vacuum chamber, and the light does move the thing. So.
Yeah. This is why I think it's the light because, as you said, it's in a vacuum chamber, so there is no like atmospheric condition to hit and to push the object. But with more controlled experiments, like you see your object, if you have some harmonic possible here, like a guitar string or so on. You can imagine things like that. And if I find the correct frequency on doing some quick on-off on the laser, you should be able to put the object in a movement, in a harmonic way. Do you agree with that, Kosha?
I say that once more. Sorry, I was typing something.
Okay. I mean, you should be able to determine an harmonic frequency on the object in your peak, and be able to put the object in vibration things.
Yeah, that's what he did. He used a torsion. It's like basically a torsion.
Yeah. You use the torsion point. It will create. You put the laser under frequency, and you find the correct frequency to put the torsion in vibration.
Yeah, that's what he did. When it's not shining on it, it's not even moving. So,
yeah, go ahead.
And then it moves when he shines it on it. So there you go. Case closed.
What is this supposed to determine? Why is this important? I kind of came in when the model builder just got here. What's the argument about?
Bacon and Kosho were saying that like Star Wars is just a prediction that soon they'll be able to shove people around using the force of light in a perfect mirror. There was some sort of hypothetical with a perfect mirror shooting a photon. I don't know. Atom perfect mirror would push the mirror, and then the Kosho was showing apparently a flashlight, just the light on a scale weighs something, but showing that it's a force. I don't know.
Oh, it's reifying that it has mass. Okay, we're back to this. Okay, it makes sense. So
No, it's reifying that it has momentum.
Oh,
It
okay.
imparts
So
its
no mass.
momentum. It imparts its momentum onto the plate. Is what it's
But do
doing.
particles have mass?
A lot of particles have mass. Yeah.
Do
Yeah, so
photons have mass?
you are saying light has momentum without masses.
Without any rest mass, it's got relativistic mass, but no rest mass. But if you notice in the equation for momentum, it does. You don't actually have to have in the full equation. You can have the mass equaling 0 and still have momentum. I'll have to post
Yeah,
that.
okay, gotcha.
It's supposed to be working right now, but
The word I was looking for was resonance. Looking for the resonance frequency of the object. And with Michelson-Morley or an interferometer, you will be able to look at the resonance things occurring. Because we speak about very tiny forces.
So with the rest mass, Kosha will be more or less than the relative mass.
what do you mean?
Is the rest mass, does it have a stronger pull or force or whatever you're going to say it has than the relativistic mass?
I don't know what you mean. But hold on a second.
Well, you're saying it has an actual mass and then a relative mass, right?
No, not an actual mass and a relative mass. A rest mass and a relativistic mass.
Yeah,
Like, give me just a second.
use a different
Give me a
word.
second.
So an actual mass and like a relative mass. Like you can't change the at rest mass. It is what it is. It is something. It's independent from the observer. So it has an actual mass. Is that greater or less than?
Well, the relativistic mass can increase, so depends on what the object's doing. The
It's at rest.
relativistic mass can increase uh, as the body, as velocity increases.
Yeah, but what about when it's at rest?
That would be less. It'd be less than that.
Less. Okay. So you said you were measuring so the rest mass is the one. Which one was pushing the
Light
mirror
does
around?
not have rest mass.
Oh, it does not. Oh.
I'm trying to find a picture for SE. So hold on.
I just put the schematic of what I want to do. And of course, doing so in a vacuum chamber and so on.
So what is it that's pushing then?
So here you go. In the blue or purple setup is the Michelson-Morley setup. So I can determine distance change with this setup, and I want to put some torsion things. So here, like an air, for example, or a nylon cable or so on, and put a mirror to be able to see the torsion things, the movement change, and the dark plate at the bottom of the torsion things, and a laser that will push, like in the video before. And with this laser, I will apply some frequency to put the laser on and off very quickly and find the correct frequency to put the system in oscillation. And I should be able to read this oscillation with the Michelson-Morley setup. It was clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to train my English. I need to do some
Yeah,
presentation.
I
in
heard
English.
it. I heard it. Yeah, you said you did Michelson Morley already, your own home experiment with the Michelson Morley laser test.
Yeah, I have done it. It worked pretty well. I have really good results. So I am on my way to build a setup that is not subject to heat change and so on. Because for now I have only a 3D printed object. So it's like very subject to change, temperature change and so on. But it worked well, so I think I can with this minimal setup doing those experiments and have good results. So I will do it. It's not some easy task. I have a lot to do. So so I don't know when I will be able to do it, but it's on my way.
Cool. So, what would your test do that would either confirm or negate what Kosho's saying? Would it
The
up to your
confirmation things
expectation?
is that it's directly light that can push things. That I want to confirm what Kosho said is that light can have momentum without it does not even negate or not gravity or the masses or so on. It just answers the question that I want to be able to manipulate some variable like my pusher laser to show that it's directly the light that is responsible for the oscillation and not some, like I said, heat or other parameters that is ongoing. So I will try different material, different colors, different setups.
Nice. And
So
I'm sure
yeah,
you'll do it. This guy's a follow-through guy. He said he was going to make a Michelson Morley experiment. The next thing you know, he's showing us pictures of lasers and shit. So that's cool that you're
yeah,
planning on doing that.
and if you want to understand what I posted earlier, I will repost it.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I will repost. I will post two pictures to show exactly the setup. So the first one shows the laser with some smoke. Sadly, I am a smoker. It's a bad idea, but I can see laser better. So here we go. It's the first setup. So I don't know if you are aware of how the Michelson-Morley setup is done, but we can. It's a nice pic to show how it works. So, the first one and the second one is the beautiful result the last result I have obtained. Yes, I upload it on, I go to the explanation. So, up. So